After becoming the strongest magician in fairy tale, I came to Hogwarts. One day, Bai Hao was hit by a car for no reason while walking on the road. When he woke up, he was in a little baby's body in the fairy tale world. As he grew up and with his magic awakened, he almost overpowered the wizards of the entire fairy tale world. But due to another accident, he crossed over again and even traveled to the world of Harry Potter. Damn! Why did I cross over again? I just had a confrontation with that bastard black dragon. Although I didn't beat him up, this roar has the function of making people cross over. Bai Hao yelled in his heart while lying naked on the ground. This is already his second transmigration, and now he is the same as the first time traveling, turning into a little baby. Looking at the surrounding environment, benches, trees, street lights, it is obviously a modern park. Bai Hao in the first life, when he was going home after supper at night, he was hit by a car for no reason while walking on the road. At that time, he didn't feel any pain, and he passed out after a flash of white light. When he woke up, he was lying at the door of the Fairy Tale Guild, and Makarov carried him back to raise him. At that time, he seriously suspected that a salesman from the Space-Time Administration was after him, and the driver of the truck was here to make a profit. After traveling to Aslanti, Bai Hao has been growing up in the Fairy Tale Guild, and awakened the magic world tree when he was 5 years old. The ability of World Tree is to deconstruct and reconstruct magic. To put it bluntly, it will allow Bai Hao to comprehend and learn various kinds of magic more easily and without limitation, and help him create new magic. World Tree can also make the magic power in Bai Hao's body grow passively all the time. Although the speed is very slow, but with the accumulation of active cultivation, Bai Hao's magic power is very powerful. At the age of 21, he is about 50 holy 10 demons the wizard's magic. In the first few years after transmigration, Bai Hao only practiced and made trouble for Makarov, because it was too boring, and the old man said that he would never be allowed to go out to do missions before he was 12 years old. At that time, the members of the guild were basically not familiar plot characters, and they didn't know which timeline it was. It was a long time ago when I first watched fairy tale anime, and I skipped some episodes in the middle, and stopped for a while in the middle of the Magic Guide and Martial Arts chapter, and then watched The Gate of Hell and the final ending. A few episodes are gone. I probably still remember the plot, but who is so lazy to watch anime to keep track of the time? Therefore, this situation continued until Urza came to the guild when Bai Hao was 12 years old. Finally meeting a familiar plot character, this made Bai Hao excited for a long time. But when she first joined the guild, Arisa was taciturn and looked like a stranger. She often liked to hide in the corner in a daze, and she kept covering her eyes with red hair. Bai Hao spent a lot of effort to get it. Coax her with strawberry cake. Since the appearance of Urza, well-known plot characters began to come to the guild one after another, and because Bai Hao is a little older than many people, he resolutely became the eldest brother of Urza and Natsu. At the same time, Bai Hao also relied on his understanding of the plot to make troubles in Aslanti and change the plot. First of all, Lysina was not teleported to Ai Delis, Kana met the scumbag uncle early, and Grey's master Ulu did not use absolute freeze to live well. Speaking of which, when Yu and Grey appeared in the guild together, Bai Hao was still surprised why she didn't turn into a lump of ice. Later, he found out that the demon named Deliola had sneaked out of Bai Hao one day. He was slaughtered without any hassle. At that time, he didn't even know that it was Deliola. When he returned to the guild, he was beaten up by Makarov. After seeing Wulu, Bai Hao suddenly remembered something and disappeared in the guild the next day. After that, more than a week later, there was an article in the newspaper that a certain illegal magic research institute was inexplicably destroyed. There is only one big pit left in the location, and at the same time, there is also a cute little girl named Urusha in the guild. For a long period of time after that, Bai Hao perfectly inherited the style of the original fairy tale wizard. Every time he went on a mission, he would make the council go crazy, and those old guys in the council would not dare to talk to him. How about it, because you can't beat it at all? And the matter is still related to Urza. In the third year of Urza's arrival in the guild, Bai Hao took her to the Tower of Paradise to trigger the plot in advance in order to solve her knot. During the entire dungeon process, I don't know if it's because of the correction power of the world or what, the council also launched the magic wizard power to destroy the Tower of Paradise just like the original book, but let him block it with the blazing sevenfold ring come down. From now on, the council can only talk about his affairs. As for why he crossed over again, to be honest, Bai Hao himself doesn't know. A few days ago, when he came back from his mission, he heard that the old man had brought people from the guild to Sirius Island to hold the S-class mage assessment. In the guild, he has always had a bad premonition in his heart, but he can't remember why. The specific plot has been blurred after so many years. As a result, within a few days, he heard from the members of the council that the entire Sirius Island had disappeared from the sea, and everyone in Fairy Tale was missing. This stimulus reminded him that this time the S-rank mage assessment was a turning point for the entire Fairy Tale anime. In this assessment, Jeff went to Sirius Island, Fairy Tale, and Devil's Heart fought to the death, and after the battle was won, all the wounded people met Acnologia again. In order to resist Acnologia's attack, Mabes, the first president of Fairy Tale, launched the fairy ball to seal the entire Sirius Island and protect everyone in Fairy Tale, but at the same time, his mana was exhausted. It took years to break the seal. Although he knew that the family members of the guild would be fine, Baihao still couldn't swallow his breath. After searching all over the world for half a year, he finally found Acnologia, and fought with one dragon and one person. Relying on the powerful ability of his world tree, Baihao recruited all the powerful super magic that he had learned over the years and created himself, but the result was not even as good as scraping. Guanzhou, the quadruple super magic circle that drew a third of his magic power, didn't even wipe off Acnologia's skin. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Baihao wanted to run away. After all, with the Green Hills left, he was not afraid of running out of firewood. But Acnologia obviously has his eye on him completely, maybe because he can use Dragon Slayer magic. Even if Baihao uses space magic to escape to a very far place, he can always find him, and come to him as soon as we meet Growl. Baihao saw that escaping like this was not an option, so he planned to fight desperately. He set up a self-created magic sunflower on an uninhabited island, supplemented by dragon-slaying magic, and other super magic bonuses. The strongest super large magic circle. The high temperature of 1 million degrees Celsius, coupled with the dragon-slaying attribute of the Dragon Slayer magic, I don't believe that you bastard black dragon can still be intact. Baihao cursed in his heart after setting up the magic circle. When Acnologia found Baihao, the brilliance of the 100-layer magic circle penetrated the sky, and Acnologia landed on the small island. At this time, he condensed and roared for a longer time than before. Obviously he felt the threat brought by Baihao's 100-fold magic circle. Under the endless night sky, a black dragon stepped on the shattered land, and the roar of destruction was brewing in its mouth. A person was in the sky, and the 100 magic circles above his head were ready to go, and the light emitted covered the sky like daylight. All the stars illuminated the surrounding sea surface, and it seemed that time stood still at this moment. And Baihao knows very well that if this blow does not repel Acnologia, the ball will be completely over. Even if he has the powerful recovery ability of World Tree, the magic power used to maintain a 100-fold magic circle is too huge. When the magic circle is activated, not only his own magic power, but also the magic power in the air within a radius of 30 kilometers will be drained instantly. Unless he can escape to 30 kilometers away in an instant, anyone who comes will be able to pinch it. Kill him. A few seconds seemed like an eternity. Acnologia's roar collided with the light beams launched by the 100-fold magic circle. In an instant, the space collapsed, and the white light illuminated the entire night sky. A huge white light beam can be seen tens of kilometers away. The small island on the ground gradually turned into dust under the impact of powerful magic power, and the bottom of the sea was exposed. The fish that hadn't had time to escape passed out and turned into ashes in just a moment. Sweeping and galloping into the distance, the collision of huge magic power made this situation last for a few minutes, and Baihao was actually knocked unconscious by the impact within a few seconds after the two beams collided. Before I closed my eyes, I seemed to see that Acnologia dropped an arm. Ha 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 ha, it's not bad, at least I can see the blood bars. Although I have passed through again now, it's fine if I don't die. Baihao was thinking at this moment. Fortunately, MMP thought that the black dragon was really invincible. Hey, Locke! Come and see. There's a baby here. Oh, my god, who would be so cruel to put such a small child here? I saw a little girl running not far away, maybe only 6 or 7 years old, with pale golden hair draped over her shoulders, standing in the dark night glittering under the light of the street lamp. She was wearing a white dress and a pair of white boots on her feet, full of aura. But Baihao was dumbfounded when he heard what the girl said, with several question marks on his head, because he heard the girl speak English. Where did he travel to? Back to Earth again? August 1, 1991, London, England, 57 London Street. Baihao Felkas. Come down from this damn tree immediately. A fat woman ran out of a small two-story house, wearing a red apron, holding the spatula in his hand. He pointed at the boy hanging on the tree and shouted loudly while running. Understood, Mary Aunt. Bai Hao sat on the 6-meter-high canopy and turned his head to respond when he heard the shout. His hands seemed to be hiding something in his clothes. When it was over, Bai Hao straightened his body, supported himself with one hand, and exerted force on his waist and abdomen, so that he stood on the branch, and he couldn't help exhaling in the process. You can't jump. Climb down slowly. Seeing this, Mrs. Mary didn't know what Bai Hao wanted to do. Having said that, it is obvious that Bai Hao is not an obedient person. I jump. I saw Bai Hao jumped up and slowly fell to the ground in midair with a slender branch. Oh! God! I swear if I could go back in time, I would leave you in the park to die. Seeing Bai Hao jumping down from the tall tree, Mary Felix took a deep breath and patted said with horror on his chest. You have said this many times. The beautiful and kind Mary Aunt would not leave a child alone in the park. Bai Hao said with a grin, showing his white teeth. And you don't have to worry, I'm pretty good at it. Bai Hao swung his biceps. That's not the reason why you climbed so high and jumped down. It's okay if you fall to your death. What if you scare me to death? Mrs. Mary said, grabbing Bai Hao's face. Is there some problem with the logic of this sentence, and I climbed up to save a very cute cat. Bai Hao took out a white kitten from his arms with blue eyes, juicy and very cute. Look, it's cute, isn't it? Meow. Oh, poor little one. Mrs. Mary took the kitten and held it in her arms. Leave this little cutie to me, and your task now is to go back to eat for me right away. Yes, madam. Bai Hao quickly ran into the house. Bai Hao has been in this world for 11 years. During the period of time, he proclaimed his memory, because the soul of a few decades suddenly turned into a baby, which is a bit unbearable in the senses, so to a certain extent, he just crossed over. It's been a year. The magic power to maintain the seal lasted until Bai Hao was 10 years old, and Bai Hao also got a strange memory. In this new world, a British family named Felix took him home when he was young at that time, and the little girl who discovered Bai Hao at that time was the youngest daughter of this family, Zydia, and she also had a big brother Locke, a bit naive twin. After recovering his memory, Bai Hao experienced the strange 10 years in his mind, and then felt the magic power in his body. The ability of World Tree is still there, and it has never stopped passively absorbing magic power to practice. That's right, there is magic in this new world. Compared with Aslant, the magic here is milder and of higher quality. Why would you say so? Aslant's magic power is very heterogeneous, and there are many different kinds of magic power elements in the air. If a mage uses this magic power directly, it will easily cause a magic riot. For example, if Naz directly uses this magic power to roar, it is likely to explode in his mouth before sending it out. Therefore, the magicians of Aslant invented the magic circle. By using their own magic power to describe the magic circle, filter the mixed magic elements in the air, and then stabilize the magic power to achieve the ideal spell casting effect. In this way, the mage only needs a little of his own magic power to describe the magic circle, and then he can use the magic circle to attract the magic power in the air to complete the stable casting. And the magic power in the new world is very pure, the air is pure magic power, and there are no special elements mixed in it, which means that Bai Hao can complete stable spell casting without using a magic circle, but this consumes a lot, although the effect of casting spells is not the same, but if you use magic through the magic circle, the casting speed will be faster and the consumption of magic power will be lower. This is because the direct casting of spells uses the magic power in one's own body. In this world, the magic power in Bai Hao's body has changed a long time ago, so he no longer has to worry about the problem of magic riots when casting spells. The use of the magic circle is to use the magic elements in the air. Bai Hao only needs to use a small amount of magic power to describe the magic circle and cast spells. This is the same as if you want to put a paper article on the computer, the other is to type it by hand, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and typos will inevitably appear in the process. And one is to upload directly by scanning, which is fast and convenient, and the effect is better. Although both can type articles on the computer, there is a big difference in the process. After Bai Hao regained his memory, it's not that he never thought about going back to Aslanti. He had no relatives in the first life, so he had a lot of nostalgia for his companions in the guild, but so far he hasn't thought of any way, so since he came if it is, he will be safe, and he intends to live in the new world well until he finds a way to go back. As for why he still has the name Bai Hao, it is not difficult to use magic to slightly change people's minds. Bai Hao, come and eat, we have barbecue today. Entering the house, Bai Hao saw Zydia fiddling with knives and forks by the table, a plate of roast meat smelling hot, and a plate of cream next to her mashed potatoes, topped with cheese, and poached broccoli. Zydia, why is it mashed potatoes again? I want to eat rice and noodles. Bai Hao said with a broken face when he saw the mashed potatoes on the table. In fact, Bai Hao's sense of facing mashed potatoes was not bad before he recovered his memory. Because of his self-proclaimed memory, he is essentially an ordinary person who grew up. But this recovery of memory and the return of the rabbit's soul made Bai Hao's sense of taste and smell tortured, because he had to face mashed potatoes at the dinner table every day, and changed the taste every now and then. For example, salt water mashed potatoes, creamy mashed potatoes, tomato sauce mashed potatoes, black pepper mashed potatoes, honey mashed potatoes, charcoal baked potatoes and then mashed, etc. Shift. I feel sick just thinking about it. What? You think my cooking tastes bad, don't you? Mrs. Mary walked in from outside the house holding the kitten, with the words "if you dare to say it is you will die" written on her face. She obviously heard Bai's words. Good complaint. And the little milk cat in his arms is holding a small feeding bottle and drinking water. No, how could it be? Bai Hao said guiltily. Then don't cast your eyes to the upper left corner, this is Zydia's innermost thoughts. Humph, sit down and eat. Mrs. Mary found a seat and sat down. Where are Mr. Locke and Mr. Bullis? One of them has a game today, and the other has to work overtime. It's a pity that they won't be able to eat the meal I cooked today. Madame Mary said regretfully, touching her face. Speaking of which, Mrs. Mary has always had a lot of confidence in her cooking skills. Although she doesn't know where it came from, the food she makes is indeed edible and tastes good. But for Bai Hao, Mrs. Mary's single recipe is a nightmare for him as a rabbit, especially mashed potatoes. Tug. 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 While Bai Hao was looking at the narcissistic Mrs. Mary speechlessly, there was a sound from the window. I saw an owl lying on the windowsill outside, holding a letter in its mouth, tilting its head, and staring at them with big black eyes through the glass. No way. Bai Hao looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar scene, the corners of his eyes twitched, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. Zydia curiously walked over to open the window, and took the letter out of the owl's mouth. A piece of red beeswax was used to seal the envelope, and the pattern on the beeswax was a shield composed of 4 animals, snake, lion, eagle, and badger, with a big H in the center of the shield. Zydia turned to the back of the envelope, which read, London, England, London Street, number 57, Mr. Bai Hao Felix, who was complaining about eating mashed potatoes at the kitchen table. Bai Hao, this is a letter for you. Zydia was very surprised, because no one had ever sent a letter to her home before, and it was returned to Bai Hao. Open it for me. Bai Hao told Zydia to open the envelope directly, because he knew that from now on, the Felkas family would be exposed to a strange, magical, and dreamy world, and they needed to get used to it in advance. No wonder this world has magic power, so I have traveled to the world of HP. Zydia opened the envelope, and Mrs. Mary also walked over, and saw the letter read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Sir Merlin First Class, Wizengamot Chief Wizard, President of the International Federation of Wizards. Dear Mr. Felix, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of required books and supplies is enclosed with this letter. Semester begins on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl reply before August 5th. Your loyal Minerva McGonagall Deputy Headmistress, female. Uniform, first year students need, 1. 3 plain robes, black, 2. 1 plain peaked hat for day wear, black, 3. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar material, 4. 1 winter wear cloak, black fabric, silver buttons. Please note that all clothing for all students must have name tags. All students are required to prepare the following textbooks: Standard Spells for Beginners by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, The Theory of Magic by Adab Woflin, The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emery Switch, A Thousand Magical Herbs and Fungi by Phil Littispoel, Magic Potions and Potions by Arth Innes Geiger, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them Newt's Commander, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense by Quinton Chamber. Other equipment: a wand, a cauldron, tin, size 2 standard, a set of glass or crystal files, a telescope, a brass balance. Students can bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents, please note that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. Mrs. Mary and Zydia read the letter from beginning to end, and looked up at Baihow in a daze. The kitten that was just picked up was also lying in Mrs. Mary's arms, and the two of them looked at Baihow, but the blue eyes were full of doubts. Meow. At night, the night sky in London is extraordinarily bright tonight, with stars shining in the dark blue sky. Under the night sky, two people in Felka's house were staring dumbfounded at the person in front of him juggling with fireballs, unable to speak for a long time. It's unbelievable. It turns out that magic really exists in this world. A tall, short-haired boy broke the tranquility first. He is Locke, the eldest son of the Felka's family. Sitting next to him is Bolus, the master of the family. Baihow, when did you find out that you can use magic? Bolus asked strangely. Boris works as a consultant in the London police station. His main job is to help the police investigate difficult cases. Generally speaking, he is a detective. For so many years of raising Baihow, nothing strange happened in the family, but as soon as he returned home today, he was told that the youngest son adopted by the family could use magic. He couldn't help doubting his professional ability. Because if such a young child uses magic at home, there will always be some traces, won't it? Oh, I found that on my 10th birthday. Baihow withdrew the fireball in his hand, and lied both true and false. Is that so? Bolus scratched his head. It is natural for a child to grow up and hide his own little secret, not to mention such an incredible thing as magic, but Bolus still deeply expressed his observation ability. Self-doubt. So, are you really going to that school called Hogwarts? Bolus took out his own pipe, lit the tobacco in the pipe, and began to puff. I heard from your mother that you have replied to the letter, but you must know that with your wisdom, you will be able to go to the best university in the future, but everything about the magic school is unknown. I think the same as your father, dear, we are not familiar with that side, which makes me uneasy. Madame Mary also said worriedly. After Mrs. Mary's voice fell, the four members of the family fell into silence. It is normal for the Felkas couple to worry about Baihow's safety. Heart. The two brothers and sisters, Zydia and Locke, also restrained their previous excitement after hearing what their parents said. They were also very contradictory. Anxiety about going to an unfamiliar place. Baihow looked around at the four of them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mary Aunt, Bolus Uncle, Saitaya, Locke. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. If the magical world is really so dangerous, it would be difficult for ordinary people to be alone, but hasn't nothing happened for so many years? Besides, just wait for the school teacher to come in a few days, and we'll go and see together. Don't worry, I'm very strong. As soon as the words fell, a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter appeared in Baihow's hands. Dazzling, but not a shred of heat felt, and it didn't burn anything in the house. The next day, Felka's home. All curses end finite incantatem. A serious voice sounded, instantly making the fireball in Baihow's hand disappear without a trace. In a blink of an eye, time passed, and after receiving a reply letter from Baihow, the Hogwarts teacher came to Ferk's home as promised. But Baihow's eyes widened at this time, with several question marks and exclamation marks on his head. Seeing the witch in front of him wave his wand just like that, and chanted a spell casually, which directly broke his magic, he was instantly stunned. Right. The magic power of condensing the fireball is directly scattered, which makes no sense. What the hell? What is the principle? Baihow was shocked. It's not like he hadn't seen a way to nullify the opponent's magic before. In Aslanti, there were a few magic and magic tools with similar functions. But what is the situation in front of him? There is no magic circle, there is no trace of the flow of magic power, a light wave of a magic wand, plus a spell, directly let the dust of his condensed fireball return to dust, dust to dust, and return to the ordinary magic power in the air. Its spellcasting principle did not even respond to the world tree. While Baihow was puzzled, Professor McGonagall beside him also had a storm in his heart. The magic performed by this little wizard who has not yet entered school actually forced her to use the advanced spell of finite incantatem. You must know that this spell is the most powerful curse spell in the magic world, and it is not fiend fire. There is no need to use the powerful spell of mantra, finite incantatem. Yes, it was Hogwarts vice principal, one of the 4 Hogwarts colleges, and the Dean of Gryffindor College, Professor Minerva McGonagall, who came to Fawkes's house. In the original book, she is a powerful witch. Strong, serious, harsh, cold outside and hot inside are the best adjectives for her. At the same time, she also has some sense of humor. She is the animag of a tabby cat who is best at transfiguration. And today she came to Fawkes' house as Byhow's leading teacher. When they first arrived at Fawkes' house, Bolus and Mary quickly took out the cakes and biscuits at home, made a pot of fresh milk tea, warmly received Professor McGonagall, and asked about the British wizarding world and Hogwarts school thing. And this kind of enthusiasm really made the usually serious Professor McGonagall feel a little overwhelmed, because as far as she knows, the Fawkes family is a Muggle family, and when she went to the families of such students in the past, she received more questioning and chasing, and never being so hospitable. Although it was a bit uncomfortable at first, Professor McGonagall felt good about the warm hospitality of the Fawkes family. After patiently answering the questions of the Fawkes couple, she also learned from the conversation that Byhow can release the matter of the flames surprised Professor McGonagall. Because of previous experience, the consequences of magic performed by young wizards without formal training and wands are often very serious. Like in the original book, Harry turned his Aunt Maggie into a balloon, which is trivial. If Harry's mood swings were more severe at that time, and he had a bit of murderous thoughts, Aunt Maggie might explode. Therefore, with the responsibility of the vice principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor McGonagall asked Byhow to demonstrate magic so that she could make a basic assessment of the young wizard who had not entered school, so the scene just happened. Of course, Professor McGonagall doesn't know that setting fire is just one of Byhow's most basic skills. Setting fire is more difficult than eating mashed potatoes. And the final result was that both of them were dumbfounded, and both of them were confused by things beyond their previous understanding. Mr. Felix, to be honest, you are the most shocking little wizard I have ever seen. No one has ever been able to cast such stable magic at your age. Professor McGonagall was surprised. But on the surface, he still maintained his majesty as a professor. Thank you for your compliment, Professor McGonagall. Okay, about magic, we will discuss it slowly when we enter school. And now, Mr. Felix, I must remind you that we have wasted a lot of time, and it's time to prepare your student supplies at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stood up straight, then, Mrs. Felix, are you going with me too? Want? Before Mrs. Mary could answer, Zydia and Locke, who had been sitting silently by the side, agreed in unison. They couldn't help their curiosity about the magical world long ago, and their desire to explore the unknown soon drove them into madness. Okay, let's go together as a family. Mr. Bolus immediately made a decision. He also wanted to see what the magical world looked like. After packing up their things, the Fawkes family set off with Professor McGonagall. Of course, I took the subway there, and the Leaky Cauldron was in London, so there was no need to apparate, not to mention that Professor McGonagall couldn't bring so many people with him. More than an hour later, at Charing Cross Road, the Fawkes family and Professor McGonagall were standing here. In front is the Leaky Cauldron, and behind the bar is Diagon Alley, where you can buy all of Mr. Felix's school supplies. Professor McGonagall pointed to the front. Bar? Where is there a bar here? Locke looked around with doubts on his face. After all, people without magical powers would not be able to see the Leaky Cauldron. The Leaky Cauldron uses a powerful hidden spell, and Muggles usually can't see it. Professor McGonagall explained briefly, and then led the crowd towards the bar until the door of the bar was opened. Only then did the SI family really see the real appearance of the bar. Of course, except for Byhow here, he just saw the dilapidated bar that was unusually abrupt on this bustling street from a long distance. Opening the door of the bar, a musty smell hits the face. Compared with the old door, the inside of the bar is more dirty and dilapidated. The store is very dim, and the only light source is the sunlight coming in from a small window. The grey and damp walls are covered with murals, some of the characters in the paintings are doing certain actions repeatedly, and some are chatting through the frame. There are long tables and wooden stools next to the wall under the mural, and there are a few old long wooden tables in the center of the bar, where several wizards are chatting and drinking. On the innermost bar, a bartender with a Mediterranean haircut is wiping the table. He is the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom. Hello, Tom. Professor McGonagall walked up to him and greeted him. Oh, hello, Professor McGonagall, is there anything I can help you with? Tom raised his head in response, saw that it was Professor McGonagall, and responded with a smile. "Thank you, Tom, we'd like to take a trip to Diagon Alley." "Ah, of course it's no problem, yes, time flies so fast, is it time for Hogwarts freshmen to enter again?" Tom tilted his head and looked at Bai-Hao, smiling, with a hint of memory in his eyes. Obviously he guessed that Bai-Hao is this year's freshman. In fact, there is no need to guess, Locke and Zydia next to them are obviously overage. "Little wizard of the Muggle family, what is your name?" "Bai-Hao, Bai-Hao Ferex." "Okay, Mr. Felix, please come with me." Tom turned and opened a hidden wooden door behind the bar, and a very narrow patio appeared in front of him, with some wooden barrels and garbage pushed inside. "Mr. Felix, please remember to count 3 pieces on the top of the trash can, and then count 2 pieces horizontally, and tap them one by one with your wand." Tom led the crowd facing a brick wall, picked up a wand and tapped on it a few times. Then, I saw the bricks on the wall moving quickly to both sides, and soon, an arch appeared in front of my eyes. At this time, Hedwig's variations sounded. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Tom said excitedly. With the sound of Hedwig's variations, the one-day tour of the Felkas family's Diagon Alley finally began. Behind the arch, a winding cobblestone road stretches to the end, and bustling people crowd each other on the narrow streets. Many are dressed in robes and peaked hats, revealing the medieval style of dressing. Of course, there are also people like the Felkas family, who are dressed in modern Muggle costumes. Without exception, these people's eyes are full of curiosity and excitement. In addition, there was continuous noise, the various owls hanging on the signboard of the Eula Owl shop were hooting, and the broomstick displayed in the glass case of the Quidditch boutique, Nimbus 2000, was surrounded by small crowds. Wizards, jumping and frolicking, magic jokes, the sparks running around outside the store make passers-by dodge from time to time, and there are also ravens and owls delivering couriers in the sky. All kinds of things fill the whole Diagon Alley with magic and different from modern times. Breath of life. Bai-Hao. Bai-Hao. Look, that lizard can breathe fire. Zydia was so excited that she held Bai-Hao's hand and jumped up and down. Also, that pumpkin head. It's the first time I've seen one that can really fly in the air, and its eyes and mouth can move. I must buy one for Halloween. Zydia was extremely excited, and the Felkas and his wife next to her were not much better. Mr. Bolus had a questioning look in his surprised eyes, and Mrs. Mary was shocked with a little panic. As for Locke, his small eyes were already wide open, and he looked around with his mouth open, with a silly look, apparently dumbfounded. "Professor McGonagall, are we going to use pounds to buy these things? Or do we need to exchange them for other currencies?" Boris was the first to recover himself from the shock, so he deserves to be a consultant to the London Police Department. "Unfortunately, Mr. Bolus, Muggle currency cannot be spent in Diagon Alley. We have to go to Gringotts to exchange for galleons." Professor McGonagall turned and said. "Gringotts? It seems that it is a bank in the wizarding world. The coin called gallon has the word gold. Could it be made of gold?" Bolus was caught in a panic when he heard Professor McGonagall's words. Contemplating, there is no doubt that he has committed an occupational disease. Then next, "Mr. Bolus, please forgive me, because it is not convenient for me to take you with me later. You can move freely, but please be careful when you move, and don't enter Nocturne Alley, which is the territory of dark wizards. There will be signs reminding you not to enter there before entering there." Professor McGonagall said seriously, "Mr. Filks, please follow me, we have to go to Gringotts first." "Then, I'll go with Professor McGonagall first." Bai-Hao pulled Zydia's hand away without any trace, and picked her up on tiptoe to hug her. "Wait a minute, Bai-Hao." Bolus called to Bai-Hao, who was about to leave, "You take this, you don't have to worry about money." I saw Boris took out a stack of pounds from his pocket and put them in Bai-Hao's hands, estimated to be thousands of dollars. "Thank you, Bolus uncle." Bai-Hao grinned and grinned. "When you're done, go back to the bar and find us." "Okay." In fact, Bai-Hao has money himself. After unlocking his memory, he sneaked into a gangster's lair in London for a while, swept away the cash and gold jewelry worth millions of pounds, and sold these guys drugs. Evidence of the crimes, women, children, and prohibited weapons were all thrown into the police station and newspaper office, and within a few days the gangster disappeared completely in London. Who told their eldest son to be so arrogant at school, and dare to threaten Zydia to be his girlfriend? The reason why he accepted Bolus Uncle's money was because he was too lazy to explain the source of the money on him, and he couldn't explain it clearly. The second is that he has no psychological burden. In the future, he will find a few gangsters to do meritorious service for Bolus Uncle, and the bonus of tens of thousands of dollars will be sprinkled. After walking with Professor McGonagall for about a minute, we arrived at Gringotts, a crooked 3-story white marble building. There are 2 doors in Gringotts. The first door was a gleaming bronze gate, flanked by goblin guards in uniforms of scarlet and gold, who bowed to clients as they came. The second door is silver, and the following words are engraved on the door: "Come in, stranger, but be careful what will happen to you if you are greedy. Take a treasure that never belonged to you. Thief, you have been warned. Be careful not to bring treasure, but evil reward." Seeing the words above, Bai Hao was somewhat disapproving. If you elf follow Voldemort's example and put a curse on the thieves who come uninvited, anyone who leaves Gringotts with wealth that does not belong to him will be hunted down, then Bai Hao can still look up to you a little bit, but just engrave a piece of text like this: "Who are you scaring?" A Quirrell who was possessed by a half-dead Voldemort could break in and open the vault door, and walk away without any damage. Bai Hao really didn't think this text had any effect, but he still felt this so-called warning. It reflects that the goblin's greedy desire will eventually eat itself back. Pass through the second silver door and enter the spacious marble hall. About 100 or so goblins are sitting behind the long counter, some are registering hastily in the big ledger, some are weighing gold galleons with a scale, some examining gemstones with an eyepiece. The huge white marble building is full of luxury and greed. Although the goblins in Gringotts are really ugly, Bai Hao never judges people by their appearance. In Aslanti, there were many people with strange shapes, and Yi Yi was one of them. If he hadn't been pestering Urza all the time, Bai Hao couldn't resist beating him. But now it's not a matter of the goblins being ugly, but the greedy aura emanating from them makes Bai Hao a little nauseous. No wonder people in the wizarding world hate fairies. Bai Hao rubbed his brows and said to himself. Professor McGonagall led Bai Hao to a semicircular counter surrounded by golden railings crisscrossing, leaving only a small window in which a goblin was using its crumpled fingers count the galleons. "Mr. Felkes wants to exchange some galleons." Professor McGonagall walked forward without even saying hello, which showed that she didn't like these fairies either. "I have to say that the goblins are short, but the counters they set up are not short at all." "Good guy," Professor McGonagall has to look up at them. "Ah. Of course it's no problem, then please show Mr. Felkes the admission letter." The goblin slowly poked his head out from the window of the counter while supporting the table. Bai Hao took out the notice from his pocket and handed it to Professor McGonagall. "No problem." The goblin opened the notice and looked at it for a while, then nodded. "Every 5 pounds can be exchanged for 1 gold galleon, 17 silver sickles, or 29 copper nuts. So, Mr. Felkes, how much do you want to exchange?" "These are all changed." Bai Hao arrogantly took out a wad of 10,000 pounds in cash, which not only contained the money Bolus gave him just now, but also the money he himself took from the gangsters. "And these, I changed them too." Bai Hao also took out a pile of gold jewelry, which was also obtained from gangsters, and he was worried that these jewelry would have no place to use. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment." The goblin was fine when he saw the pound, but his eyes began to light up when he saw Bai Hao take out the gold. The goblin carefully put away the pound and gold jewelry, fearing that a gram of gold would be wiped off, and then walked into the counter. And Professor McGonagall looked at Bai Hao with surprised eyes. She was very curious about how the little wizard in front of her wore so many heavy gold jewelry on her body. After waiting for a short time, the goblin reappeared on the counter, still holding a red cloth bag in his hand. "Mr. Felkes, the pound and the gold together can be exchanged for 4,621 gold galleons, 10 silver sickles and 6 copper nuts," the goblin said while handing the bag to Bai Hao. "Obviously this is a bag that has been cast with the infinite stretching spell, otherwise it would not be able to hold so much money." Bai Hao bumped the bag in his hand, it was clinking and heavy. "Then, Mr. Felkes, it's time for us to move on to the next place." As soon as they moved to Jingallen, Professor McGonagall urged Bai Hao to leave. It was obvious that she hated staying in this place very much. "Mr. Felkes, I want to remind you, don't trust goblins easily, their greed is beyond your imagination," Professor McGonagall said to Bai Hao as soon as he left the gate of Gringotts. "Also, because your parents I was delayed a little to pick up another student, so you have to prepare things for school by yourself. I think you remember that the list is attached to the admission letter, so, Mr. Felkes, Can you do it by yourself? Professor McGonagall lowered his head slightly and asked with scrutiny. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, I can do it by myself. Bai Hao bowed lightly. Now that he has changed to Jin Gallon, he can handle the next things by himself. Okay then, see you at Hogwarts. It's a pleasure to be your teacher, Mr. Felkes. I am also very happy to be your student, Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall nodded, turned, and left without saying anything. Then first, I should buy a wand. After watching Professor McGonagall walk away, Bai Hao decided to buy a wand first. He had been very curious about the wands in the HP world for a long time, so he went to Ollivandro's wand shop immediately. When I came to the door of Ollivandro's wand shop, I saw that the gold paint on the signboard outside the shop had peeled off, but I could see the words, "Since 382 BC, we have been making excellent wands." Bai Hao expressed deep doubts about this sentence. In 382 BC, the British at that time were probably still in a state of raw hair and blood. Pushing open the door of the store, a gust of wind rang, breaking the silence in the store. Bai Hao looked around, but did not see Mr. Ollivander. The entire Ollivander store is filled with boxes of wands. In addition to the boxes, there is a wooden reception desk with several ancient kerosene lamps on it. A quill is struggling to write on parchment. What's more, there is a movable wooden ladder behind the reception desk, which must have been set up by Mr. Ollivander to hold the wand on the high place. Then Bai Hao is very strange, those wands that are placed high cannot be retrieved with magic? What's the point of setting up a wooden ladder? Mr. Ollivander, are you there? Bai Hao shouted into the store. Of course I'm here, sir. A vague voice sounded from behind, making Bai Hao's hairs stand up all of a sudden. Oh, shit! Bai Hao couldn't help jumping up when he heard the voice that suddenly appeared behind him, and Guo Kui couldn't help but blurt out. Turning his head mechanically, Bai Hao saw an old man standing behind him. He had a pair of silver-white pupils and his white hair was messy like a broom, but his whole person exuded a mysterious color. Undoubtedly, the speaker was Garrick Ollivander, one of the 3 great wand makers in Europe. Mr. Ollivander, please don't suddenly appear behind people and say something scary. The corners of Bai Hao's eyes twitched, and his heart felt a little chilly. There's no reason, has my vigilance become so bad now? Bai Hao thought to himself. At this moment, cold sweat was breaking out on his head. If a person in a slant didn't realize that he was standing behind like this, then he would report to Hades. Relax, sir, it's the wand that chooses the wizard. Ollivander didn't respond to Bai Hao, but said something inconspicuous instead. Bai Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at Ollivander speechlessly. He was sure that Ollivander was the legendary Riddler. This kind of person often likes to say some wild words to arouse the curiosity of others, and then makes people confused, unable to extract effective information at all, and finally the riddle guesser will be tortured by his thirst for knowledge. Mr. Ollivander, hello, I'm Bai Hao Felkes, a freshman who is going to enter Hogwarts this year. Bai Hao didn't pay attention to what Ollivander said, and made a self-introduction. Of course, the little wizards who came to me are all Hogwarts students. So, Mr. Felkes, which hand is your dominant hand? Ollivander asked as he took out an old measuring tape from his pocket. The scale on it had become blurred. Right hand, sir. As soon as the words fell, Ollivander took a measuring tape and measured Bai Hao's arms, forearms, height, head circumference, etc., then turned and walked to the store, rummaging through the pile of boxes, to help Bai Hao it's time to choose a wand. Mr. Ollivander, may I ask what is the use of measuring these data? After all, Bai Hao couldn't hold back his curiosity. He never thought that these physical data could help people choose wands, but since there is such a thing, it must be there is a reason for it. Mr. Felkes, you need to understand that every wand is different, as they use different unicorn feathers, phoenix tail feathers, or dragon nerves as cores, and are carefully selected to complement the properties of the core. The material is used as wand wood, which means that each wand has a different character. Ollivander took out a box out of thousands of boxes, which was covered with dust and obviously aged. Small. The human body contains infinite mysteries, which is the most basic cognition of wand makers. So, 12¼ inches, Populus euphratica, the tail feathers of Thestrals, the perfect combination of life and death. Ollivander took out the wand from the box and carefully handed it to Bai Hao. Bai Hao took the wand and looked it over carefully. It was a milky white wand with a very smooth surface. It was heavier than ordinary wands and weighed a little bit on the hand. This is my work a long time ago. At that time, my father was still around. With his help, I completed the making of this wand. The poplar wood used to make the wand is a sacred tree with extremely tenacious vitality in the eastern desert. I think you, who have oriental blood, should make a perfect choice for this wand. After listening to Ollivander's words, Bai Hao waved his wand. He didn't take the initiative to use any magic, but there was no movement around him. Mr. Ollivander, what's the matter? Ah, I knew it, yes, congratulations, Mr. Felkes, the wand has made its choice, and now you are its master. Ollivander said affirmatively. Bai Hao was very puzzled when he heard that. Nothing happened. In this case, he planned to cast magic on his own initiative. Ice modeling magic lion. Bai Hao pointed his wand at an open space in the store, thinking silently. A flash of white light flashed in an instant, and an ice sculpture of a lion the size of a Shiba Inu appeared in front of him, followed by ice crystals falling in the store. Seeing this scene, Bai Hao's pupils shrank slightly, and he was very surprised. The casting speed was frighteningly fast. In the past, to build a magic circle, it usually takes 2 to 3 seconds to release the magic, but now with a magic wand, the speed of building a magic circle is nearly doubled. A short time difference can save lives in battle. Very beautiful transfiguration, Mr. Felkes. Ollivander exclaimed. Trust me, this wand will be your most loyal companion in the future. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, I am very satisfied with this wand. Bai Hao expressed his sincere thanks to Ollivander, then took out 30 gold galleons from his bag, paid for it, and then left the shop. After leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Bai Hao bought everything in the admission list except books non-stop, and finally came to Lihen bookstore. Pushing open the door of the bookstore, I saw that there were not many people inside. The store was very large, the bookcases in the store reached to the ceiling, and all kinds of books were piled up in it, but because there were too many books, it seemed messy and even a little crowded. The owner of Lihen bookstore is a tall and fat lady wearing an off-white dress. When she heard a guest coming, she raised her head and put down the books she was sorting out. Little wizard from Hogwarts. Yes, ma'am, I am an incoming freshman at Hogwarts this year. Bai Hao responded. Oh, are you a first-year freshman? Mrs. Lycan said with a smile, look there, all the books needed for admission have been arranged and placed there, just take them yourself. Bookcase. Thank you ma'am, but besides textbooks, I would like to buy other books. Then you can read whatever you want, and if you can't find the book you need, you can tell me. Yes, ma'am. After finishing speaking, Bai Hao first collected all the textbooks he needed, and then walked around the store, his eyes constantly scanning the piles of books, looking for the books he needed. But after looking for it, Bai Hao became impatient, because there were too many books and they were piled up in a mess, so he turned around and went to find Mrs. Lihen. Hello, ma'am. Hello, dear, what can I do for you? Mrs. Lihen raised her head from the pile of books that had not been sorted out again. Madam, except for my textbooks, get me a copy of all the other different books in the store. Bai Hao looked up at Mrs. Lihen and said. All? Are you sure? My dear. Mrs. Lihen covered her mouth in surprise, that would cost thousands of gallons. Yes, ma'am, I want all of them. Bai Hao said affirmatively, and took out hundreds of galleons by the way, piled up shinily into a small golden mountain. No problem, but it will take a while. You can come and get it at this time tomorrow. Since the customer has demand and money, Mrs. Lihen will certainly not refuse this big deal. Thank you ma'am, I'll put these galleons here as a deposit first, and I'll come back at this time tomorrow. Bai Hao expressed his gratitude to Mrs. Lihen. There are also these books, selected curses of the 18th century forgotten ancient magic and spells, curses and anti-curses, dark forces, Jediroy Lockhart novel series. I will take it first. Does your lady have any objection? Of course no problem. Madam Lihen agreed. The previous books are all Bai Hao wants to read, and the last Jediroy Lockhart novel series is a gift for the Felkes family. Although Lockhart is a thief, the novels he wrote should be popular in Europe. Besides, he just plagiarized. Most of the content in the book is the real experience of others. If you show it to your family, you can learn more about the magical world. After dealing with everything, Bai Hao also went to the bouncy magic joke store to buy a few gifts, and then returned to the leaky cauldron to join Zedaya and the others. As soon as they returned to the leaky cauldron, they saw the Felkas couple having a passionate chat with a red-haired middle-aged man, and standing next to the man was a fat woman who was also red-haired. And Cydia and Locke were also chatting with a pair of twins, laughing happily from time to time, and the twins were also red-haired. When Byhow saw this scene, how could he not know that the Felkas family had collided with members of the Weasley family? "Bolus uncle, Mary Aunt, I'm back." Byhow stepped forward and interrupted the conversation between the two parties. "Oh, Byhow, you're back. Let me introduce you to a new friend we just met. This is Mr. Arthur Weasley, and this is his wife, Mrs. Molly." Seeing Byhow back, Bolus was excited. He casually introduced the new friends in the magic world he just met. Obviously they had a very happy chat just now. "Hello, Mr. Arthur, Mrs. Molly, my name is Byhow Felkas, and my parents have been taken care of by you." "Hi, little wizard, nice to meet you." Mr. Weasley stepped forward and held Byhow's hand and said. "Hello, my dear, you are such a polite and handsome young man. You will definitely be an excellent wizard in the future." Madame Molly also said happily, but she seemed to associate her appearance with her magical strength, although what she said it is true that Byhow is indeed handsome and outstanding. Mr. Arthur's family has several children who are studying at Hogwarts, and their youngest son, like you, is also a new student at Hogwarts this year. Mrs. Mary said. "It's a pity that Ron didn't come today, otherwise you would definitely be friends." Madame Molly said. "Since we are all Hogwarts students, we will become friends sooner or later." Byhow responded with a smile. "Oh, by the way, wait a moment, let me introduce you to my other two children, they are also students of Hogwarts, they are in the 2nd grade." I saw Mrs. Molly yelling in the direction of Zydia and Locke, "Fred, George, come quickly. Here we come, Mom." Hearing their mother's call, the Weasley twins didn't dare to delay for a moment, and rushed to their eyes in a swish. "Fred, George, let me introduce you. He is Byhow, the youngest son of the Felkas family. Like Ron, he is also a freshman at Hogwarts this year." Mrs. Molly introduced to the twins. "Hello, George, Fred." "Hi, this is Fred," said George. "He's George," said Fred. "If you need anything at Hogwarts, just come to us. We have a lot of interesting magic props to share with you." This is what the two of them said in unison. Byhow. As soon as the twins finished speaking, Zydia was jumping up and down and yelling, running towards her, and Locke followed her. "Zydia, Locke, how is Diagon Alley, are you having fun?" Byhow hugged Zydia and Locke, and then asked. "I saw a lot of interesting things. It's a pity, because there is no money in the magic world, so many things can only be seen but not bought." The expression on Zydia's face gradually changed from excitement to drooping, the kind of people who want to buy and buy again. The feeling of not being able to feel it is really uncomfortable. "I'm quite interested in the sport called Quidditch. I heard that it is a wizard riding a broom to grab rugby in the sky. I think it must be very interesting. Have great curiosity." No, Quidditch is not as simple as just grabbing the ball in the sky. If there is a chance, we will take you to watch the game. It is really passionate. Fred next to him said. "Honey, have you bought all your things? Why is there only one box?" Mrs. Mary only realized now that Byhow only came back with one box after leaving for so long. "No, I've bought everything. I've put everything in this box." Byhow picked up the worn-out suitcase in his hand. It was a box that had been cast with the infinity stretch charm, about the size of a small suitcase, and he'd found it at a junk store. But not Newt's. Newt's box full of magical animals can be said to be an alchemy prop. And the one in his hand is just an ordinary enchanted box, which has about the space of a refrigerator, a large refrigerator like ice cream sold on the street, and there is no switching function between Muggle mode and Wizard mode. By the way, the junk shop is not a real junk shop, but a shop in Diagon Alley that recycles used magic items, such as broken wands and the like. As for why he was able to find it in the scrap store, it might be that some guy named Malfoy saw that the box was too old and threw it away, and it ended up in Byhow's hands. Byhow silently glanced at a whitish mark on the box, where Malfoy was originally printed, although it was not the names of the two people he knew, but he still used magic to remove it. Can one box hold so many things? Mrs. Mary wondered. She had read the list in the admission notice, and such a small box might not even be able to hold a few clothes. Magic! Mary Aunt! Magic! Bai Hao patted the box helplessly. Then Bai Hao exchanged pleasantries with the Weasleys for a while, and then everyone in the Felkas family started to go home. Bai Hao, this is our home address. You are welcome to come to our home anytime, just send a letter with an L. Before leaving, Mrs. Molly handed him a note, and Bai Hao also sent his home address to the Weasleys. As the sun went down, everyone returned home. They had already eaten dinner. After Bai Hao strongly suggested to go to Chinatown to eat, he didn't want to go home and eat mashed potatoes. Bai Hao, let's see what interesting things you bought today. Zydia was lying on the sofa with her swollen stomach, and the others were also in a similar state. Because Huaxia cuisine is so delicious, everyone unknowingly ate too much, and now they can't live without it. Okay. Bai Hao put the box he brought back on the ground, opened it and took out 2 bird cages first. Woo! Woo! It turned out to be 2 owls, a brown owl and a white snowy owl, both with big round cat's-lane black eyes, whining in their cage. Bai Hao opened the cage and let them out. Wow, it's an owl. It's so cute. Zydia wanted to get up and touch them, but now she felt very uncomfortable when she moved her stomach, so she should just lie down obediently. In the wizarding world, owls are the messengers of wizards. They can help deliver letters and small objects. Bai Hao said as he watched the 2 owls fly out of the cage and then stood on the cage again. These 2 owls, brown owl named Dean, I keep at home. After I go to Hogwarts, I can use them to get in touch with anything at home. And this snowy owl is called Fina, and it goes to Hogwarts with me. Hey? Why do you need to use an owl to contact? Can't you call? Locke heard that he had to write in an owl to contact, with a puzzled expression on his face. I don't know the specific reason. I only know that our mobile phones or other electronic devices cannot be used when we arrive at Hogwarts. Bai Hao shook his head. By the way, I bought you gifts. Look, this is, it hurts. Said, before Bai Hao took out the gift from the box, 2 owls flew to his head. Shang Crazy was pecking at him, his expression was like this, obviously full of anger. It hurts. Don't peck. Bai Hao grabbed the 2 owls on his head. Woo! Woo! Dean and Fina whined and stared at him with angry eyes, which translates to, I'm hungry. Seeing them like this, he suddenly remembered that these 2 little guys have been locked in the box by him for most of the day without food or drink, no wonder they are so angry. Ah ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I forgot to feed you. After speaking, Bai Hao hurriedly dug out the special food for owls bought from the Eula Owl store from the box and fed them, and then they calmed down. Ha ha ha, let's continue. Bai Hao smiled to relieve the awkward atmosphere. Just now, Zydia and Mrs. Mary were looking at him with the eyes of a criminal, as if he had done something outrageous. Dean and Fina are so cute, how can you starve them? This is wizard chess, a very popular game in the wizarding world. It is similar to chess. The pieces in it can move. If you want to play, there is a rulebook inside. Bai Hao took out a folded chessboard, the chess pieces are placed inside. This book is called Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. It is written by a master of magical animals in the magic world. It records many magical animals that we usually think are legends but actually exist. Bai Hao took out another copy. He bought an extra copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and it is a gold-bound edition. The magical animals in the book can move in 3 dimensions and make sounds. Bai Hao thinks that no one in the world can reject this book, muggles or wizards alike. There is also this J.D. Roy Lockhart novel series, which is a very famous novel in the European magic circle. It is said that the stories in it are all real experiences. And this. Bai Hao kept taking out all kinds of gifts, big and small, from the box, some potted plants that could change into various colors, some had an alarm clock with Dumbledore turning the hour hand on time, some there are unicorn toys that can fly in the sky and sprinkle gold stars, and there is also a miniature Quidditch field with villains playing games and so on. After more than 10 minutes, the presents were finally distributed. Bai Hao raised his head and saw that everyone was fascinated by novelty. Zydia was flipping through Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, her eyes sparkling. Locke was staring intently at the miniature Quidditch pitch and watching the game. Bai Hao bought it from a Quidditch boutique. It was quite expensive. It cost him 100 galleons. The boss said that it was completely a certain Quidditch World Cup match was reproduced. Mrs. Mary was reading Wandering with Werewolves, which is one of the J.D. Roy Lockhart novel series, but Bai Hao saw her fascinated look. My God, he was a little I regret bringing this set of books home. I heard that this set of books is not cheap. In the end, Mr. Boris was studying wizard chess. He opened the chessboard, looked at the instructions with a frown, and fiddled with reversi to put them in the correct position, his face full of thinking. Seeing this scene, Bai Hao smiled, gently closed the box, picked it up and walked towards his room without any trace. Let them digest for a while, Bai Hao said in his heart. After returning to the room to pack his things, the first thing Bai Hao did was to take a shower. Although the magical world here is magical, the hygienic situation is really worrying. Every store he went to in Diagon Alley today has a common characteristic: smelly, dirty, and old. He was very surprised. It shouldn't be difficult to use magic to clean up. After washing himself nicely, Bai Hao lay on the bed, turned on the bedside lamp, picked up Standard Spell Elementary and read it. He wanted to have a preliminary understanding of the simplest magic in this world. 2 hours later, Bai Hao closed the book, tried the magic in the book one by one, then closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Ever since he knew that this world was HP's world, he began to search for all the memories hidden deep in his mind about this world. After reading the Standard Spell Elementary just now, he now has some guesses in his mind. Based on the comprehensive analysis of the current known information, Bai Hao can crush 99.9% of wizards in this world if he only uses magic to fight. After all, in Aslanti, the power of magic is for fighting. Of course, I dare not say it to Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Divorce Dumbledore can definitely do it too. As for Voldemort, let him die. Bai Hao, who knows the Horcruxes, is very easy to kill him, let alone a big melon. Bai Hao has plenty of ways to deal with it. In addition, it is speculated that the magic in the HP world is completely different from that of Aslanti. The magic here has a characteristic, that is, it is extremely idealistic. Judging from the memories and the magic that Professor McGonagall broke up today, the magic in the HP world can be summarized as, guided by human desires, bridged by the power of magic, and influenced by reality as a result. That is to say, the spell is only a suggestion to strengthen one's own mind or desire when casting the spell. The spell is not important, what matters is how much you desire to affect reality when casting the spell. For example, Wingardium Leviosa levitation spell is one of the most basic spells in the HP world. In the original book, Hermione was able to use it for the first time, probably because she was confident enough to use Feathers Float Up. Looking at Ron, he failed to cast spells in class. There are two possible reasons. One is his lack of self-confidence since he was a child. Of course, the feathers will not float up. But later on Halloween, in order to save Hermione from the troll, Ron's powerful desire to save people made him successfully use the levitation charm. As another example, Mad-Eye Moody, actually Barty Crouch Jr., once said that the killing curse cast by the little wizards might just give him a nosebleed. After all, he was still in school. A simple little wizard is unlikely to have a strong killing intent. So, in the world of HP, in theory, as long as your desire and will are strong enough, you can say what you want and control everything. But now this is just a guess. Bai Hao is still using the world tree to analyze all the magics he tried just now. As for the problem of the traces and magic fluctuations in the wand being monitored, a matter of banning magic spells is very simple. After thinking, Bai Hao opened his eyes and turned to look at the alarm clock beside the bed. It was already 9:20 in the evening. Let's read another one. Then he picked up another magic theory and read it. Time is still passing. At this moment, only the ticking of the alarm clock and the turning of the pages of the book are left in Bai Hao's room. The admission time is getting closer. Time passed day by day like a revolving lantern, and on August 31st, the day of enrollment arrived as scheduled. In the past half a month, Bai Hao probably read all the books on magic that he could get temporarily, and had a new thinking about the magic in this world. To be honest, Bai Hao never expected that with the world tree skill, all the spells that a first-year little wizard needs to learn would be completed in the first 2 days of his enrollment. But fortunately, the result of the spell analysis was almost the same as his previous guess. The magic strength in the HP world was directly proportional to the mind and will of the wizard. Now he can manipulate the power of the spells in the book at will. For example, releasing fluorescent flashes can release a blinding sun, releasing the floating spell can make a heavy stone fly. But there are still exceptions among them. The 1 or 2 that are almost indistinguishable from the 10 is transfiguration. Transfiguration is a magic that can change the nature of things. Not only can feathers be turned into apples, but umbrellas can also be turned into pigs, which are alive and able to bark. Bai Hao said that this is unscientific, not scientific at all. Turning feathers into apples, Bai Hao can also understand it as a simple alchemy maintained by magic power, which means that the essence of feathers has not changed, but its existing form in reality has changed due to magic power. But what the hell is a dead thing turning into a living thing? The pig can run, scream, and eat. When World Tree analyzed this thing, it said that it would pay more, otherwise it would go on strike. So in the end, the analysis of transfiguration is basically completed, and if you want to continue digging into its essence, you have to wait until you enter Hogwarts. Although it proved that most of his guesses were correct, Bai Hao still felt that something was missing after thinking about it. In the end, he felt that the problem was still in the soul. Soul magic is one of the magic in the HP world that is higher than that of Aslanti. Leaving aside Voldemort's Horcruxes, there are a large number of souls in Hogwarts, one of whom is a professor. The existence of ghosts seems to have special significance to Hogwarts and the entire wizarding world. In Aslant, only Jeref has research on the magic involving the soul. Fairy Tale's first president Mabes is the soul body, but Bai Hao travelled again before seeing her, so he has no contact with her at all. And the opportunity to study soul magic. Thinking about it, Bai Hao and the Felkas family have arrived at King's Cross Station by car. Platform 9 3/4, is there such a platform at King's Cross Station? Cydia stretched her neck and looked around, asking puzzledly. Zydia, I have taken you to Diagon Alley several times in the past half a month, and you should know that it is impossible for things in the magical world to exist in the world of ordinary people openly. Bai Hao patted Cydia on the back helplessly. Come with me, I know how to get to the platform. So Bai Hao led the crowd to the third pillar on the 9th platform and the 10th platform. It's here. Bai Hao pointed to the stone pillar in front of him, go through this pillar and you will reach the platform. In fact, he didn't know where the entrance to the platform was at all, but the magic power wrapped in this pillar was a bit too strong, and there was nothing else besides it. Ha, so it turns out that the third pillar of the 9th platform and the 10th platform is 9 3/4. Bolas said upon seeing this. Let's go. You close your eyes, grab me, and I'll take you in. After hearing Bai Hao's words, Zydia and Mrs. Mary each took one of Bai Hao's arms, while Mr. Locke and Mr. Bolas took his shoulder, and then Bai Hao led them through the entrance. Everyone in Felkas felt a gust of cool wind blowing over their bodies, and then smelled a strong smell of engine oil. We're here. Bai Hao said. When I opened my eyes, I saw a very old-fashioned steam train lined up on the track. The smoke exhaust pipe on the top was spouting hot white steam. The Hogwarts Express number 5972 train was written impressively on the locomotive. The train station platform was bustling with students and parents, each carrying a trolley of luggage. Looking up, a 9 sign was hanging on the wall. Finally we have come to the legendary platform 9 3/4. Bai Hao said in his heart a little excitedly. The scene in front of me has only been seen through movies before, but now I am standing in this place for real. I don't know why Bai Hao has a desire to explore. Ding! 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 As soon as he came in, he heard a rapid ringing of the bell. Attention Hogwarts students, there is still half an hour before the train departs. Students who have not boarded the train, please hurry up and prepare. A loud voice sounded, and a conductor pointed at himself with a wand. The position of the vocal cords shouted. Bolas uncle, Mary aunt, just send them here, and then I can do it by myself. Bai Hao said with a smile. Honey, you have to be careful about what you do after you go to school, don't take risks and do dangerous things, study hard, and you can write back if you have anything to do. Mrs. Mary pinched Bai Hao's face and said. Bai Hao, if you can't stay there any longer, just send a letter back, and I guarantee that you can enter the best school at any time after you come back. Bolas patted Bai Hao's shoulder. Bai Hao, you must write letters frequently so that we can know about your situation at school. Zydia also patted his head. Could you bring me some Quidditch-related gifts, if you can? Everyone rolled their eyes and said in their hearts, Locke, you are really a sight. After waving goodbye to the Fix family, Bai Hao got into the car with his refurbished small suitcase. After getting on the train, Bai Hao realized that the aisle of the train was very narrow, and the little wizards were crowded to walk back and forth on it, so he picked up the ability to squeeze the train when he went home during the spring festival, and spent a lot of effort to find empty carriages. Clean it up. The fragrance of flowers is overflowing. After entering the carriage, Bai Hao waved his hand casually and cast 2 magic wands, and the carriage immediately became very clean and filled with the fresh fragrance of flowers. Cleaning up is a simple spell in Standard Spells Elementary, and the fragrance of flowers is a new magic created by Bai Hao at the strong request of Mrs. Mary. After cleaning, Bai Hao closed the door of the carriage and cast a silent spell to block out the noise outside, then sat down and closed his eyes to rest. It is better to say that he closed his eyes and rested his mind, than he was building a great wall of thought to guard against Dumbledore's legilimency. In fact, for Bai Hao, there are many ways to deal with legilimency, but they are all active skills. Whether it is avoiding looking directly into the caster's eyes, occlumency, or the various mind-blocking magics learned in Aslanti, Bai Hao needs to take the initiative to cast them. It is difficult for him to guarantee that he will not be mentally slack and cause the secrets in his mind to leak out. So Bai Hao thought of using World Tree to create a skill that can passively defend against legilimency, called the Great Wall of Thought. The construction of the Great Wall of Thought takes a long time. Bai Hao started from the first time he came back from Diagon Alley. Until now, it is estimated that it will be 100% completed before reaching Hogwarts. Did anyone see a toad? A Neville lost one. While Bai Hao was building the Great Wall of Thought, the door of the carriage was suddenly slammed open. Bai Hao opened his eyes, and saw a fiery little witch standing at the door of the carriage, with a shawl and fluffy brown hair, proudly raising her little head. "Ma'am, has anyone ever told you to say please when you need help?" Bai Hao pressed his brows. Building the Great Wall of Thought requires a high degree of concentration, and being suddenly interrupted by this my head hurts a little. "Oh, I'm sorry, I was too anxious just now." A student named Neville was crying because he lost his toad. The little witch also realized her gaffe, and put away her previous haughty expression. "Forget it, you are also here to help your classmates." Bai Hao waved his hand. "Tell that classmate named Neville not to worry, the wizard's pet will find its owner by itself, and his toad will return to him by itself." "Is that so?" "That's great. Thank you for your help, I'll go back and tell Neville now." After hearing Bai Hao's words, the little witch immediately planned to run back and tell Neville the news. "Oh, by the way, my name is Hermione Granger, and I'm a first-year student at Hogwarts." After walking a few steps, Hermione turned back and introduced herself, then ran away quickly. What a passionate and arrogant little girl. This is Bai Hao's evaluation of Hermione when they met for the first time. Bai Hao got up and closed the compartment door that Hermione hadn't closed just now, then closed his eyes and continued to do his own thing. Boom! 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 After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, may I come in?" Hermione knocked on the door lightly. After Hermione returned to her compartment, she told Neville what she had heard from Bai Hao. After Neville was reassured, Hermione had been wanting to get to know the boy she had just met. It's not because of anything else, it's simply because of her own stubbornness. "I've read so many books about magic in the past month, why didn't I know that the wizard's pet will automatically find the owner? No, I need to know how he knows." This is Hermione's inner thoughts, and this thought also drove her back to Bai Hao's compartment. "Come in." Hermione heard the response from inside and opened the door, only to see Bai Hao sitting there looking at her. "Please sit down, Miss Granger." Bai Hao made a gesture of invitation. "Thank you, just call me Hermione." Hermione entered the carriage and closed the door, and sat opposite Bai Hao. "So, Miss Hermione, what can I do for you?" Bai Hao asked. "Actually, it's nothing, I just want to ask, how do you know that a wizard's pet will automatically find an owner?" Hermione asked straight to the point. Not twitchy, quite in line with her straightforward character in the original book. "Miss Hermione." "Just call me Hermione." Hermione corrected again, she seemed a little concerned about what others called her. "Well, Hermione, before answering your question, please tell me why Hogwarts requires us to only bring owls, cats, or toads as pets in the admission letter?" Bai Hao asked. He didn't mind answering Hermione's questions. In the guild, he helped those brothers and sisters solve the problems of magic practice. "I don't know about that." Hermione shook her head. "That's because these three are the animals that most resonate with wizards besides magical animals," Bai Hao said. "Echoing? What is echoing?" He was full of doubts, she had never heard of this concept. "Let me give you an example. Neville's toad is not a magical animal, so it has no magical power." Bai Hao took out his wand and tapped it in the void, and a light and shadow toad appeared between the two of them. "Wow! What kind of magic is this?" Hermione's eyes lit up. Light and shadow magic, pay attention. By-How tapped Hermione's head with his wand. By-How's teacher became energetic, and he was like this when he was helping Naz and the others to train in the guild. However, when Neville got his pet, his toad began to be stained with Neville's magic power. By-How waved his wand, and the original light and shadow toad transformed into a person holding the toad in his arms. Hermione, you have to remember that the magic power of everyone is like the fingerprints on the hand, they are all unique, because Neville and his toad have the same magic power, so the two sides gradually echoed, even if Neville's toad runs away, it can return to its owner by itself. The light and shadow between the two became a person and a toad connected by a thread, and then the toad found its owner again along the thread. So that's it. I understand. Looking at the vivid teaching in front of her, if Hermione still couldn't understand it, she wouldn't be the top student in the original book. Thank you. Hermione wanted to express her gratitude, but she suddenly found that she didn't seem to ask the name of the boy in front of her. My name is By-How Felkes, just call me By-How. By-How said with a smile. Thank you, By-How. Hermione smiled a little awkwardly, showing her cute little rabbit teeth. Hey! 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 At this moment, the sound of the train whistle suddenly sounded. Attention all students, the train is coming to the station, everyone get ready. It seems that a college senior is shouting outside, especially the first-year freshmen, put on your robes, don't run around after getting off the train, yours. Luggage will be sent to your dormitory. We're about to get off the bus. By-How stood up, stretched his arms and legs, and stretched himself. Then, dear Miss Hermione, you don't want to stand here and watch a man change clothes, do you? By-How looked at Hermione with teasing eyes. Hermione blushed after hearing this, then lowered her head and whispered, who would look at you? After speaking, she ran away. Ha ha ha, it's so cute, it's exactly the same as the original Myra. By-How recalled the days when he molested Myra when he was a child. By-How collected his thoughts, locked the door of the carriage, and was about to start changing clothes. Hey! 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 The flute sounded, and the train stopped near the platform. The door opened, and the students in the car rushed out of the car. Among them, the first-year wizards all looked around curiously after getting out of the car. Okay, first-year little wizard, please go this way. After getting out of the car, I saw a tall figure walking over holding a lamp. He is the keykeeper and gamekeeper of Hogwarts, Rubeus Hagrid, a half-blood giant wearing an oversized moleskin coat with all kinds of strange clothes hanging around his waist. Stuff. Quick. Don't be shy first graders, hurry up. Quick. Hagrid continued to urge. Hi. Hagrid. A boy stepped forward and greeted Hagrid. He had a pair of bright green eyes, and a thin lightning-shaped scar on his forehead could be vaguely seen through the dark and tousled hair. With such obvious features, there is no doubt that this person is the protagonist of the HP world, Harry Potter. Hi. Harry. Hagrid responded happily, smiling. By-How was the last person left on the train, and just as he was about to get off, he caught sight of a trolley out of the corner of his eye. What? So By-How turned back again, and when he got out of the car again, he saw a frog leg struggling frantically in his mouth, which smelled like chocolate. Okay, first graders, please come with me, and get on the boat here, each boat can only accommodate 4 people. Hagrid led the little wizards to appear. After getting on the boat, By-How found that because Hagrid was too big, he could only take a boat and walk in the front. By-How was sitting on the last boat. Besides him and Hermione, there was another boy on board, who seemed to be the blasting genius in the original book, Seamus Finnegan. Bow your head. Hagrid, who was walking in the front, suddenly shouted. It turned out that the fleet was about to pass through a cave. But this cave is very strange. After entering the cave, the boat in front of it disappeared instantly, and the surrounding area was pitch black. Combined with the dim light of the magic lamp on the boat, By-How's boat is like a lonely ship in the endless black sea. Like a boat, it is quite hostile. Suddenly plunged into endless darkness, how could the newly recruited little wizards bear such a shock? Many people began to shout, and the loudest one was a young master named Delacoe Malfoy, refer to Master Halloween what it looks like when you hear the troll. Don't be afraid, the stones in the cave will absorb the light, and you'll be fine once you get out. Hearing the noisy voice behind him, Hagrid could not know what happened, so he comforted him in his rough voice. Really, it's like this every year. Hagrid helped his forehead helplessly. It seemed that every year there were freshmen who were frightened here. At the back of the fleet, Hermione was holding Byhow's robe tightly. When she entered the cave just now, perhaps because of her inexplicable strong heart, Hermione refrained from screaming, but her eyes were still full of fear and panic. As for the other person on the boat, Simo, he didn't shout just now, but kept repeating, "Iwant mimum. I want to go home. That's all." After a few minutes, the fleet drove out of the cave one after another, and after turning around a bay, a huge castle appeared in front of them under the night sky. The half-hidden moon casts warm moonlight, and the black lake creates bursts of broken waves with the breeze. The spiky towers of Hogwarts Castle stand in the mountains, which itself carries a heavy sense of history and solemnity. Come! At this time, Hedwig's variations sounded again. "Students, Hogwarts is here!" Hagrid shouted. The boat moved slowly, and soon it landed on a small rocky beach, and the little wizards got off the boat one after another. Byhow looked up and saw a gravel road winding forward. At the end of the road was an upward stone ladder leading directly to the gate of the castle. There were a few street lamps that could jump around on the road to open the way for everyone. Go all the way up to the outside of the castle, push open the heavy wooden door, enter the castle, and then climb a wide stone staircase. Professor McGonagall is standing at the end waiting for them. "Freshman, Professor McGonagall." Hagrid stepped forward and said respectfully. "Thank you, Hagrid." Professor McGonagall took over the leadership of the new students. After handing over the first years to Professor McGonagall, Hagrid left, nodding and smiling at Harry before leaving. Professor McGonagall stood on the steps, looked down at the freshmen, folded his hands, and said solemnly, "Welcome to Hogwarts. You will pass through this door behind me in a while, and the other students are waiting for your arrival. However, before you are seated, the school will hold a sorting ceremony for you. There are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin respectively." Professor McGonagall squinted when talking about Slytherin. He glanced at Malfoy, not knowing what to say. "During the school period, this place is like your home. If you perform well, you will gain points for the academy. Otherwise, if you violate the school rules, you will lose points. At the end of the year, the academy with the highest score will win the Academy Cup. Then, please wait here for a while, the sorting ceremony will officially begin." After speaking, Professor McGonagall turned and left, preparing for the next important sorting ceremony. It seems that what they said on the train is true. Harry Potter has come to Hogwarts. Seeing Professor McGonagall leave, the arrogant Malfoy started to make trouble. "This is Crabbe, this is Goyle. Then it's like the original plot. Harry and Ron have a relationship with Della and then fall in love with each other, blah blah blah." On the other hand, Byhow is not in the mood to watch the children bicker. What he is thinking about is which college he will go to later. He has already built the Great Wall of Thought and he can choose at will. To Gryffindor? The main character is there, it's not interesting, and according to the main character's law, going to Gryffindor must be a lot of trouble, so don't go. To Slytherin? A group of immature kids full of pure-blood ideas. The dormitory is still underground in the Black Lake, the environment is cold and humid. Bai is afraid that he will get rheumatism. It seems good to go to La Wen Kilo. There is a dedicated library, which should be of great help to him in analyzing and creating magic, but it is a bit annoying to answer questions every time he goes back to the dormitory. Byhow is not good at playing brain teasers. How about going to Hufflepuff? Close to the kitchen, there are a lot of house elves cooking for themselves, it seems not bad. After much deliberation, Byhow decided to go to Pol Wen Kilao. He can cook at any time, and the house elf will not refuse his request for a few more steps. As for your quiz? What a big deal, can't you go through the gate and go through the window? It's not like he can't fly. The above is Byhow's thought activities in just a few minutes. Byhow, which college do you think we will go to? Just when he had just decided which college to go to, Byhow felt his clothes being ripped. Hermione was actually standing behind Byhow the whole time. From the very beginning, she saw Byhow standing there silent and pretending to be deep, so she stepped forward and pulled Byhow's robe to talk to him, so as to relieve her nervousness. Mood. Oh. It's Hermione, I was thinking about something and didn't notice you just now. Byhow scratched his head. Are you asking which house we'll go to? I guess you'll go to Gryffindor, and I'll go to La Wen Kilo. Byhow said with a smile. Hey? Why do you think I'm going to Gryffindor? Hermione raised her eyebrows. After seeing Baihao's magic on the train, Hermione felt that it was not surprising that Baihao entered La Wen Qiluo. But what she didn't understand was that before entering school, she learned from the book that the quality represented by Gryffindor is courage, so compared to the Lion House, Hermione felt that as a top student, she should respect knowledge more. Ravenclaws. Haha, you'll know later. Baihao didn't answer Hermione's question clearly, and played a charade. Hermione does have Ravenclaw qualities in her. But judging from the original book, when Harry and Ron got into trouble at Hogwarts, Hermione was involved in a lot. If it were the Kitty Hawks, they wouldn't be so restless. Besides, Hermione overlooked an important point. The literal translation of Ravencrow is Raven's Claw. Of greed. No, you. Hermione annoyed others playing riddles the most. She couldn't bear the feeling that the answer was right in front of her eyes but she couldn't touch it. It's already inside, please follow me. Just when Hermione was about to press on, Professor McGonagall on the other side had already stopped the conflict between Della and Ron with cold eyes, and continued to look at each other like that. I'm afraid the two of them are going to kiss together. Push open the door with beautiful reliefs, and a bright hall comes into view. The ceiling of the hall simulated thunder and lightning because it was enchanted, and a row of animal statues were inlaid on the walls on both sides. Each animal was different, but without exception, they all held a hanging pendant. The brazier, together with hundreds of candles floating in the air, illuminated the entire hall with its burning fire. There are 4 extremely long tables at the bottom of the hall, and students from the 4 colleges are sitting around them. They are whispering and looking at this year's freshmen with scrutiny. Under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, the freshmen walked through the aisle in the middle of the hall and came to a step. I saw a chair on the steps, and a sorting hat on the chair. Behind the hat were the professors and staff of the school. There was an old man with a white beard between the professors and the staff. The old man was the headmaster of Hogwarts August Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall stopped the freshman from moving forward with his hand, then walked up the steps, stood beside the sorting hat and said, "Before the ceremony begins, Professor Dumbledore wants to say a few words to everyone." Dumbledore stood up. "I have a few notices for the start of school to announce. Please pay attention to first-year freshmen, Bara. This paragraph was skipped directly. After Dumbledore finished speaking, the sorting ceremony officially began, and Professor McGonagall opened the parchment in his hand. "Students who report their names will come forward, and I will put the sorting hat on your head, and then confirm the college you are going to." Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat. Hermione Granger. Hermione was the first to read. When Hermione heard her name, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She wanted to relieve her nervousness. "No, well, relax, don't be nervous." Hermione comforted herself as she walked towards the sorting hat. Sitting in the chair, Professor McGonagall put the sorting hat on Hermione's head. "Oh, very good, that's right, good. Gryffindor." The sorting hat made a decision in less than 5 seconds, and the long table belonging to Gryffindor burst into warm applause. Hermione walked down the steps and happily ran to the Gryffindor table, filled with shock as well as excitement. "He guessed right, I really went to Gryffindor." Hermione thought to herself. Draco Malfoy, Susan Bones. The next step is to follow the procedure, the most eye-catching of which is of course our protagonist Harry Potter. The whole hall is assigned to Gryffindor. Burst into warm applause. Baihao Felkas. Baihao's name was finally read. Baihao walked up the steps, looked at the sorting hat who was also staring at him, and stared with dead fish eyes. Just now, it looked like nothing from a distance, it was just worn out, but when he got closer, Baihao saw that the sorting hat seemed to be not only worn out, but the shiny brim of the hat might not be 1,000-year-old hair oil. Baihao's head was covered with black lines, and he turned to Professor McGonagall and said, "Professor McGonagall, please forgive me for waiting." Then he drew out his wand and pointed it at the sorting hat. "This is not a request, but a notice. Today, when the heavenly King Laozi came, he had to clean up the damned sorting hat before putting it on his head." Before Professor McGonagall had time to react, she saw Baihao pull out her wand, and her eyes were filled with panic and disbelief. "Clean it up, enhanced version, ... A burst of white light flashed, and the powerful light made people in the hall unable to open their eyes for a while. After a while, everyone saw that the sorting hat held by Professor McGonagall had a new look. "Become clean. Oh. Nice. This is not what Bai Hao said, it is the voice of most students in the school at this moment. They couldn't stand the greasy hat for a long time. Many people responded to the sorting hat very much when they were sorted. Oh! My God, Mr. Felkes, how dare you! Professor McGonagall patted her chest. She thought Bai Hao was going to do something dangerous, but she knew exactly what the little wizard in front of her could do. Mr. Felkes, because of your behavior, after the colleges are assigned, you will deduct 10 points from your college on the first day of school. Professor McGonagall said angrily. Oh! Bai Hao didn't care, it doesn't matter if they are inseparable. Minerva, there's no need to be so angry. At this moment, Dumbledore slowly stood up. What a beautiful cleansing spell, Mr. Felkes. Dumbledore looked at Bai Hao with deep eyes, then turned to Professor McGonagall and said, although Mr. Felkes' behavior is a bit rash, but it's true that the sorting hat hasn't been cleaned for hundreds of years, so we don't need to bring grudges to the freshmen. What do you think, Professor McGonagall? Okay, I understand, Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall changed back to his previous serious face, then, Mr. Felkes, let's continue the sorting ceremony. Professor McGonagall holds up the brand new sorting hat. Okay, thank you two professors, I'll continue. After bickering with the sorting hat, Bai Hao was sorted into La Wen Kilo as he wished, and his life in Hogwarts officially started. After the sorting ceremony, Bai Hao sat at La Wen Kilo's dining table and ate a mess. The dinner was very sumptuous, including cake, cherry pie, apple pie, French fries, fried chicken legs, roast turkey, etc. As for the big plate of mashed potatoes, Bai Hao automatically ignored it. After dinner, the headmaster of La Wen Kilo was leading the little wizards of the first grade to the dormitory on the 8th floor. Hi everyone, I'm Caroline Luxon, the headmaster of La Wen Claw, and I'm very pleased to welcome you to La Wen Claw Academy. Our school emblem is an eagle, and the colors represented are sky blue and bronze, which means flying high above the pinnacle that no one can reach. Caroline Luxon led the freshmen who had just been assigned to La Wen Kilo through the moving stairs. Our common room is located at the top of Raw and Cloud Tower, hidden behind a door with a magic knocker. Through the arched windows of the circular common room, there is a panoramic view of the Hogwarts campus, Black the Lake, the Forbidden Forest, the Quidditch pitch and the conservatories. No other college has such a view. Caroline proudly introduced her academy and led the little wizards to a wooden door. The door was old, with a crow-shaped bronze knocker inlaid on it. I don't intend to exaggerate, but this is indeed the place where the smartest wizards live. As our founder, Roina La Wen Kilo said, extraordinary ingenuity is the greatest wealth of human beings. We don't need to hide the entrance to the common room like other houses do. Our common room door is at the top of a long, winding staircase and has no handle, just an enchanted crow-shaped bronze knocker. When you knock, the Raven Ring will ask you questions, and you need to use your wisdom to enter. For nearly 1,000 years, no one except Ravenclaw can pass through this simple barrier. So now, who wants to try it? Caroline turned around and said to everyone. I'm coming. A freshman from La Wen Kilo volunteered to step forward, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Boom! 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 Crowring trembled and said, Can you cover the sky with leaves? Just cover your eyes with leaves. The student guessed it without thinking too much, so the students who were assigned to La Wen Kilo still had a lot of trouble. Correct. The wooden door was opened, and the little wizards entered one by one. Bai Hao followed behind. Before entering the lounge, he glanced at the wooden door at the entrance and thought to himself, it's made of wood? After that, can I just break through the door if I can't answer the questions? At this time, the entrance to the La Wen Kilo public room was closed, but the bronze crow ring on the door suddenly shook again, as if it felt a deep malice. After entering the lounge, Bai Hao took a look around. It was a large circular room with elegant arched windows on the wall and blue and bronze silk hangings. From the window, you can see the beautiful scenery outside. Scenery. The ceiling is designed as a dome with stars and moons on it, and the dark blue carpet on the ground is also decorated with stars. There are sofas, tables and chairs, lamps, and some fresh fruits in the room. In the alcove opposite the door is a bust of white marble statue of Roina Ra and Caro. Behind the statue is a huge bookshelf with at least 1,000 books on it. A door next to the bookshelf leads to the dormitory above. This is the common room of the college, the habitat of wise people. There are a total of 1,126 books here. You can read them as you like, but don't take them out of the lounge, because these precious treasures it is a collection that belongs exclusively to Ravenclaw for 1,000 years. The ghost of our college is Ms. Grey, she is the daughter of Eagle Progenitor, she is a very beautiful lady. She seldom speaks, but she will talk to La Wen Kilo. Asks. She helps you when you get lost or can't find something. Then in the end, I wish you a wonderful night. The entrance of our dormitory is next to the bookshelf. After you go up, you can see the sky blue silk quilt on the four-poster bed. The sound of the wind blowing in front of the window makes you people feel very comfortable, and of course you can also enjoy the beautiful starry sky of Hogwarts through the window. The above is Caroline's welcome speech to the freshman as the senior. After disbanding, Bai-Hao didn't stay in the lounge, but hurried to the dormitory. The entrance to the dormitory was a mirror, and his luggage had been placed next to a four-poster bed. He opened the suitcase and took out all the bedding inside. He replaced the pillows prepared by the school with his own, and the silk soft quilt prepared by the school was also replaced by a quilt cover from home, and then took out his own a large throw pillow, with a fairy tale guild emblem hanging above the bed. Then call it a day. Sleep. Bai-Hao is already very tired, because to build the Great Wall of Thought, a high degree of concentration means a high degree of mental exhaustion, so after this day, he just wants to have a good sleep, and wake up tomorrow to talk about something. But I fell asleep for a while. Oh, by the way, I don't seem to have showered and brushed my teeth yet. Feeling his body and mouth were sticky, Bai-Hao remembered that he hadn't washed yet, so he fought back his drowsiness and got up to wash up. After returning from the bathroom, I steamed my hair dry with magic, and continued to climb into bed and lie down. But after not sleeping for a long time, Bai-Hao felt itchy and painful on the solace of his feet exposed outside the quilt, and then there was a 3D buzzing around his ears. FK. Why are there still mosquitoes? So he got up again and used the transformation technique to turn the quilt cover he had changed into a mosquito net, and then retracted his whole body into the quilt. It's finally quiet. The moon was sparse, and the moon ran out from the clouds. The black lake below the mountain was sparkling, and the faint reflection of Hogwarts Castle was surrounded in the middle, as if wishing everyone a good dream tonight. On the first day of school, in La Wen Kilo's dormitory, there was a ringing sound, waking Bai-Hao who was still sleeping soundly from his sleep. The one that rings is a magic clock, which can only call people at regular intervals, but cannot tell the time, because all electronic devices cannot be used in Hogwarts, even the alarm clock with batteries, so Bai-Hao bought one specially. Bai-Hao sat up with difficulty, stretched himself, rubbed his eyes, he was still sleepy and was constantly reminding him to sleep in. Relying on instinct, Bai-Hao staggered towards the bathroom to wash up, then staggered back to the room to change his clothes, then staggered to the cafeteria, and staggered to sit on a chair. Finally, I swayed and ate breakfast. Until... Whoa! Who served me the mashed potatoes? Bai-Hao shouted angrily, a familiar smell rushed into his nostrils, and his mind instantly sobered up. How come you can still eat mashed potatoes without Mary Aunt here? Bai-Hao took a sip of milk, looked around, and found that everyone was looking at him strangely. Don't worry about it, keep eating. Bai-Hao waved his hand awkwardly, and continued to eat breakfast. Good morning, Bai-Hao. Bai-Hao looked up, and saw Hermione sitting in front of him holding a book. The book was as big as his two faces. Good morning, Hermione, how's your first day of school? It's pretty good. Although I'm in a new environment, I slept well last night. I read a book for an hour when I got up in the morning. Hermione, if you study like this, your body will break down if you continue for a long time. Bai-Hao shook his head after hearing this. Studying requires a combination of work and rest. It's only the first day of school, and if you spend so much energy studying like this, your body will not be able to stand it after a long time of. But if I don't read more, I won't be able to keep up with the others, said Hermione stubbornly. Can't keep up? Hermione, don't you think that you are from a Muggle family, so compared to your classmates from wizard families, your starting line will be far behind others. Bai-Hao raised his eyebrows. It can be seen that Hermione's crazy study is not only caused by her strong character, but also caused by her lack of confidence in her Muggle family background. Isn't it? The adults around me will teach their children various knowledge and skills from an early age. Hi. You're wrong, Hermione. Bai-Hao sighed, knocked on the table and stood up, only to see that the empty plate that was used for breakfast on the table just now disappeared suddenly. and it seemed that it was taken away by a house elf up. You probably don't know that to become a wizard, a person must experience a magical riot, no matter if the person is a child of a wizard or a muggle family. By-how and Hermione left the cafeteria and walked to the classroom side by side. So, the first class is Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's class. Does it make a difference? Hermione asked. There is no difference. Before the magic riot, it was very difficult for even a wizarding family to teach their children the skills and knowledge about magic, because without magic, they couldn't do anything. You can't expect a child to learn words without a pen. And even if a child had a magic riot when he was very young, his parents would not teach his child to use magic. Why? Because power can control people, Hermione. Children don't have the mature will to control the power of magic. Forcibly teaching magic will only cause magic to backfire on themselves in the end. You will understand the truth later. By-how is serious. Said. Not to mention children, even in Aslanti, how many mature magicians fell into darkness because of the power of sinking magic. In order to pursue power by all means, destroy humanity, and gradually lose self, there are too many such things. However, potions is an exception, but you must know that although potions do not require magic power, they require talent. Potions itself is extremely complicated. If there is no potions master to teach it from an early age, it is impossible to learn in a short period of time. You can learn it. So that's the case, then it means that I am actually better than most of the first-year students in the school. Hermione's eyes sparkled, and she gradually burst out with confidence. Of course, it's just that it doesn't include me. Cut. Hermione couldn't refute this, she knew By-how's ability. By-how and Hermione walked to the classroom after chatting. Maybe it's because it's a little early, there are only 2 or 3 little wizards in the classroom, some are reading, some are lying on the table and sleeping in the cage, and some are writing hard and don't know what they are writing. What is particularly eye-catching is that there is a cat on the podium in the classroom, a tabby cat with square glasses pattern on its face. Seeing this, By-how pulled Hermione and walked towards the podium. Hermione looked at him suspiciously. He leaned forward slightly and nodded, "Good morning, Professor McGonagall." The tabby cat leaped forward, and instantly changed back into human form under Hermione's shocked expression. "Good morning, Mr. Felix, Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall still had a serious face as usual. Hermione next to her was still in a daze, and By-how patted her on the head. "Ah. Oh. Good morning, Professor McGonagall." Hermione reacted, covering her head, and By-how used a little force when she patted her just now. "Good morning." Professor McGonagall nodded, and then turned to look at By-how. "Mr. Felix, if you are here to send Miss Granger to the classroom, you can go back to your classroom now. I don't want first-year students to be late for class on the first day of school, let alone you are in your dean's class." "Oh? Isn't my classroom here?" "That's right, I didn't seem to read the class schedule last night." By-how just remembered now that he fell asleep last night, not knowing what class he was going to have today, and because he woke up in the cafeteria, so Hermione took him to the Transfiguration classroom in a daze. "Ha ha ha, Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry, do you know where my classroom is?" By-how asked embarrassingly with a ha-ha. "It's on the 4th floor. If you don't want to be late, you'd better hurry up." Professor McGonagall looked at By-how angrily. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall, I'll go now." "Hermione, we'll talk when we have time." After speaking, By-how turned and walked out of the Transfiguration classroom. Looking up, I saw that the stairs on each floor were changing randomly. The little wizard had to be careful if he didn't want to fall down. Seeing this, By-how squinted his eyes, and a magic circle lit up under his feet. Sky magic, galloping wind. A gust of invisible hurricane arose under his feet, and By-how flew to the 4th floor with a whiz, and even avoided a changing staircase in the middle, which stunned the students from the 1st floor to the 4th floor. Why take the stairs when you can fly up? Still such a troublesome staircase. Flying to the 4th floor, By-how asked a student next to him, classmate, where is the charms classroom?" But the student didn't speak, just pointed in a direction blankly. "Okay, thank you." By-how walked towards the classroom, but he didn't know that his behavior just now caused an uproar among the students. That student seemed to fly up without using a broomstick just now. What was the blue light on his feet just now? Is it an alchemy tool? He can fly? He can fly! Which college is he a student? I want him to be my boyfriend. His eyes were red and hay. In a blink of an eye, it was lunchtime, and Bai Hao was sitting on a chair in the middle of the cafeteria, enjoying his meal. Look, today he swooped from the first floor to the fourth floor, scaring everyone present. It's him. I heard that his feet are still shining when he flies. No, I heard that he will grow wings from his back. Wings? Is he an animagus? Hey! What kind of wings are those? Why don't we guess what kind of animal his animagus is? The rumors spread more and more crooked, and finally some people even thought that Bai Hao was some kind of magical animal that turned into a bird spirit. In the cafeteria hall, there were 2 or 3 students gathered here and there secretly looking at Bai Hao, and whispering and chatting in low voices. Bai Hao didn't pay too much attention to the discussions around him. He is not afraid to show his abilities. Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger is not in line with his personality, and he believes that sometimes if you pretend to be a pig too much, you will really become a pig. So, be generous, do what you want, and don't take the initiative to cause trouble. After all, the only secret he wants to hide is his identity as a time traveler. As for other things, he is too lazy to think so much. After all, intrigue is very tiring. I don't want to have grey hair at such a young age. Bai Hao thought to himself. Of course, if someone dares to covet his power, he also has enough confidence to sweep away all ghosts and monsters. Hey, Bai Hao! While eating, suddenly 2 hands hooked around his neck, one left and one right. They were the Weasley twins. George, we've all heard. Fred, how do you do it? George, if you tell us the secret of flying. George and Fred, we can exchange alchemy items with you. Bai Hao turned his head to look at the 2 of them, rolled his eyes, quickly finished the spaghetti bolognese in front of him, and pretended to sit up straight and wiped his mouth. You pretend to be a yo-yo. I didn't see you talking about table manners when you stuffed things into your mouth like crazy just now. Tuco from the author. Ahem. George, Fred, it's not that I won't tell you, but you won't learn this method in a short time. Bai Hao cleared his throat, and said to the Weasley twins in an impatient tone. He didn't lie, the learning of the magic circle can't be done overnight. In Aslanti, how to describe the magic circle, how to fix the magic circle, how the magic power flows in it, and finally how to complete the stable release of magic are all basic things that need to be learned from childhood. Whether it is self-awakening magic or self-learning magic, the magic circle is unique and incompatible with other magics. If you do not pay attention to the details when constructing it, it will easily cause the magic to fail or even the magic circle to lose control explode. This also led to the fact that Aslan's mages could only learn 1 or 2 kinds of magic in their entire life, because a person's energy was limited after all. And Bai Hao is able to ignore such restrictions because of the natal magic like the bug of world tree. The Weasley twins looked at each other. How long does it take to learn that? George asked. You have to learn the basics for a year, or even longer. Bai Hao replied. That's too long. Is there a quick fix? Fred asked. They didn't want to tie themselves up to learn flying magic, which would delay their research on prank props. Yes, just use the levitation charm. Bai Hao pulled out his wand and waved it, and George and Fred flew up. Wow! Cool. Still casting spells silently. The floating spell is very simple. Both of you must know it. As long as you work hard to strengthen your proficiency in the spell, you can control the direction of flight. After Bai Hao controlled the Weasley twins to fly over the cafeteria, he put them down. Fred, thank you, Bai Hao, this is the retractable ear, as a thank you. George, put one end in your ear. Fred, put one end where you want to eavesdrop. George and Fred, no one else's secrets will be hidden. George and Fred slipped away happily after stuffing a few ropes to Bai Hao, apparently planning to test fly. Bai Hao shook his head, and stuffed the stretchable earbuds into his pocket. This thing should be useful. Give me 5 more sausages and a pumpkin cake. After seeing off the Weasley twins, Bai Hao felt that he was not full, so he ordered another dessert after dinner. Immediately 2 plates appeared in front of him, containing 5 sizzling sausages and a pumpkin cake. Bai Hao continued to gobble it up. The efficiency of the house elves is still quite high. After lunch, Bai Hao went back to the dormitory to take a break, picked up the schedule and looked at it. There were only 2 potions lessons in the afternoon, with Gryffindor and Slytherin. At the same time, he found that the class arrangement at Hogwarts was simply unbelievable. This is not right, there are only less than 4 hours of class time a day, and some even only have 2 classes a day, so what do you do with other time? Surfing? There are only 7 classes in the first year of Hogwarts: astronomy, charms, defense against the dark arts, herbology, history of magic, potions, and transfiguration. Based on the 80-day Hogwarts semester, excluding weekends and holidays, there are still about 50 days of class time. One class is half an hour. On average, there are 13 classes and 6.5 hours of class time per week. The semester is about 45.5 class hours. For Bai Hao, who has experienced exam-oriented education, this is indeed unimaginable. What has he learned? Although he doesn't understand the teaching mode of Hogwarts, it has no effect on Bai Hao. What to eat, what to drink, what to do. After sleeping in the dormitory for an afternoon, in the afternoon, potions classroom. Bai Hao walked into the classroom slowly. There were still 10 minutes before the class started, but there were already many people sitting in the classroom. It seemed that Professor Snape was notorious. Bai Hao. Here. Hermione saw Bai Hao coming in and waved to him. Bai Hao walked over, sat next to Hermione, and took out various tools needed for potions from the bag that had been cast with the infinite stretching spell. I have to say that the infinite stretching spell is really easy to use. Bai Hao, have you heard? The professor who taught us the potions class was the head of Slytherin, Professor Snape. He often used various reasons to deduct marks from other houses in class, so that Snape Lightland has won the Academy Cup for several years in a row. Hermione said in a low voice. I've heard about this, but don't you think it's in line with Slytherin's qualities? Ambitious, unscrupulous. Bai Hao looked indifferent. As a student, it is normal for Hermione and other students to hate Snape. After all, compared to other professors in the school, Snape is harsh, cold, mean, and often criticizes and embarrasses students mercilessly. But for Bai Hao, he actually admired Snape. Severus Snape, he certainly has a bad side, but he has been praised in many ways: Master of Potions, Half-Blood Prince, and Master of Occlumency. He is devoted and loves Harry Potter's mother, Lily Evans, willingly to bear the misunderstanding of everyone, and silently guards Harry Potter, even though he is also the child of the enemy. He asked Harry to look at him before he died, just because Harry had the same eyes as Lily. He is unfathomable. He cruised between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters, accomplished the undercover mission brilliantly, and made an indelible contribution to the elimination of Voldemort later. He is very responsible and responsible. Before the defense of Hogwarts, as the headmaster, he tried his best to protect the students from the Death Eaters, and preserved vitality for the subsequent decisive battle. He is extremely outstanding, the youngest headmaster in the history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the youngest headmaster in the history of Slytherin House, a professor of potions, a professor of defense against the dark arts, and a recipient of the Merlin Second-Class Medal. Therefore, Bai Hao has no reason to hate such a person, because as for himself, he can't do better than Snape. The students in the classroom were still chatting twitteringly. Suddenly, with a bang, the door of the classroom was pushed open, and the classroom became quiet for a while. A figure walked in quickly, with a thin body, straight hair, cold and unfathomable eyes, sallow complexion, a large aquiline nose, wearing a black robe and cloak, like a big bat. This class doesn't require you to fiddle with wands or spells, so I don't think many of you will appreciate the profundity and precision of potion making. Snape stood on the podium, arms crossed. Heshi, said condescendingly. However, for those very few people who are really interested. At this moment, Snape kept staring at Malfoy, and Bai Hao heard that Snape seemed to be his godfather. I can teach you how to confuse your mind and your senses, I can teach you how to earn fame and glory, and I can even teach you how to live forever. Now, roll call, then. Snape opened the roll call. But he paused when he saw Harry Potter's name. Oh, yes, he whispered, Harry Potter, this is our newcomer, a big name. Snape stared at Harry hard, having said that, maybe some of you came to Hogwarts with extraordinary abilities and extraordinary self-confidence. Potter. He began to rage before finishing his name. Tell me, what will I get if I add daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? Harry glanced at Ron next to him, and Ron was as stunned as he was, while Hermione, who was sitting next to Bai Hao, raised her hand high. I don't know, Professor, Harry said, his voice shaking slightly. Snape pouted contemptuously, tisk tisk, it seems that fame doesn't mean everything. Let's try again, said Snape. Potter, if I asked you to find me a bezoar, where would you find it? I don't know, Professor. Harry's eyes were full of puzzlement and annoyance. He didn't know why the professor in front of him was targeting him like this. And Hermione was still the same, holding her hand high, eager to stand up and answer the question directly. I don't think you've read a single book before term started, have you, Potter? Harry tried his best to meet Snape's eyes. Then tell me what's the difference between aconite and aconite chamajasmia. I don't know, Professor. Harry continued his previous answer, and at this moment he couldn't bear Snape's aura and lowered his head. Then, Mr. Felkes, tell Mr. Potter the answer to the question just now. Snape suddenly turned his finger on Byhow without warning. Byhow was planning to watch a play next to him, but when he heard Snape calling him suddenly, he was stunned. What did you ask me to do? You hate him. I have nothing against you. Byhow rolled his eyes and said impatiently. Byhow stretched out his hand and pulled Hermione's raised hand down, and Hermione gave him a stare in disbelief. Narcissus root powder and wormwood can be mixed together to make a powerful sleeping pill, which is a dose of life and death water. Bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a cow, which has a strong detoxification effect. As for Aconitum acanthus and Camomilla aconitum is the same plant, also collectively known as aconitum. This is not difficult for Byhow. He does not need to endorse the book. He uses memory magic to download the content of the book into his brain, and retrieve it like a computer when needed. Understood? So why don't you write it all down? Snape said in a low to high voice. His powerful aura filled the classroom. The students all lowered their heads and wrote quickly, fearing that Snape's fangs would bite them sometime. Potter, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor for your ignorance. Snape looked at Harry coldly. As for Felkes, although you answered the question correctly, you don't respect the professor, 1 point for Lewin K. Sure enough, I still can't like this person, I just rolled my eyes. Byhow said to himself angrily. Appreciating a person and liking a person is a dialectical issue. Potions class continued, except for the Slytherin students, the other students were still in dire straits. Snape divided everyone into pairs and instructed them to mix a simple potion for scabies. Potions is a subject that Byhow needs to study carefully at Hogwarts, because the ability of World Tree is only for magic and cannot analyze potions. The production of potions is very difficult. The order and grams of materials to be put in require the precise operation of the pharmacist at each step, and there are strict requirements on the direction of stirring and the number of turns. And even for making the simplest potion such as the scabies potion, Byhow strictly followed the steps in the book, but he almost failed in the middle, and Snape also deducted another point from Ravenclaw for this. And Byhow discovered that this potion was very dangerous before it was made, and scabies would cover his body when he touched it, and 2 students were carried out in the middle. Professor Pu said something. It was finally the end of get out of class, and when the bell rang for the end of class, all the little wizards breathed a sigh of relief. This potions class was held with trepidation, like a war, so when Snape said that the class was over, everyone ran out of the classroom like a mouse being chased by a cat. Filks, Professor Dumbledore wants to see you. Just as he was about to step out of the classroom door, Snape's cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. What should come will come. Byhow sighed and looked at Hermione. I'll wait for you in the library, Hermione said softly. Byhow nodded, turned to Snape and said, Let's go, Professor Snape. Although he knew that this would happen sooner or later, Byhow never expected that he would run into the White Demon King who was respected and feared by the entire European magic community on the first day of school. The headmaster's office is located in a separate small tower in Hogwarts. Like the lounges of the 4 colleges, you need to give the correct password to enter. A huge stone beast guards the principal's office. Behind the stone beast is an automatic spiral staircase, and the top of the staircase is the office door. Toffee finger cakes. Snape said the password to the guardian stone beast. The stone beast opened slowly, revealing the stairs behind, and after Snape entered with Byhow, the stone beast closed again. Climb the stairs, open a gleaming oak door with a griffin-shaped brass knocker, and in the room an old man with a white beard is standing at a table eating a heap of cockroaches. Professor Dumbledore, Felkes is here. Snape said deadpan. Byhow remembered that he seemed to hate Dumbledore. Ah, welcome, Mr. Felkes, do you want some cockroaches? Dumbledore turned his head with a smile, and looked directly into Byhow's eyes with deep eyes, as if he wanted to learn something from it. At this moment, the traveler from another world and the devil of this world finally meet. Professor Dumbledore, it's very rude to use legilimency on your own students. Bai-Hao raised his eyebrows. Just now he felt a prying force hit the great wall of thought in his head. How could he not know the old bee in front of him was spying on him with legilimency? Oh! You know occlumency. Dumbledore looked away like a child who was caught doing something bad by an adult, and awkwardly picked up a pile of cockroaches and ate them. Just now, his legilimency only saw a blank, so he thought Bai-Hao knew occlumency. Mr. Felix, would you like some? Dumbledore pushed forward the silver plate containing the heap of cockroaches. Bai-Hao picked up one and looked at it, and there was no difference in appearance from the usual cockroaches. To be honest, its appearance alone can keep many people away, let alone eating it. But Bai-Hao didn't have this kind of psychological pressure. When he was a child in the first life, he searched all over the mountains and plains to find bamboo maggots to eat. When he found them, he washed them and threw them into his mouth. Throw the pile of cockroaches in your mouth and chew, not to mention it is quite delicious. The taste is crispy, sweet and delicious, but the cockroach legs are a bit tongue-piercing, and it gets greasy after eating too much. Yes, it's delicious. Bai-Hao took another cockroach pile and threw it into his mouth. Then, may I ask Professor Dumbledore, what's the reason for calling me here? Oh, of course, but before that I need to express my apologies to you, Mr. Felix. Dumbledore lifted the hat on his head slightly and put it back on again. Please forgive a dying man. The old man just took the liberty. After all, the current magic world is actually not peaceful. I accept your apology, Professor Dumbledore. Bai-Hao shrugged, picked up another pile of cockroaches and ate it. Bai-Hao didn't pay much attention to Dumbledore's behavior, because if it were him, a student who used strange power suddenly appeared in the school, and this student was from a Muggle family, which could not have attracted a high degree of attention. So, Mr. Felix, how did you do it? Dumbledore looked directly at Bai-Hao. This time he did not use any magic. It's just simply using the power of the wind. Bai-Hao said perfunctorily. You know that's not what I mean, sir. Cut. Bai-Hao rolled his eyes. He just wanted to test if he could get past it. If he could, he didn't need to explain so much. But the fact is that it is impossible to fool the White Demon King in front of him. That being the case, let's talk straight, don't bother to say those twists and turns. A sky-blue magic circle lit up under Bai-Hao's feet, exactly the same as the one he used in the school corridor before, and a small hurricane lifted Bai-Hao up. This is the power I use the magic circle. Because it was just for display, Bai-Hao didn't deliberately maintain the effect of magic, so the hurricane dissipated within a short time. Bai-Hao stood firm, reached out and took another pile of cockroaches and threw it into his mouth. It seemed that the more he ate, the more addictive he became. Dumbledore remained silent after watching the display of the magic circle. His eyes kept looking at the position of the magic circle just now, without any expression on his face. After a moment of contemplation, I have to say, it's really a magical power. Dumbledore raised his head, but I'm curious, as far as I know, you were adopted by a Muggle family when you were young, and your name didn't appear until you were 10 years old. How did you manage to master this power in such a short period of time when you were on the Hogwarts admission list? Mr. Felix, would you mind telling me? I'm sorry, Professor, this is my secret. Bai-Hao refused without even thinking about it. Without revealing his identity as a time traveler, it would be very troublesome to explain the source of his power, and he was really too lazy to use his brain. You old bee can't force me to speak out with the old wand, can you? Dumbledore didn't speak when he heard the words, but just continued to stare at Bai-Hao, making him feel uncomfortable looking at Bai-Hao. If I remember correctly, the old bee doesn't seem to like women. Professor, don't look at me like that. I can assure you that I am not malicious. I came to Hogwarts just to study. Open your mouth to break the silence between the two of you. I trust you, Mr. Felix, but I want you to promise me one thing. Dumbledore smiled. Please, Professor Dumbledore. I hope you can protect Harry at the critical moment. Dumbledore continued to maintain a smiling face, but the corners of Snape's eyes twitched behind Bai-Hao. Can I ask you a question, Professor? Bai-Hao stared at the dead fish eyes, chewing on the pile of cockroaches in his mouth. Since you want to protect Harry Potter, why did you put Voldemort in the school? To be honest, Bai-Hao didn't understand that there were many ways to temper people, but Dumbledore chose a dangerous method with uncertain results. Dumbledore's pupils shrank slightly when he heard Voldemort's name, and Snape held his left arm vigorously with his right hand. Extraordinary courage, Mr. Felix, I haven't heard anyone dare to call his name for a long time. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, he knew what Baihow was talking about, the rotten look on Quirrell the Breath couldn't hide from him. He's not as scary as everyone imagined, Professor. Baihow shook his head, and took another pile of cockroaches without any trace. His soul can only cling to others to survive, compared to your old friend, he is too far behind. You should know that a few decades ago, Voldemort might not have survived a month. Baihow looked at Dumbledore with a little disdain. He once found a dilapidated notebook in a scrap store. It was a notebook written by a saint to record wars. It clearly recorded the wizard war led by Grindelwald decades ago. Saint, an extremely loyal follower of Grindelwald, powerful and infatuated with Grindelwald himself. It can be seen from the notes that it was a bloody war that spread to the whole world. In order to win, the saints used all means. If a terrorist like Voldemort had been placed in the vortex of the war at that time, he would have been torn apart in an instant. Baihow looked at Dumbledore and thought to himself, so, a clown like Voldemort can dance in front of you for so long, what are you doing, White Lord? It seems that you know more than I thought, Mr. Felix. Dumbledore sighed, at that time, I made a wrong judgment and used the wrong method, and I regret it. By the time I found out that he had fallen into darkness, it was too late. This is Harry's fate, and it is also Voldemort's. Sooner or later, one of them will die. I hope that person will be Voldemort, not Harry. So, Mr. Felix, will you grant my old man's request? Baihow closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then opened his eyes and looked at Dumbledore and said, I can promise you, Professor Dumbledore, but only if I happen to bump into him and he is in danger, you know I can't always be there by his side. Baihow agreed to Dumbledore, if it just happened to happen, this kind of thing would be a piece of cake for him. Thank you, Mr. Felix. Seeing that Baihow agreed, Dumbledore's expression relaxed. As long as he could get Baihow's promise, he didn't expect Baihow to really protect him anytime and anywhere. Harry, that was no different than a babysitter, and it didn't help Harry grow up. Then, please ask Professor Snape to send our little wizard out. I think the house elves can prepare a good dinner for Mr. Felix. Dumbledore looked at Snape. Snape nodded without saying a word, waved his robes and walked towards the exit. Oh, by the way, Horcruxes are the secret to Voldemort's immortality. Just as Baihow was about to step out of the door of the principal's office, he suddenly remembered something, turned his head and said something to Dumbledore, and then disappeared into the darkness. He's weird, Albus. This kid can't be trusted. His power is too weird, we have to monitor him. After Baihow left, the portraits of the successive Hogwarts headmasters in the headmaster's office began to speak. They all agreed that Baihow's background was unknown, and it was too hasty to ask him to protect Harry's safety. Dumbledore ignored their speech, but sat on a chair, closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Seeing that Dumbledore was silent, the portraits gradually fell silent, and the whole office fell into dead silence. Boom! Until the sound of a door opening broke the silence. You can't leave Potter's safety in the hands of such a strange man. Snape walked in quickly, his dark robe swinging back as he walked so fast. Severus, I didn't entrust Harry's safety to him, I just asked him to help Harry when he was in danger. Dumbledore opened his eyes and stood up slowly. We don't know his purpose. What if his target is Potter? Snape stared at Dumbledore. Nobody but him is a danger to Harry. He's a Death Eater. Snape said through clenched teeth. Severus, everyone is responsible for what they say. You are slandering your own students. I don't believe you can't feel that he doesn't have the breath of a Death Eater. Hearing Snape's words, Dumbledore his eyes sharpened suddenly, and they looked straight at Snape. Compound potion. Don't you think it's childish for you, a master of potions, to say these things? Snape wanted to argue, but Dumbledore cut him off. Then tell me, why do you believe him? My distrust once created a Dark Lord, and I cannot repeat the same mistakes. Dumbledore's eyes turned dark. Severus, trust me, he can be trusted. Just now, he could feel the power of the magic circle, and he believed that Baihow had the ability to protect Harry. Most importantly, Dumbledore recalled what Baihow said to Hermione today, power will control people, and a person needs to have enough will to control the power of magic. Humph! I hope you know what you're doing, White Lord. Snape turned sullenly and walked towards the door, preparing to leave the headmaster's office. Severus, Horcruxes. Snape didn't respond, but Dumbledore knew he knew what he was about to do. After Snape left, Dumbledore walked to where Byhow was standing just now, bent down, and picked up a piece of parchment hidden under the rug. Magic reappears. Dumbledore tapped the parchment lightly with the Elder Wand, and said a spell. Suddenly, a sky-blue magic circle appeared on the parchment, and a hurricane was released. If Byhow was still here, he would have shouted, "Fuck, you old cunt." The parchment was borrowed by Dumbledore from Nicole Flamel. It is an alchemy prop that can record magic. It can be released repeatedly, as long as the magic power is replenished. Dumbledore carefully studied the magic circle on the parchment. Although he could feel the mystery in it, it was still difficult for him to research it in a short time. After a while, the magic circle slowly disappeared. Dumbledore stared at the blank parchment, wondering what he was thinking, and stretched out his left hand to the pile of cockroaches on the table, but found nothing. "Oh, he ate all my cockroach piles." Dumbledore rubbed his head angrily. Byhow didn't even leave him a cockroach leg. "Looks like Fawkes will have to go to Honeydukes to bring some back, but before that... Fawkes, can you take me to Nico's place? He needs to go to Nicole Flamel's place. If he wants to study the magic circle, he cannot do without this master alchemist who has lived for hundreds of years." Hearing the sound, Fawkes spread his wings, and golden flames ignited all over his body. After a cry, Fawkes and Dumbledore disappeared into the principal's office together. After Byhow left the principal's office, he looked out the window, and it seemed that it was getting late. He took out the mechanical pocket watch in his pocket and looked at it. Oh, it was past 5 o'clock. Byhow scratched his head. He didn't expect to stay in the principal's office for more than an hour. So he took out his wand and waved it in the void, and a light and shadow owl appeared in front of him. "Go!" The owl immediately flew out of the window. In the Hogwarts library, Hermione was sitting here, reading a book seriously. "Hey? What's that?" Hermione suddenly heard people in the library discussing in low voices. Looking up, a light and shadow owl hovers in the library. Byhow. Hermione knew this magic, she had only seen Byhow use it in Hogwarts. The owl landed in front of Hermione, and the light and shadow's body suddenly spread apart, recomposing a paragraph of text. "I'm waiting for you in the cafeteria." Hermione froze for a moment. Which bastard dared to use magic in the library? Mrs. Pincy's angry voice came from not far away. Hermione felt a chill rushing up her back, and immediately put away her textbooks and ran out of the library. She didn't want Mrs. Pants to find out that the owl just now had something to do with her. The students who dared to make trouble in the library would forever leave a terrifying shadow in their hearts, including the Weasley twins. Hermione hurried to the cafeteria and entered the hall, only to see a figure sitting inside and feasting. Hermione rolled her eyes. Didn't Byhow notice that everyone around him was looking at him like a troll? When she saw the stacks of empty plates, she was a little frightened. How could a little wizard eat so many things? Even adults couldn't eat so much. In fact, there is a reason why Byhow eats so much food. The passivity of World Tree can help him slowly increase his magic power, and most of the food he eats will be decomposed by World Tree and converted into magic power and stored in the body. The magical power can help him speed up his cultivation and increase his body's capacity for magical power. Byhow. Hermione stepped forward. "Oh. Hermione, you're here, let's have dinner together." Byhow looked up and saw Hermione, and swallowed the food in his mouth. "I'll wait until we eat. Is Professor Dumbledore looking for something for you?" Byhow glanced up at the ceiling of the cafeteria, then looked down at Hermione. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "Truth." Hermione rolled her eyes. What was she doing listening to lies, wasting time? "Oh. You want to hear the lie first, don't you?" Byhow said with a smile. "You want to hear only the truth? Do not. I'm going to tell it all." "No, you heard it wrong, I meant." Hermione naively thought that Byhow hadn't heard clearly, and wanted to explain. "The lie is that Professor Dumbledore asked me to teach him magic." Byhow ignored Hermione and put on a haughty expression to himself. Seeing Byhow's appearance, Hermione picked up the book in her hand and threw it over. How could she not know that Byhow was just teasing her? Dumbledore is the greatest wizard of this century, how could he ask a first-year wizard about magic? For the book Hermione threw over, Byhow didn't even look directly at it, because the book had been controlled by him and floated in the air before it hit him. Bai Hao continued, the truth is that Professor Dumbledore wants me to protect someone at a critical time. Protector? Who? Hermione asked suspiciously. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Hermione's eyes widened, showing a surprised expression. How is it possible? He is the one who defeated the Dark Lord. Besides, there are professors in the school. Hermione was very puzzled. She had read something about Harry Potter in the book. How could Dumbledore let Bai Hao, a first-year student, protect him? You're lying to me. Hermione subconsciously thought that Bai Hao was still teasing her. No way. I never lie. Bai Hao glanced to the upper right corner, but he was not very confident in what he said. Of course, he did not lie just now. Dumbledore asked him to protect Harry Potter. Then tell me, why did Professor Dumbledore ask you to protect Harry? Hermione still had a look of disbelief. Because of Voldemort. Bai Hao said flatly. Hiss, fuck. Hermione gasped and almost said his name. How dare you say his name? Hi. He's not as scary as you imagined, he. Bai Hao waved his hands, thinking about getting ready to give a speech. Wait a minute. But before Bai Hao started acting up, Hermione ran away quickly without saying a word. Several question marks appeared on Bai Hao's head. Why are you going? I haven't officially started to talk about it yet. Bai Hao went crazy. It's fun to share secrets with others. This is just the beginning. Bai Hao scratched his head, and in order to relieve the depression in his heart, he ordered another 20 sausages and 20 chicken drumsticks and ate them. But after a while, Bai Hao saw Hermione dragging a green-eyed boy wearing round glasses into the cafeteria. Hermione, what are you doing with me in the cafeteria? I've already had dinner, Harry said. He didn't understand why Hermione ran up to him suddenly, dragged him to the cafeteria without saying a word. Shut up. Bai Hao, keep talking. Hermione pulled Harry to sit in front of Bai Hao. Bai Hao blinked. He didn't expect Hermione to pull Harry over. I didn't expect you to find Harry. Bai Hao took a sip of his juice, then I'll continue talking. It's good that Harry is here, so as not to have to explain again later. Are you Bai Hao Felkus from La Wen Luo Academy? Since he had just attended potions class, of course Harry clearly remembered this classmate in front of him who was targeted by Snape just like himself. Yes. It's me. Bai Hao smiled. Then who are you? Harry looked at Hermione and Bai Hao suspiciously. Why did they bring him here? Harry, do you know about the scar on your forehead? Bai Hao looked at Harry. You know, Hagrid told me that it was left by a man named Voldemort. He had heard other people say that he couldn't say the name Voldemort. Voldemort, of course, you can't easily call him by his name. His name is cursed, and anyone who speaks this name will be terrified, and no matter where you hide, he will find you. Then Harry, since you're here, I won't talk nonsense. I'll just tell you one thing, Professor Dumbledore asked me to protect you, but only if you happen to be in danger when I meet you. Professor Dumbledore? Protect me? Why? Harry was full of doubts when he heard what Bai Hao said. Why did Professor Dumbledore find someone to protect me? Who is this fix in front of him? What does Professor Dumbledore have to do with him? Similar questions filled Harry's mind. You will know the specific reason later. Remember, you are always in danger until Voldemort's noseless guy is dead. Bai Hao looked at Harry, so don't take risks lightly. After all, neither I nor Dumbledore can stay by your side all the time. And Bai Hao wanted to say something more, but suddenly paused, and then. Okay. That's it. Disband. Bai Hao clapped his hands and stood up. He was full and ready to find something to do, although he didn't know what to do yet. Hermione and Harry, on the other hand, were completely stunned. That's it? Please tell me in detail. But when they reacted, Bai Hao had disappeared. Bai Hao originally planned to talk to Hermione and Harry about Voldemort again, but then he turned around and told these things to the two little lions. I'm afraid it's not too much trouble. So Bai Hao decided to only talk about the agreement between Dumbledore and himself, and talk about other things later. It's been a few days like this. This Thursday, after a full dinner, Bai Hao returned to the common room of La Wen Luo. He plans to read a book here tonight, and hide from the two little lions who are still full of curiosity. Hermione and Harry had been pestering him a lot during this time, asking him to reveal more about Voldemort. And Bai Hao didn't say anything, lest they get into trouble and let Bai Hao wipe their ass. So you can't say that you can't hide? So Bai Hao hid in the common room tonight? Want to come in? Answer the question of the Raven Ring first, and then say that only the students of Ravenclaw can enter for thousands of years. This is not empty talk. Bai Hao looked back and forth on the bookshelves, and chose a copy of The Origin of Magic to read. The signature seemed to be written by a master of magic theory more than 200 years ago. Sitting on the sofa in the lounge, I opened the book. The first is the preface. I am a muggle, I am a wizard, and I am looking for the origin of magic. Be careful, stranger, don't go after them lightly, it will drive people into madness. This is the last warning of a dead man. The pages of the entire text are in red letters on a black background, giving people a sense of horror, as if warning people not to open the book. Never mind. Although he said so, Bai Hao frowned, showing a rare serious expression on his face. Before opening the book, Bai Hao didn't feel anything wrong, and the cover of the book was normal with the title written on the sheepskin. But after opening this book, a vague force invaded his brain. If it weren't for the existence of the Great Wall of Thought, Bai Hao really wouldn't have realized what happened to him. This book is very dangerous. The power just now seemed to be a curse, and it dissipated when it hit the Great Wall of Thought. The specific effect is unknown, but it drills into the human brain, so it is by no means a simple curse. Continue to turn down, the pages of the book are still black, but there is no text. Continue to scroll down, still nothing. Keep going, still nothing. Until the last page was turned, there was no text, only black paper. Damn! Playing with me. Bai Hao threw the book to the ground. Bai Hao Felkas. Just as Bai Hao was throwing the book, Ravenclaw Sr., Caroline Listen, walked in. As soon as Caroline entered the lounge, she saw the freshman who was popular in the whole school a while ago throwing La Wen Qiluo's precious collection of books to the ground, and she was furious in her heart. Bai Hao Felkas, thanks to you being a Ravenclaw, you dared to throw the Book of Wisdom on the ground. Caroline rushed up and picked up The Origin of Magic. I must tell Professor Feliway, you must get the punishment you deserve. Hey! Wait a minute, I'm not. Bai Hao didn't have time to explain. Hey! Is there this book in the lounge? Caroline saw the title of the book on the cover, but she didn't have this book in the lounge. So she was going to open it and have a look. Wait a minute, Caroline, don't open it. Seeing that Caroline was going to open this weird book, Bai Hao planned to stop it. But unfortunately it was too late. Caroline turned the pages of the book, her whole body froze there, the whites of her eyes were gradually swallowed up by the darkness, her dark eyes were staring straight at the book in front of her, and her throat made a hissing sound like a snake. Oops! Seeing Caroline like this, Bai Hao didn't know that she had been tricked. This curse was far more powerful than he had imagined. He thought that such a small curse would not be enough to affect people immediately, but the situation in front of him told him that he was wrong. There was no time to think about it, Bai Hao was about to use magic to save people now, and no one knew what effect this ghost thing would have on Caroline. He found this book by himself, and he would be responsible if Caroline died. Fairy Ball. Activate. A golden magic circle lit up, with extremely complicated lines and a bird-like symbol in the middle. The powerful light from the magic circle shot through the windows of the lounge, stunned the students outside. Fairy Ball, one of the 3 super magics of fairy tale, is called Absolute Defense, and it has a function: the fairy ball will freeze the time of people and things sealed in it. Bai Hao is going to seal Caroline and the damn book together. The light of the fairy ball gradually dimmed, and the lounge became chaotic due to the magic storm just now. A golden sphere was suspended in the middle of the lounge, with a fairy logo on it. Oh! My God! What happened? After a while, Professor McGonagall and Professor Feliway led a group of students into the lounge. Mr. Felkas, can you explain? Professor McGonagall covered his chest and looked at everything around him, his eyes full of panic and worry. With a gloomy face, Bai Hao pointed to the goblin ball and said, "This is Caroline Luxon inside." What? Caroline? Professor Feliway almost fainted. Caroline is his very good student. Mr. Felix, what happened here? Professor McGonagall looked serious and slightly anxious, and she was a little stuttering when she was usually calm. Where is Professor Dumbledore now? I want to see him. Professor McGonagall looked at Bai Hao's gloomy face, and understood that she could not solve this matter alone. Come with me. Professor McGonagall and Professor Feliway took By-How and the Goblin Ball and walked through the crowd to the principal's office. By-How, what happened? Several people met Hermione on the road. Seeing Hermione's anxious face, By-How gently patted her little head, and comforted her, "It's okay, go back to the dormitory. Then continue to the principal's office. ZZB Candy." Professor McGonagall walked up to the gatekeeper stone beast and said the password. The stone beast opened, and everyone walked in quickly. Entering the principal's office, Dumbledore was already waiting here. "I already know things. Mr. Felkes, what do you want to say?" Facing the crowd, By-How recounted what just happened in the common room. After a moment of silence, "Fox, please bring Severus here." Fox croaked and disappeared into the office. "Professor Dumbledore, do you know what that is?" By-How looked at Dumbledore's expression and felt that he should know something. "If I remember correctly, it's a blood curse." "Oh! My God! Blood curse!" Professor McGonagall covered his mouth, his eyes full of horror. And next to him, Professor Feliway couldn't stand and sat on the ground. All of them know what the blood curse is. It is an extremely vicious curse. It can make people lose their minds over time and turn them into beasts. The power of the curse is preserved in the blood and passed on to the next generation. Extremely difficult to remove. This is an irreversible but incomplete blood curse. Its biggest feature is that it will turn people into a half-human, half-snake monster in a short period of time, and obey the orders of the Parseltongue. Is this Voldemort's handwriting? By-How's face was very scary at this time, and he couldn't analyze what he said before, but when he heard Dumbledore say the word Parseltongue, he immediately thought that this matter had nothing to do with Voldemort. "It doesn't matter." "I think so, Mr. Felkes, the power on your body has attracted his attention. Back then, he used this blood curse to control those who resisted him. The killing between relatives and friends was very cruel." "Fuck." By-How's face was ashen, he didn't expect to capsize in the gutter this time. Before, he had been relying on his strong fighting power and didn't pay much attention to Voldemort, but in retrospect, the magic tree addition points in the HP world are very different from Aslant's. In Aslanti, almost all the bonus points of the magic tree were added to the power branch. Magic is either used for combat, or serves for combat, which also contributed to By-How's super combat effectiveness. But in the world of HP, the addition points of the magic tree are biased towards the mysterious branch. Under the mysterious system, By-How's powerful magic is like hitting the cotton with a fist, and he can't find it everywhere. And this time Voldemort's plot was a reminder to him that he must be cautious in everything in the future. This time it was just his luck, in order to prevent Dumbledore from building a great wall of thought in his mind in advance, otherwise things would be really troublesome. Then Professor Dumbledore, does Caroline still have a chance to save? By-How looked at Dumbledore. "If the effect of this magic is really as you said, I think everything is still in time." Dumbledore stared at the goblin ball. "If this magic can really freeze the time of the sealed people and things, then Caroline is still saved. I'm here." Following a cry, a golden flame rose in the office, and Snape walked out of the flame with his usual gloomy expression. "So, what did our celebrity do?" Snape looked around at the goblin ball in the middle of the office, and then at By-How, with a playful expression on his face. "Severus." Dumbledore roughly said the matter, and he could only rely on Snape, the potion master, to break the blood curse. "I see." Snape looked at By-How with cold eyes, but there was a rare seriousness on his face. Then, "Mr. Felkes, can you take out that book?" "Okay." By-How stretched out his hand, and a small magic array wrapped around his wrist, slowly reached into the fairy ball, took out the book inside, and handed it to Snape. "There is still a blood curse left in it." Snape picked up the book and looked at it, and then confirmed the situation of the curse inside. "It seems that as long as this curse disappears, this book will completely become an ordinary book. How much time do you need?" Dumbledore looked at Snape. "Some materials need to be collected through special channels. I can concoct the potion in 2 weeks." "Filks, is there a problem?" Dumbledore turned his eyes to By-How again. "Even if I die, this seal will never be broken within 8 years. That's up to you, Severus." Snape turned around and left the office without saying a word. The sooner the potion materials were collected, the better. "Minerva, Felius, you go back first, please explain to the students. Mr. Felkes, please stay." Professor McGonagall and Professor Feliway nodded, then turned and walked out of the office. By how, I can call you that, what are you going to do? Dumbledore took a plate of sizzling honey and put it on the table. By how took two and threw them into his mouth. Professor Dumbledore, if you don't mind, I'm going to Professor Quirrell's office now. By how wanted very much to rush to Quirrell and grab the thing on the back of his head. By how, you need to calm down. You were right before, but in fact he is far more difficult than I realized, and he can even catch up with my old friend. Dumbledore's deep eyes seemed to be memories arose. You haven't found out the whereabouts of the Horcrux yet. By how frowned, looking at Dumbledore's appearance, he might not have made any progress on the Horcrux matter. You haven't found out the whereabouts of the Horcrux yet. By how frowned, looking at Dumbledore's appearance, he might not have made any progress on the Horcrux matter. After you provided the secret of the Horcrux, I recalled what happened when he was still in school. Now it seems that because of my negligence, I even killed a student and put another innocent person on his back. Heavily charged to this day. Making a Horcrux requires sacrificing life. By how looked serious. In fact, he doesn't know much about Horcruxes, only limited to the number of Horcruxes and the locations of the 4 Horcruxes. There are 7 Horcruxes in total, one of which is Harry Potter, one is the diary at Malfoy's house, one is the crown of Ravenclaw hidden in the room of requirement, and the last one is a snake named Nagini. As for the other 3 words, to be honest, By how can't remember clearly. I think so, Myrtle Warren should be the first victim, but it's strange, the sacrificed life should not give birth to ghosts. Hee. Playing with one's own soul by profane life? In a sense, Voldemort is a complete idiot. By how sneered. Split soul has a proper term in modern medicine, schizophrenia. Because of his childhood relationship, Voldemort is not mentally normal. Deep in his heart is a serious inferiority complex and a strong desire for self-protection. After entering Hogwarts, he learned that the ability of his Parseltongue came from Slytherin with noble blood. The darkness in his heart and the arrogance of his own blood collided with each other and made Voldemort gradually embarked on the path of gaining strength and desire for power by all means. And the Horcruxes greatly exacerbated the madness in his heart, and finally caused him to gradually lose himself and be controlled by power and desire for power. By how, just do what you want, but don't cause a stir, and don't affect the students. I will take care of the rest. Dumbledore suddenly said something unexpected by how. According to the past, Dumbledore would only protect and train Harry Potter as his main purpose, asking by how not to act rashly. That's what you said, Professor Dumbledore. By how raised his eyebrows. Although I don't know what this old bee wants to do, but since he said so, by how will take the initiative to find something to do. Because now it seems that in this Hogwarts where accidents happen every year, trouble is inevitable. Less than a week after the start of school, troubles began to find their way. Although it was also the reason why he didn't hide it much, but no matter how you say this trouble came a bit too fast, this is probably the so-called world correction power. After watching by how leave the principal's office, Dumbledore looked at a black cabinet, which contained the only pensieve in England. He walked straight over, and at the same time subconsciously stretched his hand towards the table. Oh! God! He ate all my candy again. Just as Dumbledore was scratching his head remorsefully like a child, outside the principal's office. By how was wondering if he should go to Quirrell's office and get Voldemort out and beat him up. But after thinking about it again and again, it is really difficult to do it in the school. If it is confiscated all at once, the school will be blown up. So he thought about looking for opportunities when Voldemort went to the Forbidden Forest. Before that, he would go to the Room of Requirement to find the crown of Ravenclaw. The Room of Requirement is located on the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Troll and the Stupid Barnabas. When the user concentrates on the desired venue and walks through that section of the wall 3 times, a very smooth door will appear on the wall, allowing you to enter the desired place. I want to go to the place where Ravenclaw's crown is. Looking at the door that appeared in front of him, by how pushed it open and walked in. This is a huge room full of sundries, all kinds of dilapidated items piled up into hills. By how suspected that all the obsolete things since the establishment of Hogwarts were placed here. If you want to find Ravenclaw's crown from here, it is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Hiss, how can I find so many things? I don't know how to perceive magic. By how scratched his head in bewilderment when he saw the hills. So in the end, he can only use a stupid method, looking for it with the naked eye, and turning it over with a human hand. An hour later. Hey! Don't look for it now, go get some perception magic. Bai Hao got impatient looking for it, there are so many things, and he doesn't know how to find the year of the monkey just by searching this way. According to the ball, go back to sleep first. Bai Hao threw away the tattered portrait he just picked up in his hand. Leaving the room of requirement, Bai Hao walked down the dark corridor without any disguise. He seemed to have forgotten about Hogwarts and Filch, the night watchman. But just as he was about to walk to the door of the lounge, Bai Hao suddenly saw a portrait in which several people were happily eating steak. He rubbed his stomach and felt a little hungry, but the cafeteria is closed now. So he rolled his eyes, suddenly thought of something, turned around and jumped off the 7th floor, frightening the few students who were swimming in the dark at night. Got to the 1st floor, found the entrance to the basement, and finally found what he was looking for in the corridor. It was a still life portrait of fruit. Behind the portrait was the big kitchen of Hogwarts, where all the food Bai Hao ate in the cafeteria came from. Bai Hao scratched the pear on top of the fruit bowl in the painting, and the pear gradually turned into a green doorknob. Opening the door, hundreds of house elves in the kitchen heard the movement at the door, and turned around to look at Bai Hao, who suddenly appeared at the door of the kitchen with big pitiful eyes. Ah! A little wizard from Hogwarts. Oh sir, what can I do for you? Sir, what do you want to eat? I can make it for you. Because it was rare for someone to come to the kitchen, the house elves excitedly flocked to Bai Hao's side, talking one by one, making Bai Hao a little at a loss. Wait a minute, you come one by one, I can't hear what you're saying. Bai Hao tried to reassure the house elves, but it didn't seem to work. Wait, don't grab my pants. After trying to appease him a few times, the house elves still seemed to have not heard Bai Hao's words, chirping and wanting to serve him, and some of them almost pulled him away. His pants. In the end, Bai Hao couldn't take it anymore, he raised his pants and shouted, I order you to shut up. Hearing Bai Hao's roar, the house elves fell silent for a moment, their eyes showing fear. But... Bad fairy! Bad fairy! You made the little wizard angry. A house elf named Fairy began to knock himself on the head hard. Ah! Bad boy Paman! Bad boy Paman! Bad Kaka! 1 past 10, 10 past 100, the scene became even more out of control in an instant. My god! Quiet me! Bai Hao roared again, this time even using loud voice. This time it finally calmed down, Bai Hao pressed his brows. The servility of the house elf was simply too much for him, a child raised under a red flag, to have serious discomfort with it. Hey, prepare me 5 plates of tomato bolognese noodles, 10 German roasted pork feet, 20 roasted chicken legs, and 30 sausages. Bai Hao stared with dead fish eyes. Okay, sir, we'll prepare it for you right away. The elves scrambled into the kitchen and began to prepare Bai Hao's supper, for fear of losing this special honor if they were too late. After eating and drinking, Bai Hao leisurely returned to the dormitory and slept until the next day. Today is Friday, and the morning is defense against the dark arts class, the first class since La Wen Qiluo started school. Defense against the dark arts classroom, where Ravenclaw's first-year students arrived early. As the class time approached, Professor Quirrell walked in tremblingly, looking like he was about to faint, with a disgusting garlic smell all over his body, and the little eagles couldn't help covering their noses. Looking at him like this, who would have thought that there is an extra face behind his head that shouldn't be there? Classmates, students, let's start class now. Professor Quirrell took out his textbooks, stammered and smiled embarrassingly. However, the little eagles below are still very restrained. If it was replaced by the little lions, they would be considered polite if they couldn't laugh out loud. But within a few minutes of the class, the eaglets started staring at each other collectively. Because it took Professor Quirrell only 1 minute to speak a sentence, so he could speak 30 sentences in one class. Just this lesson, let's take a hammer. So the little eagles gradually began to doze off, some were reading, and some were passing notes to each other. But Bai Hao didn't participate in it, he was like a strange species entrenched in the eagle's nest, observing Quirrell blankly. Mr. Filks, may I ask, do you have any questions? Professor Quirrell smiled happily when he saw Bai Hao staring at him, feeling as if someone was listening to him. Professor Quirrell, I found a diary written by a Hogwarts student a long time ago. It said that the Dark Lord was a half-breed. Is it true? Bai Hao pretended to be innocent. The first temptation and provocation against Voldemort was thrown. Of course, the diary was fabricated. Voldemort was a half-breed. This may be a secret to many people now, but it was not necessarily true to some people in Slytherin House back then. Byhow's question blew up the little eagles who were still fishing, and they all looked at Byhow with incredulous eyes. How is it possible? The Dark Lord is a half-blood. Isn't he a pure blood? The eaglets began to discuss in low voices. But Professor Quirrell's face was twitching, and Voldemort on the back of his head was in a powerless rage. I'm going to kill him. Quirrell. Kill him. Voldemort was now thinking that he must kill the little wizard in front of him. Voldemort's biggest taboo is that he is a half-breed, but he himself hates muggles and muggle wizards extremely. What Byhow said hit his biggest pain. To be honest, if it didn't hurt many students, Byhow would really like to say to his face, Voldemort is a mudblood. Mr. Felka. Mr. Felkas, this kind of thing that has no factual basis can't be explained by a diary alone. Quirrell's 10 fingers kept rubbing each other, and Voldemort's anger made him tense. BA will not pretend. Let's continue the class, haha. Quirrell smiled stiffly, and brought this matter to the past. Let Byhow continue to talk like this, and Quirrell felt that he would peel off his skin if he didn't die after returning. And Byhow did not continue to ask. His goal has been achieved. In addition to disgusting Voldemort, the biggest effect of the question just now is to create public opinion. The so-called fearful words, the absurd blood theory of pure blood glory is the time disappeared from the wizarding world. Pure blood glory is Voldemort's banner to encourage the declining pure blood families to join his camp in the environment of intensified blood conflicts after the International Statute of Secrecy. In the early days, Voldemort disguised himself with his personality charm and pure blood theory, attracted followers and made full use of and controlled others by observing their emotions and values. But after achieving his goal, he stopped pretending. Voldemort would reuse people who were half-bloods and excluded, but who could bring real benefits, such as Snape. Collude with werewolves, giants, and other marginalized bottom-level biological groups in the magical world for their own use, and at the same time win over and use the cowardice and vanity of pure blood families. It can be said that this kind of blood theory is Voldemort's greatest power, and it is also the reason why Voldemort is powerless to make trouble but can still influence the magic world to fear him. Otherwise, relying on his own strength alone, Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix could surround him and beat him to death. And if you want to ask why Byhow did this instead of just running over it, it's just that he thinks it's too boring to do that. Besides, he doesn't like bloodlines. As a flower grower, he thinks that promoting a wizard revolution is worth a trip to this world. Under the secret discussion of the kittens, Professor Quirrell walked out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom tremblingly, and the first Defense Against the Dark Arts class of Ravenclaw ended hastily under the intervention of Byhow. After class, Byhow went back to the lounge to read for a while, and then went to the cafeteria, where he saw many young wizards were already discussing the topic of Voldemort's possible half-breed. It seems that the public opinion has already begun to ferment. When it reaches a certain level, Byhow will directly throw out the evidence, no matter whether it is fabricated or real. He speaks adult language. Byhow Felix. Just as Byhow was wolfing down his lunch, a voice sounded from behind. Byhow looked up and looked back, only to see Hermione standing behind her aggressively, with the word angry written all over her little face. Oh, Hermione! Eat pig's trotter! Byhow smiled and handed over a charred pig's trotter. Hey! Take it away! Hermione pushed Byhow's hand away with a look of disgust. Speaking of the whole of Europe, the Germans like to eat pig's trotters. Except for the French who like to eat foie gras, people in other countries are more or less afraid of hoofs, offal, and other foods. Hermione sat next to him. Byhow had been hiding from her for the past few days, and today she finally caught him in the cafeteria. I want a cup of pumpkin juice. A cup of fragrant golden drink appeared in front of Hermione. She picked it up and took a sip. The sweet pumpkin aroma filled her nostrils. Byhow, what happened? Yesterday I saw Professors McGonagall and Professor Flitwick looked very bad when they came back. It may be because the pumpkin juice just now was a little hot, Hermione's little face fluttering. It's nothing. I was almost bitten by a poisonous snake. Byhow continued to eat with an expression of indifference. Hermione frowned, looking at Byhow's calm face. She knew that if nothing happened, Byhow, who is usually idle, would never underestimate him so lightly. After hearing about what Byhow did in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class today from a student she had just pulled when Kilo, she guessed that what happened last night must have something to do with Voldemort. So she asked, is it related to Voldemort? Maybe because she was eager to prove her conjecture, Hermione even forgot the taboo of this name, and Voldemort's name blurted out. As soon as the words fell, Hermione knew that she had said the wrong thing. She suddenly felt a huge sense of fear enveloped her, her heart began to beat faster, her chest felt tight, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Idiot! By-How held his forehead helplessly. When Hermione said the name Voldemort, he saw a weak curse suddenly emerge from the void and penetrate into Hermione's body. The little wizard who has just entered school is very innocent, and the fear brought about by this curse will bring a lot of psychological shadow to Hermione for a period of time to come. But By-How did not take action to eliminate the curse on Hermione. In fact, this power is not strong, and it will dissipate by itself within a few minutes. This is what By-How said so many times about Voldemort experience. After a few minutes, the power of the curse completely dissipated, and Hermione felt her heartbeat gradually calm down. She never thought that just saying a name would make her feel such an inexplicable fear. It's not good. By-How handed over a piece of chocolate, in the shape of a fairy, which was exclusively made by By-How, which can make people feel happy. Thank you, I didn't expect it, it's just a name. Hermione took the chocolate, and she was still terrified by the short experience just now. Thank you, I didn't expect it, it's just a name. Hermione took the chocolate, and she was still terrified by the short experience just now. So, Hermione, just a name almost makes you breathless, so what right do you have to care about Voldemort's affairs? By-How's expression was slightly serious, this time he wanted to give Hermione a warning, this is also the reason why he didn't take action to remove the curse just now. Courage alone is not enough for a person. Without a strong enough will and strength, being brave will only kill yourself and others. I don't want to see a girl's corpse lying in the corridor of Hogwarts, is it clear? Gryffindor's little lion. By-How squinted and rubbed Hermione's fluffy hair. Hermione felt the touch on her head, a tic-tac-toe appeared on her forehead, and her face flushed. She quickly reached out and grabbed By-How's arm, then exposed her little rabbit teeth and bit it down. She's obviously handsome, but why mess up her hair? Don't you know that she spends a lot of effort every morning in order to take care of her hair? AI. Let go. Are you a puppy? By-How felt a pain in his hand, opened his eyes and saw that it was Hermione who was biting his hand, but he didn't dare to shake her away forcefully, in that case, her little rabbit teeth might collapse. Humph. After 10 seconds, Hermione let go. In fact, she didn't use much force just now, she was afraid of biting By-How. Then tell me, what was that golden ball yesterday? That's my magic, the fairy ball. By-How wiped her saliva on Hermione's robe, making Hermione flush with shame. If you have this magic, theoretically you can live forever. Immortality. Is this really possible? Hermione's expression changed from shyness to shock. She always thought it was just a legend. It's only in theory. Time in the fairy ball is static. People can indeed maintain youth if they stay inside, but they won't have any consciousness. At best, it's just a living body. By-How spread his hands, about the magic effect of the fairy ball. The fairy ball is like a hibernation cabin. The time in the cabin stops, and the time of everything is still passing. When the people inside wake up again, they will only see that everything around them is different. So that's how it is. At first, Hermione thought that the fairy ball was some kind of alchemy tool, but after hearing By-How's words, she understood that immortality is still something that doesn't exist. Speaking of which, By-How, why haven't I seen your magic in books? It has been a week since the school, and Hermione can probably integrate the books and the knowledge taught by the professor in class, but after reading so there are many books, but the magic that By-How shows is something she has never heard of. Oh. You said this, it's a secret. By-How waved his hands expressionlessly. The matter of the magic circle itself cannot be explained, unless he wants to expose the identity of the traverser. Seeing the perfunctory look on By-How's face, Hermione knew that it was impossible for him to tell her the secret of his magic, so she thought about it. By-How, can you teach me magic? Hermione asked tentatively. She wanted to learn By-How's magic, and the light and shadow magic she had seen was very attractive to her. Can? No, then, what did you just say? Hermione's eyes widened. She hadn't hoped that By-How could teach her, because it was someone else's secret after all, and it was normal not to teach herself. But By-How agreed without thinking. I said yes. By-How gnawed on the pig's trotters, and at the same time started to stare at the dead fish eyes again. Teach Hermione the magic circle? It doesn't matter. As long as you don't reveal your identity. What's more, Bai-Hao thinks that sometimes just reading is really boring. Sometimes the Hogwarts class scheduling doesn't add up to 2 hours a day, and other times it's used to teach people to pass the time. So it is really painful not to have a mobile phone, and sometimes he really misses the developed information age. Really? Hermione grabbed Bai-Hao's clothes. Then when will you start teaching me? She couldn't wait. Don't worry, you need to learn the basics for half a year. I'll go back and write some things. After you have learned all the above knowledge, then we will start the class officially. Bai-Hao ate a mouthful of pumpkin cake, sweet and soft, quite delicious. Why does Hermione only need half a year compared to the Weasley twins? Because of the temperament of the two of them, fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, if it weren't for the fact that both of them are smart, a year would have been a conservative estimate. Bai-Hao Felkas, Professor McGonagall asked you to go to her office. Just as Hermione wanted to further discuss the issue of magic with Bai-Hao, a Gryffindor student ran over. Okay, I see. Bai-Hao nodded to the little lion. Hermione, let's talk next time. He got up and walked out of the cafeteria. Hermione. After Bai-Hao left, Harry and Ron ran over. What were you talking about with Bai-Hao just now? Did you ask about him? Harry looked impatiently. Just now he was watching not far away, thinking that Hermione could get some information about Voldemort from Bai-Hao. No. Hermione shook her head, and Harry, I advise you not to inquire about him for the time being, if you don't want to die. Having experienced what happened just now, Hermione seriously raised the question to Harry. After waking up, she turned around and left. It was time for her to go to the library to study. She must know something, or she wouldn't say that, Ron said firmly. Harry didn't respond, but just looked at the direction Bai-Hao left with annoyed but determined eyes. Bai-Hao must know something. Harry thought to himself, I must know the secret between myself and Voldemort. On the other side, Bai-Hao was going to Professor McGonagall's office. As far as he knew, Professor McGonagall's office was next to the corridor above the marble staircase in the foyer on the second floor, and the fastest way to get there from the cafeteria was to walk through a short corridor, walk across a lush lawn, and then on the second floor is the window of Professor McGonagall's office. Boom! 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 Bai-Hao knocked on the window in front of him. Professor McGonagall in the office was grading students' homework. When he heard the movement in the window, he thought it was an owl in the school hitting the window again. But when she looked up, she saw a little wizard flying outside the window without riding a broomstick. Oh! My God! Professor McGonagall stood up and ran to open the window. Good afternoon. Professor McGonagall. Bai-Hao flew into the office with a smile, not realizing that his actions just now startled Professor McGonagall. Mr. Felkas, the school rules stipulate that first-year wizards are not allowed to use magic at will without the permission of the professor, and 5 points will be deducted from Wen Qiluo. Professor McGonagall said angrily. Ah ha ha ha, Professor McGonagall, do you want some chocolate? Bai-Hao took out his own special chocolate and brought over the fact that Professor McGonagall deducted points from him. Professor McGonagall looked at Bai-Hao sullenly, and she saw the shadow of Dumbledore in Bai-Hao. Dumbledore used to be like this. He threw a lot of work in the school to her, the vice principal, and then disappeared. When he came back, he bribed her with a lot of sweets, thinking of him as the shopkeeper things to flicker in the past. Mr. Felkas, I should remind you that as a student, you should learn to respect your professor. Professor McGonagall looked at Bai-Hao with cold eyes. Also, are you in the defense against the dark arts class today? Said something about the Dark Lord. Yes, Professor McGonagall came to me because of this matter. Bai-Hao asked suspiciously while eating chocolate. He thought Dumbledore had something to do with him again. That's right, let me ask you, is the diary you mentioned in class today true? Professor McGonagall looked at Bai-Hao seriously. Although the little wizard in front of him was fooling around, he was actually terribly mature. Today, Professor McGonagall suddenly discovered that rumors of the Dark Lord were circulating among the students, and the rumors came from a student she was very impressed with. From the students' discussions, she vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out why, so she asked Bai-Hao to find out. It's fake, it's pure fabrication. Bai-Hao looked calm. There was nothing to hide about this matter. Public opinion is true and false, as long as most people believe it, it is true. Why did you do this? Hearing that the rumors were false, Professor McGonagall turned livid. Mr. Felkes, do you know how much danger your behavior has brought to the entire Hogwarts students? I know. By-How still remained calm when facing Professor McGonagall's questioning. Of course By-How knew how dangerous the rumor Dark Lord is a half-blood was, because no one knew how many remnants of Voldemort were still roaming around. Although the Ministry of Magic said that all the Death Eaters had been captured into Azkaban, the high-level people understood how watery this sentence was, and there were still dark marks floating on the closed hands in Azkaban. Plus there are 2 in the school. As for what By-How did, it was fine for the students to stay at Hogwarts, but once they left the school, if some hidden Death Eater went mad and ran out to attack the students, it would be no fun. I know why you still. Professor McGonagall held the desk next to her and breathed heavily, and she was already too angry to speak. Alas! Alas! Professor McGonagall, don't get excited, I have a way to solve this problem. Seeing that Professor McGonagall was about to faint from anger, By-How quickly cast a sky magic to help Professor McGonagall calm down. You said. Professor McGonagall pressed his temple and sat down, ignoring the sky blue magic circle that flashed just now. Professor McGonagall, it only takes an opportunity to tell whether the rumors are true or not. After a while, I will spread a message. If the remnants of the Dark Lord come out to attack the students, it is because the Dark Lord is afraid that his secret will be known and kill them. In fact, By-How has already figured out a countermeasure. As long as he releases this sentence, the remaining Death Eaters will be afraid of Voldemort, and as long as they dare to do something, By-How will add fuel to the fire. Voldemort was a half-breed. Rumors are completely true. Although this is still a certain danger to the students, because everything in the world is afraid of an accident. But from the current point of view, this is the best way to eliminate Voldemort's vitality. Once Voldemort's secrets are publicly confirmed and the glory of pure blood is shattered, Voldemort's power will be cut in half. Even if some wizards are subdued by Voldemort's powerful power at that time, such people will betray at any time if they are not convinced, such as Snape and Regulus back then. Felkes, what is your purpose in doing this? Professor McGonagall gradually calmed down. She couldn't see the little wizard in front of her clearly. Why did he bother to do these things? Professor McGonagall, I think it might be better for you to ask Professor Dumbledore about this matter. By-How threw the ball directly to Dumbledore, because he couldn't think of much to say now. Okay, you go back first, and I will report to Professor Dumbledore what you just said. Professor McGonagall waved her hand, and she planned to find Dumbledore later. Then goodbye, Professor McGonagall, this piece of chocolate is for you. By-How put a piece of chocolate on the table and walked towards the window. Filks. Go to the front door. Professor McGonagall was furious. The troubles caused by the little lions of Gryffindor were enough to make her dizzy. Now there is another disobedient student. Ha ha ha, sorry, I'm used to it. By-How scratched his head in embarrassment, and then quickly ran away from the door. Hey! Professor McGonagall sat on a chair and rubbed his temples, closed his eyes and meditated for a while, then stood up and walked out the door. Outside the Hogwarts headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Iced lemon juice. The gargoyle opened, revealing the passage behind. Professor McGonagall walked up and opened the door of the office, only to see Dumbledore staring at the pensieve motionlessly with his head down. Albus. Professor McGonagall stepped forward. Good afternoon, Minerva, would you like a glass of lemonade? Dumbledore was still staring intently at the pensieve, when a glass of iced lemonade suddenly appeared on the table. Albus, I have something to tell you about Furcus. Professor McGonagall looked serious, and now is not the time to drink iced lemon juice. Oh, what did he do again? Dumbledore heard that it was about By-How, moved his eyes away from the pensieve, and turned around slowly. He had been staring at the pensieve early this morning, unaware of what was going on at school right now. Albus, Furcus, today. Professor McGonagall recounted what happened in Defense Against the Dark Arts today and what By-How said in her office just now. Dumbledore thought for a moment after hearing the words. I have to say, clever means. Dumbledore sighed, Minerva, you don't need to be too nervous about this matter, what By-How has done is beneficial and harmless to us. I have to say, clever means. Dumbledore sighed softly, Minerva, you don't have to be too nervous about this matter, what By-How has done is not harmful to us. But the safety of our students. Professor McGonagall walked all the way just now, and she has already roughly guessed the purpose of By-How's doing so. But as the vice principal of Hogwarts, she always puts the safety of the students first, even if the danger is small, she is not willing to take any risks. Minerva, since Harry came to the school, the already silent darkness has begun to erode our peace again. Even if Bai Hao didn't do this today, his return will not stop. Dumbledore held the old wand to Quasi Temple, pulled out a silver flock from it and put it in the pensieve. When Professor McGonagall saw this, she understood what Dumbledore wanted her to see, so she stepped forward and touched the substance in the pensieve with her hand, and memories began to flash before her eyes. Frank, what's the situation now? Dumbledore was standing in a dimly lit room, asking Frank Longbottom. Very bad, the Avery family, the Black family, the Carlow family, the Lestlands, the Knotts, nearly two-thirds of the pure-blood families in the European wizarding world have joined Voldemort's command. Frank he took off his drenched coat and took a sip of water. It is chaos now, and many people who resisted him have been killed. The screen turns. Deng, Professor Dumbledore, now, cough, there are werewolves and trolls, cough cough, all of them are secretly working for him. Remus Lupin was lying on the bed with a pale face. With severe claw marks, Arabella Figg is next to him, helping him deal with the bleeding wound. He had just returned from a werewolf club, and was seriously injured by a group of werewolves in order to gather information. Remus, take care of your wounds, and I will take care of the next thing. Dumbledore looked at Lupin sternly. At this time, his heart was full of uneasiness, cold sweat began to break out on his forehead, and his eyes were filled with distress. Masked exhaustion. The screen changes again. The dark clouds rolled continuously in the sky, and the huge thunder pierced through the sky. Dumbledore walked among the ruins, his eyes full of sadness. In front of him lay the corpses of 7 or 8 people. They were all outstanding students at Hogwarts, and they all came from Muggle families. But now they are all dead, without exception. There are traces of being tortured by the Cruciatus curse on their bodies, and endless fear and pain still remain in their grey pupils. Similar memory fragments kept flashing before her eyes, until Professor McGonagall opened her eyes 10 minutes later, and she turned to look at Dumbledore without speaking. The tragedies that Tom caused back then were almost inseparable from the word blood, which is his greatest strength. Dumbledore sat on a sofa and closed his eyes to rest, and the memory travel for several hours made him a little tired. After all, he is already 100 years old. As long as this power can be disintegrated, Tom's power will be weakened, and we will have fewer enemies. This is also the meaning of what Bai Hao is doing now. Okay. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, but you have to tell me, why do you trust Firex? Professor McGonagall was very puzzled. Although she knew that Bai Hao was different from ordinary people, and sometimes she even felt that Bai Hao was too mature, but he was still a 12-year-old wizard. Why did Dumbledore believe him? Minerva, I know, Bai Hao is very young, he is mysterious, arrogant, confident, arrogant, and even has a powerful unknown power. But he knows what he is doing from the beginning to the end, and he can rely on his strong reason. Mastering your own great power is why I believe in him, you understand? I see, I'll try to cooperate with him, Albus. On the other side, Harry took Ron to Hagrid's hut outside the Forbidden Forest. He wanted to try to get information about Voldemort from Hagrid. Boom! 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 Harry knocked on the door of the cottage. The door opened, and a huge body blocked the entire entrance. Because Hagrid was taller than the door, so he had to lower his head to see who was outside the door. Hi! Hagrid! Oh! Harry, hello, it seems that you are living well in Hogwarts and have made new friends. Seeing that it was Harry, Hagrid happily patted his belly, and then looked at Hogwarts. Looking at Ron next to him, ha! With red hair, then you must be Arthur and Molly's child. Your 2 big brothers have caused me a lot of trouble. The Weasley twins, these 2 troublemakers, often violated the school rules and sneaked into the Forbidden Forest, which made Hagrid have to enter the Forbidden Forest every night to catch them back. In the end, Professor McGonagall had no choice but to dare to go to the Forbidden Forest. Take the visit to the Forbidden Forest as punishment for the Weasley twins, because it's more of a reward than a punishment for them. Hagrid, this is Ron. Harry turned his head to look at Ron. Ron, this is Hagrid, he sent me the notice and took me to Diagon Alley. Gave an introduction. Stop standing there, come in. Hagrid gave way to the entrance of the gate. Harry and Ron walked into the hut, and there was only one room inside. There was a big bed in the corner, and the bed was made of rags. Above the fireplace hung turkeys, pheasants, gammons, and dead birds from the ceiling. There was a huge wooden table and wooden chairs in front of the fire, and there was a brazier next to it, and a copper pot was boiling water in it. "Harry, you came here without a break at noon, do you need my help?" Hagrid poured 2 cups of hot water for the 2 of them, and sat on the chair. "Hagrid, do you know Bihaw Felkas?" "Oh. Of course, he is very famous in school these days. I heard that he has mastered the magic of flying, which is great." Hagrid was a little excited, as if he was very interested in Bihaw's ability to fly. "By the way, have you 2 had lunch yet? Come and have a rock pie." Hagrid stood up and picked up 2 dark biscuits from the table next to him, and handed them to Harry and Ron enthusiastically. "Thank you." Ron took the biscuit and bit down, only to hear an ominous click of one of his back molars. He gritted his teeth slowly and turned his head to look at Harry blankly, and Harry responded to Ron with the same terrified look. The 2 quickly put down the rock cake in their hands. "This is not something normal people can eat. Hagrid, Bihaw told me a few days ago that Professor Dumbledore asked him to protect me when I was in danger." Harry knocked the rock cake in his hand and looked up at Hagrid. "Oh. That's impossible. Dumbledore wouldn't let a first-year student protect you." Hagrid subconsciously denied it as soon as he heard Harry's words. In his perception, even if Harry was in danger, the professor should protect him. How could it be a little wizard's turn? "But it's true. Hagrid. I've already gone to Professor Dumbledore." Hearing that Hagrid didn't believe him, Harry's tone was a little anxious. After that day, he found an opportunity to confirm Bihaw's words to Professor Dumbledore, but in the end the professor gave him very ambiguous answers. "Hey? How is this possible?" Looking into Harry's clear eyes, Hagrid believed that the boy in front of him was not lying, but he couldn't figure out why Dumbledore would do this. "So, did Mr. Felkas say why?" Hagrid frowned and looked at Harry seriously. "Because of that man, the one who left this scar on my head." Harry touched the lightning scar on his forehead. "Volume." Hagrid realized that he almost called out Voldemort's name, and quickly covered his mouth. Did he really say that? Yes. And Bihaw wasn't afraid of that person at all. He even said his name many times in front of me that day. In fact, Harry's mind was in a mess right now. Too many problems intertwined together made him feel extremely irritable. "Hey! Harry, and what Hermione said today?" Ron nudged Harry with his elbow. "Hermione? Who is that then?" Hagrid looked at Ron, and now he only thought in his mind, "There's only one Felkas left, why is there another one?" "That's our classmate, also from Gryffindor, and Bihaw knows her very well," Ron explained. "We saw her chatting with Bihaw in the cafeteria for a long time today, so we went to ask her if she knew something, but she told Harry." Ron looked at Harry hesitantly. "Hermione said, if I don't want to die, stop asking about Volts." Harry picked up Ron's words. "Well, she's actually right, Harry, this is not something you should know." Hagrid knelt down and cupped Harry's face with his rough palm. "Although I don't know what Professor Dumbledore is doing, but there must be a reason for him." "But, Hagrid." "Okay, Harry, you should have classes this afternoon, go back to the dormitory and rest." Hagrid interrupted Harry's continued questioning. He was indeed not very clear about the matter between Bihaw and Dumbledore, but since this matter involved Voldemort, Hagrid couldn't talk nonsense. Even if he knew something himself, he shouldn't tell Harry, it would only bring danger to Harry. Harry and Ron were kicked out of the hut, they looked at each other, and walked towards the castle dejectedly. In the blink of an eye, it was Sunday afternoon. Today is the day when owls collectively deliver couriers. In the auditorium, actually, the cafeteria, the students are all sitting on the long tables representing their respective colleges. On the tables are afternoon tea such as fruits and pumpkin cakes. Doing homework, some are playing wizard chess. The eyes of the rabbit are smooth, the harp is faint, turn this clear water into fine wine. On the long table in Gryffindor, Seamus Finnegan, a blasting wizard, was practicing magic with a wand. "Harry, be happy, come and have a piece of toast." Ron forked a piece of toast and put it on Harry's dinner plate. All this time Harry was morose because of the events of the previous few days. "Thank you, Ron." Harry picked up the toast and ate it. In fact, he had thought about it for the past few days and decided not to inquire about Voldemort. Into the small, dark stairwell. "By the way, have you heard that Ravenclaw and some senior students in Slytherin had a fight?" Dean Thomas chatted with the little lions around yesterday's explosive incident. Yesterday Saturday. After 2 days of fermenting, the rumor that the Dark Lord may be a half-blood has become known in the school, which naturally aroused some people's dissatisfaction. Just after dinner yesterday, some Slytherin purebloods gathered a dozen or so students to secretly teach Bai-Hao a lesson. Of course, they didn't dare to be too Zhongyang, so they secretly ambush outside the cafeteria to look for opportunities to strike. And a clever little eagle noticed the abnormality, and a dozen Slytherin students sneaking around outside the cafeteria caught his attention. Everyone in the school knows that Bai-Hao can eat, and he often haunts the cafeteria. Combined with the rumors of the past 2 days, Xiaoying judges that this group of Slytherins are here to trouble Bai-Hao. So the little eagle sneaked back to the lounge and told another big eagle about his guess. Big Eagle was furious when he heard this. Want to fuck our little eagle cub? In terms of protecting the calf, we Lewin Crow cannot lose to you Slytherin. So the eagle turned around and gathered a group of people, thinking that the mantis would catch the cicada and the oriole would follow. But it turned out that 2 groups of people met unexpectedly in the corridor on the 4th floor. Without saying a word, they met their eyes and knew that it was the person they were looking for, and then they started to fight. If Bai-Hao hadn't heard the movement and rushed to stop the fighting, he might have died, because he had already seen that they were about to hit the room where Lu Wei was. When a few professors arrived, they saw a dozen students in Slytherin floating in the air like balloons, emitting a stench all over their bodies, dung eggs, courtesy of the Weasley twins. In the end, Professor McGonagall deducted 100 points from each of the 2 colleges for this vicious brawl. Many people saw that Snape's face was extremely ugly at that time, and the cold eyes wanted to put the dozen or so students floating in the air together. 8. I've heard some, but Professor McGonagall won't let us talk nonsense. Hermione next to her heard something related to Bai-Hao, and raised her head from the book. Passy? You seem to have gone to the scene, tell us about the tragedy of Slytherin at that time. Ron's face of schadenfreude made them like to raise their heads and look at people with their nostrils. Boom. Before Percy refused, Simo beside him blew up the clear water in the wine glass, blowing him into a grey-faced exploding head again. Hermione, who was sitting next to him, slapped her nose in disgust to get rid of the unpleasant smell of fireworks. Woo! Woo! Just when everyone finished teasing Simo's explosion art and wanted to continue discussing the battle between the eagle and the snake yesterday, the owl delivered the express delivery. Hundreds of owls flew in one after another from the skylight on the top of the hall, throwing gift boxes of different sizes in front of the consignees. Ron got a newspaper, but he picked it up to look at it and put it aside without opening it. Ron, let me take a look. Seeing Ron nod, Harry opened the newspaper, only to see the news that Gringotts had been invaded. Hey! Ron, look at this. Harry patted Ron next to him, and then pointed to the vivid picture on the newspaper, in which several goblins were arguing in front of an empty vault. Just yesterday, a black man the wizard broke into Gringotts, and the goblins confirmed that there was no theft, as Vault 713 was emptied that day. Vault 713. I remember this is the vault that Hagrid took me to that day. Harry looked at Ron in surprise. How could it happen that the accident happened to be the vault he went to that day? Harry, Ron, and Hermione stared at each other, and a strong thirst for knowledge gradually rose in their hearts. It seemed that Professor McGonagall was angry again. Today is the weekend, and since the Snake-Eagle battle more than a month ago, Bai-Hao released a sentence one day, why did the Slytherins ambush me? Could it be that the Dark Lord is really a half-breed? As soon as Bai-Hao's words came out, the pure-blood family who wanted to come to the school to trouble Bai-Hao was scared to death. Some of their families had been Death Eaters before, and although they had been exonerated through bribery or the Imperious Curse, the dark mark still fluttering on their arms told them that the Dark Lord was still alive. So, if I really went to trouble with Bai-Hao and accidentally confirmed the rumor that the Dark Lord is a half-blood, when Voldemort returns, their family may only exist in the history books in the future. In Hogwarts now, due to the lack of enough topicality, students no longer discuss the previous rumors, and some students have even forgotten about it. After all, human beings are really a very forgetful creature. But Bai-Hao knew that the rumors had planted a seed of doubt in the hearts of the students, and now they were just waiting for the chance to let it take root. At this time, Bai-Hao is in the room of requirement, and he is performing the Arc of Time on a diary with a brown sheepskin cover. Arc of Time, Aslante's lost magic, which can return the state of things to the past or push the future, but it has no effect on life other than plants. For more than a month, he probably knew something about a student named Tom Marvolo Riddle by visiting the ghosts and house elves in the school. In most people's understanding, Voldemort is Voldemort. And Tom Marvolo Riddle is a student who studies hard at Hogwarts, is hungry for knowledge, and is very polite, handsome, and excellent in character and learning. The teachers and students have a good impression of him. Dumbledore's evaluation of him is, clever. Of course, he is the most intelligent student I have ever seen at Hogwarts. Tom was actually not having a good time when he first entered Hogwarts. He was ostracized in Slytherin because he did not inherit the Gaunt family name. But soon after, Tom checked the school's information and realized that the ability of his Parseltongue came from the blood of Salazar Slytherin. The Abyss of Strength Walks. By How's falsified diary was written by a student named Yiska Foley. The Foley family, one of the 28 sacred families, is now extinct in the entire magic world. This fictional student is the same age as Tom, a pure blood, and later an original Death Eater. He knows everything about Tom and Voldemort. When he realized the true face of Voldemort, and found that Voldemort was not promoting the theory of pure blood, but was using brutal means to rule other people, he realized that his previous beliefs were completely wrong, which made him start to make up his mind the determination to stand against Voldemort and die heroically. Most of the stories recorded in this diary are completely based on the experience of Regulus Black. Now that the story has been written, By How only needs to add a little bit of color to it. Phew, it's finally done. By How breathed a sigh of relief. The brilliance of magic is gradually fading, and it is not an easy job to maintain the arc of time for a long time, because it is a magic that interferes with time, and the arc of time itself consumes a huge amount of magic power, not to mention aging a diary for decades. Picking up the diary, By How nodded with satisfaction. I saw that the brown sheepskin cover on the diary had turned white, and the exposed paper had also oxidized and turned dark yellow. Opening the diary, although the handwriting inside is a bit dim, it can still be read normally. After putting away the diary, By How began to think about the next plan. Now the catalyst is ready, but the next thing cannot be done by How himself. There must be a student who accidentally picked up the diary he lost, and then opened it curiously, and found this diary. The content inside is exactly the same as what By How Felix said a while ago, something like that. In this case, an evil smile leaked from By How's face. Harry Potter, it's time to show your courage as a Gryffindor. At this moment, Harry, who was practicing Quidditch on the playground, suddenly sneezed. Feeling the chill behind his back, he couldn't help shivering. But it's so troublesome. By How started to stare dead fish eyes again. We must make Harry pick up the diary in a reasonable way, and spread the contents in a reasonable way. Calculate the ball. Leave this mind-consuming matter to Dumbledore. By How left the room of requirement and walked to the principal's office not far away. Is Professor Dumbledore here? By How asked the gargoyle. It seems that he is not here. Seeing that the stone beast did not respond, By How knew that Dumbledore was not in the office now, otherwise he would have known of his arrival. Since Dumbledore is not here, go in by yourself. Absolute domain. A silver magic circle appeared in front of him, and By How went straight through it, and came to the oak gate of the principal's office. Absolute domain, space magic, forming a domain, its damage range includes all ranges within the field of vision, and can replace the space coordinates marked by magic power in the domain at will. The marked coordinates can only be replaced once, and By How and Dumbledore's there are hundreds left in the office. Looking around, Dumbledore was really not there. The Hogwarts headmasters on the wall were dozing off, and Fawkes was standing on a golden shelf looking at him. Hello, Fawkes. By How greeted the only living creature in the office, but Fawkes didn't even glance at him. By How curled his lips. Isn't it a phoenix? Sooner or later, I will pluck all the hair on your body. Aha! I remember you, the nasty little wizard of Ravenclaw. To be honest, I should have sorted you into Gryffindor. The sorting hat on the cabinet suddenly spoke, and it was thinking about why it put By well assigned to Ravenclaws. Hey! So you can talk when you're not being worn. By How thought the sorting hat was just a dead thing. I read it in the book before. You are from Gryffindor. Relic, do you know the inheritance of the four founders? In fact, By How has always been curious, since Slytherin could leave a secret room, did the other three founders of Hogwarts also leave something in this castle? Ah, yes, that's right. Hearing By How's question, the sorting hat suddenly started whispering. The four houses and their founders maintain a strong and sincere friendship. They are like 4 stone pillars that once held our school firmly. The teaching at Hogwarts is pleasant and harmonious, and the shortcomings and horrors of human nature, but it keeps getting worse. The Sorting Hat began to sing in a low voice, brave Gryffindor, from the barren swamp. Fair Ravenclaw, from the peaceful riverside. Merciful Hufflepuff, from the open valley. From that quagmire, shrewd Slytherin. This is a very short lyric. After the Sorting Hat was sung, it changed back to its normal hat and hung quietly on the cabinet, waiting for the arrival of the next little wizard. By-How listened to the Sorting Hat's song quietly and wrote down the lyrics silently. He wants to find some free time to analyze the meaning of the lyrics, but with his scumbag head, he may have to find a smart person or a real Ravenclaw to help him. Putting the diary on Dumbledore's desk, By-How left. Before leaving, he also took all the cockroach piles in the dark cell. Dumbledore will definitely not care about a little wizard like myself. Dumbledore would know what he meant without any special message. Because he was a little tired, By-How went back to the dormitory and slept until the evening, then wandered to the cafeteria hall by relying on his instinct to eat on time. By-How! By-How! By-How, who was eating dinner mechanically, vaguely felt as if someone was calling him. By-How! Wake up! By-How opened his half-conscious eyes with difficulty, and through his blurred vision, he seemed to see a big white meat bun. Hee. Big buns. By-How was very happy. He hadn't eaten Chinese food for a long time, and he almost threw up after eating bread and chicken legs every day. By-How slowly stretched out his hands, pinched the big meat bun in front of him, and said softly, "Haha. It's just freshly baked." So he hurried forward, opened his mouth slightly, and wanted to eat the meat bun in front of him while it was hot. Tasty. But... boom. By-How suddenly felt a pain in his head, and he woke up instantly. Damn it! What's wrong? Voldemort is coming. By-How was half lying on the ground with his legs on the bench, looking around in bewilderment. The students around him all looked at him with smiles, their eyes full of ambiguity. Hey! By-How had a few question marks on his head, looking like he didn't know what happened. Supporting the ground with his hands, By-How found that there was a big liba next to him, with a piece of bulge on it. It seemed that it was the murder weapon that attacked him just now. By-How stood up holding the big liba, looked around and saw Hermione. Hey? Hermione, what's wrong with you? Why are you covering your face? Hermione was covering her cheeks with her hands, and she didn't dare to see anyone look. By-How took a closer look, and Hermione's face became even redder. Why are you so red? Do you have a fever? Wow! The surrounding students let out a strange cry. Hermione heard the surrounding voices, couldn't hold back the shame in her heart anymore, picked up a freshly baked big liba on the table, swung it at By-How, and then quickly ran out of the cafeteria. What's wrong with her? By-How touched the head that had been beaten just now, and asked the Weasley twins beside him. But Gemini didn't speak, just gave a thumbs up silently, which made By-How even more confused. Hey! Harry, do you know what happened? By-How patted Harry, who was covering his mouth and giggling beside him, but he just waved his hand, indicating that he couldn't speak. Harry thought in his heart, if Hermione knows that I told By-How what happened just now, then I will be miserable. From the blow to reduce the IQ of the scumbags from the top students. Caroline. Seeing that Harry didn't speak, By-How looked at Caroline, who had lifted the blood curse not long ago. By-How. Ravenclaw advocates wisdom, and I will try my best to find you a book about love. Caroline patted By-How on the shoulder seriously, and she wanted to do her best to repay By-How life-saving grace. Hey! By-How's eyes widened, as if he had sensed something. The soft bun, the hot touch, the ambiguous eyes, the blushing Hermione, the thumbs up, the smiling Harry, in love. No! By-How yelled while covering his head. He didn't know what happened when all these clues were connected together. He was dead. It's a mistake to sleep. Wait. Hermione, listen to me. It's all a misunderstanding. By-How yelled loudly and flew out of the cafeteria. He wanted to explain it to Hermione. Added sky magic to increase speed. Wow, the power of love. There was another strange howl of ghosts and wolves in the cafeteria, and they all looked lively and not too big a deal. Strange, where did she go? By-How flew all over Hogwarts, but finally couldn't find Hermione. He searched the library, the Gryffindor common room, the playground, and the girls' bathroom, but he didn't see her. It won't be in the girls' dormitory, right? Bai Hao raised his head and thought for a while, then shook his head frantically, no way. He will be regarded as a pervert. Forget it, let's explain next time we meet, I'm afraid she won't listen to what I said now. Bai Hao turned and flew towards his dormitory. It is too troublesome to walk back or something, it is most convenient to fly in through the window. But Bai Hao was right just now, Hermione was indeed in the dormitory at this time, she was now completely tucked into the quilt from head to toe, and buried her flushed face into the pillow. The shame in Hermione's heart has not receded. In fact, she knows that Bai Hao didn't do it on purpose today. She has seen Bai Hao many times who didn't wake up. I can wake up with food. Today, Hermione wanted to ask Bai Hao about teaching her magic in a hurry, so she planned to wake him up, but something unexpected happened, and she might not have the face to see Bai Hao for a while. Tonight, under the stars at Hogwarts. In the Gryffindor dormitory, there was a little girl who was tossing and turning on the bed, having a sleepless night. And in the turret of La Wen Kilo, a straight man who was dreaming of delicious food fell asleep. I think the next day, the funny story between the two will become a topic of discussion among the students outside of class, just like the rumors a month ago. It's just that the rumors a month ago were about Voldemort, and the rumors tomorrow are about the simple fun of the two little wizards. The love in childhood is very simple. The ignorant children don't know the so-called feelings, but in fact they are just simple love. Late at night, in the Hogwarts principal's office, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the fireplace. Good evening, Fox. Dumbledore greeted his phoenix, and Fox responded with a cry. Albus, that little guy somehow got into the office and put something on your desk, said the portrait of Darius Devanti on the wall. Darius Devanti, headmaster of Hogwarts from 1741 to 1768, a renowned healer, her portrait hangs in Dumbledore's office and Saint walk randomly between portraits. Thank you, Dilizzi. Dumbledore walked to the desk, on which was a diary. He picked it up and checked it carefully, and determined that it was just an ordinary old diary. Using the levitation charm to float the diary in midair and let it follow him, Dumbledore walked towards the hidden snack compartment. He thought about taking some cockroach piles and eating some snacks while carefully reading the diary sent by Bai Hao. Only... oh! My God! My pile of cockroaches! Feeling the emptiness in the dark cell, Dumbledore knew that Bai Hao had taken his snacks when he left. He shook his head helplessly, found a soft sofa and lay down halfway, and began to read the diary. In the spacious office, the burning fire in the fireplace illuminates the whole room, giving it a warm feeling. Fox is nestling on a copper basin filled with charcoal fire, his feathers are dull and dull, it is about to come to the end of this life, and it will be nirvana after a while. As the sound of pages turning ended, Dumbledore finally finished reading the contents of the diary. He understood Bai Hao's meaning, as long as the content in it was combined with the previous rumors and spread reasonably, the foundation of bloodline theory in the entire magic world would be shaken. Especially for some fanatics, no one would think that the Dark Lord they reverence turned out to be the mudblood in their mouths, and this would bring them a huge blow. Dumbledore closed the diary, looked out the window, the very beautiful starry sky, but at this moment he recalled an event more than half a month ago, the matter was far from as simple as imagined. Time flies, today is November 1st. It was still morning, Bai Hao was wriggling on the bed reluctantly, he really didn't want to go to class. Even though it's Halloween, there's another history of magic class this morning. People who haven't experienced it absolutely don't know that Professor Bin's hypnotic ability is definitely comparable to that fat man with a microphone. Throughout Hogwarts, Hermione was able to stay awake in the history of magic class, and even the eagles who admired wisdom couldn't resist the deadly hypnosis of Professor Bin's with their thirst for knowledge. Bai Hao once thought about whether it is Professor Bin's hypnotic magic or Miss Gang's Kagura that is the most powerful. Second body magic mind body. Bai Hao stretched out a hand from under the bed, and as the white light of the magic circle gradually disappeared, a figure exactly like Bai Hao appeared beside the bed. Missing body, a kind of avatar magic that is very difficult to use. Even in Aslanti, there are very few people who can use this magic. The missing body is a non-substantial clone that is exactly the same as the main body created by magic. The main body and the missing body share thoughts and experiences, and its combat power is proportional to the magic power separated from the main body. You can help me finish class this morning. Bai Hao's lazy and vague voice came from under the quilt. Hey! Why am I going to be tortured? Sinian body Bai Hao appeared on his forehead, but the only response to him was snoring from under the blanket. Missing body Baihao had nothing to do, he had no body, and he couldn't do anything except scold the body. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the torture of Professor Binz obediently. At noon, Baihao, who had recovered his missing body, came to the cafeteria, and saw that the bright hall had become very strange. Hundreds of pumpkin heads replaced the original candles, the cloud-covered ceiling flickered with thunder and lightning as always, and the ghosts in the school were coming. Traveling through it happily, it feels like a large haunted house. In fact, the annual Halloween is here, and he sent a few talking pumpkin heads home a few days ago. In Baihao's opinion, this kind of decoration in the cafeteria hall can only scare the newborn baby. In terms of the degree of horror, it depends on the ghosts of my Kyushu. As long as you are tainted with karma, no one will look for it, and the fuck will find you. Before you die, you will be mentally tortured from beginning to end. Frightened to death. Baihao was sitting at the dining table, chewing sausage in his mouth, looking up at the pumpkin head in mid-air, and suddenly thought of something. He looked around and found no one there, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and an evil smile began to appear on his face. Gggg. Baihao plans to prepare a very rich Halloween gift for the little wizards who are going to the Halloween dinner in the afternoon. It was almost evening, and there was still more than an hour before the Halloween dinner. Harry and Ron were walking together on the way to the cafeteria. They planned to get there early to get a good seat. Ron, I think you'd better go and apologize to Hermione, Harry said. Because Ron was arrogantly educated by Hermione during the charms class today, so Ron said something bad about Harry behind his back after class, but it happened to be heard by Hermione who followed them, so it's embarrassing for the two of them now. I'm not wrong, she did. Ron whispered unconvinced. Ron. Harry heard Ron still trying to quibble, and cut off his words with a frown. Okay, I'll just apologize to her later. Ron actually knew that what he said today was a bit too much. The two walked quickly to the cafeteria, but saw from a distance that the cafeteria was full of people standing outside. When they got closer, they found that the door of the cafeteria was closed, and not far away were lying a few people circling their eyes and vomited. White foam. Hey! Neville, what's going on? Why don't you go in? Ron touched Neville's shoulder, the atmosphere around here was very strange. See for yourself. Neville moved away. I saw a huge piece of parchment floating in front of the cafeteria door, which read: Dear students. Greetings. Today is the annual Halloween. I have prepared a fun game for all the students. The first person who clears the level will get 100 gold galleons, the second 70 gold galleons, and the third 50 gold galleons, 20 galleons for the 4th to 10th place. Multiple players can enter the game at the same time, and the event ends 10 minutes before the official start of the dinner. Have fun everyone. Signed, Baihao Felix Liu, smiling face and scissor hands. Baihao made it. What kind of game? Ron was excited when he saw that there was a game to play and a generous reward of galleons. Neville shook his head and shuddered, I don't know, anyway, the first person to find this is already lying there. He pointed to a few people lying not far away, a few senior students entered behind them, but they were all thrown out by a strange hand in a daze. Then has anyone gone in now? Harry asked curiously. George was thrown out 10 minutes ago, and then Fred went in, and he's still in there until now. Seamus next to him picked up Harry's words. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. It seemed that the 100 gold galleons were not so easy to get. Even the Weasley twins, who were usually known for their pranks, suffered one. A few minutes later, everyone saw the door slowly opened, and a normal human hand stretched out from the inside to pull the door, and then Fred came out with a pale face, holding a bag in his hand. It seems that he passed the customs successfully. The crowd swarmed up. Hey! Fred, what's in there? Fred, have you successfully cleared the level? Is that the galleon you're holding? Everyone wanted to know what Fred experienced inside. But Fred didn't speak all the time, just staggered through the crowd, and suddenly fell to the ground with a bang. Like the person lying not far away, he began to draw circles in his eyes, foam at the mouth, and then the medical team spontaneously organized next to him carried him onto a stretcher and took him away. When everyone saw this, they immediately felt fear, and looked at each other. Why don't we go in after the dinner time? On the lawn not far away, Dumbledore stood here with the professors and staff of the college. Albus, is this really all right? Professor McGonagall looked worriedly at the students in the distance, his face full of suspicion. They had been here not long ago and had been watching the students from a distance. Relax, Minerva, they just fainted, just ask Madame Pomfrey to prepare more joy potions. Dumbledore stroked his long white beard with a smile, and he could see that the students were all intimidated, and it would be fine if they calmed down. Besides, wouldn't it be fun to add some extra activities for students during the festival? With a wave of Dumbledore's wand, several tea tables appeared on the grass with desserts and black tea on them. It's still a while before the dinner party, let's take a break for now. The professor and the staff looked at each other. What else could they say? The principal said it was okay, just drink afternoon tea. The screen returns to the cafeteria again. Just now, several people stepped over the cafeteria door to start a new challenge. This time the team is warriors from Slytherin. In less than 5 minutes, these people were thrown out one after another. Without exception, they were all fainted from fright. At noon, Byhow buried a giant magic circle in the entire cafeteria hall. The magic is called Skyscraper, which is the magic used by Fairy Tale S-level Magister Mist Gang. Byhow improved it into illusion magic. Skyscraper, modified illusion magic. As long as you are hit by this magic, you will be pulled into the illusion designed by the caster, and unless the caster actively releases it or your own spirit is strong enough, it cannot be broken. The time flow rate between illusion and reality is 20:1, which means that after an hour in illusion, only 3 minutes in reality. Byhow prepared only 2 illusions for the students this time, Silent Hill 2 and Escape 2. Players will be randomly assigned to the fantasy world of these 2 games. When the game officially starts, players will only see one rule: persist for 2 hours or find out the hidden secrets of this world. Players can get rich rewards if they meet the conditions, but if someone wants to try to clear the level, Byhow actually has no objection. Of course, Byhow is not crazy enough to ask the little wizards to clear these 2 games. Some of the bloody elements of the game itself have been replaced. The player will be resurrected after being killed. The resurrection location is where the player was 3 minutes ago. If you are thrown out of the cafeteria, you will also be thrown out if you are stunned during the game. More than an hour passed like this, and the game activities were terminated under the successive steps of countless heroic wizards. Byhow came to the cafeteria as scheduled, dispelled the illusion under the horrified eyes of everyone, and used sky magic to remove the negative status of all students participating in the game. And when these students woke up, all of them looked at Byhow with extremely frightened eyes, as if the Dark Lord was right in front of them. The statistics of Byhow's results: the number of people participating in the game, 106, 1 finally cleared the level, 95 fainted, 61 fainted and foamed at the mouth, 11 gave up and continued the game, 106 might have nightmares at night. So in the end, only Fred persisted for 2 hours and Harry and Ron also went in to experience it, but they were thrown out just a minute after entering, and their eyes were circled. At the dinner party, when Ron asked Fred how he passed the level, Fred immediately turned pale, shook his head frantically and refused to say anything. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to say it, it's just that the monsters inside are beyond the scope of what he can describe in words. But Byhow knows that Fred was randomly assigned to the environment of Silent Hill 2. Not long after he entered, he was chased by the third brother and ran to a group of nurses by accident. Sister there. Then he unexpectedly discovered that as long as he didn't make a sound, the faceless nurses next to him wouldn't attack him, and then he stood there for more than an hour, even breathing carefully, and luckily the third brother didn't find him. Trolls? There are trolls in the basement. Trolls? While the students were still discussing the game and eating a delicious dinner, Professor Quirrell ran in with a look of horror. Trolls. I think you should know. Yes. Then he pretended to faint. After a moment of silence. What? The whole cafeteria was in chaos, and the screams of the little wizards were everywhere. Except for Byhow and the senior students, as well as the players who had participated in the game before the dinner, everyone was terrified and wanted to escape. The strength of the senior students to deal with the giant monsters is no longer a problem, so they don't panic. And for students who have just participated in Silent Hill 2, what is a troll? Can it be more terrifying than the monsters in the illusion? Silence. Dumbledore put his wand against the position of the vocal cords, and used the loud voice to appease the students. Please don't panic, now, the seniors are leading their students back to the dormitory, and the professors and I will go to the basement. As soon as Dumbledore's voice fell, the seniors of each college led the students of their own colleges to evacuate to the dormitory in an orderly manner. At this moment, Harry suddenly grabbed Ron, who was about to evacuate. Hermione. Hermione doesn't know about the troll yet. I just heard Neville say that she is in the girls' bathroom. The two looked at each other, resolutely left the team, turned and ran towards the basement. At this time, Baiao had come to the basement, and the troll that Quirrell ran out and shouted just now reminded him that he had forgotten that there was a Halloween troll before. Entering the girls' washroom, Baiao yelled, "Hermione! Come out!" Hermione, who was hiding in the cubicle, heard a familiar voice, "Baiao." Baiao nodded outside, "It's me, I heard that you have been crying here all afternoon. You came here specially for me." Hermione was a little moved, but she suddenly realized, "Pervert. This is the girls' bathroom." Hermione, is there anything we can talk about later?" A troll ran in from the basement, "You should go back to a safe place now." Baiao knocked on the door of the compartment where Hermione was. "Trolls?" Hermione opened the door and came out with red eyes and tears on her face. "Why are there trolls in the school? Someone put it in. I'll talk about the details later. I'll take you to a safe place first." Baiao pulled Hermione out of the girls' bathroom. But as soon as they went out, they saw a figure more than 4 meters tall coming out of a corner not far away, holding a big wooden mallet in his hand. It seems that it's too late. Baiao still thought about sending Hermione up and then come back to play with the troll, but now this big guy blocked the only way back. "Hermione, you hide behind me, I'll go play with it." Baiao pulled out his wand, ready to take this opportunity to study the magical creatures in this world. "By the way, is there anything on the troll that can be sold for money?" "No. That's a troll, you can't deal with it." Hermione tugged at Baiao's clothes. In her opinion, although Baiao was excellent, he still couldn't deal with a powerful magical creature like a troll. Tisk. Baiao stared with dead fish eyes, "Girls are so troublesome." Then he waved Hermione to fly up, "Just look at it from above." "Ah! Baiao, you bastard! It's too high." Hermione was placed on top of a high stone pier by Baiao, where the trolls couldn't attack, and as long as she didn't move around, she wouldn't fall off. After Baiao dealt with Hermione, he took a few steps forward and shouted loudly, "Hey! Big fool!" Hearing the sound, the troll hurriedly looked around and saw a small man standing not far away, so he subconsciously thought that he was the one who provoked and injured him just now, picked up the big wooden stick and walked over quickly. "Ugh! Has this guy never bathed since he was born? It stinks." As the troll approached, Baiao smelled an extremely foul smell, and quickly filtered the air with magic. "I wonder if you have tried to smell the smell of dead mice up close? The troll smells 10 times worse than a rotting rat carcass." Fire! A blazing red light lit up at the tip of Baiao's wand, and a huge ball of fire rushed straight at the troll and engulfed it. Roar! The giant roared loudly, and Baiao knew that the flame didn't hurt it just now, because it was the sound of anger. Sure enough, the fire went out, and the troll reappeared in sight. "Hey! It's so small. I thought it was huge." The blow just now had burned the troll completely naked, and the place where the fireball hit was a little blackened. Seeing that the troll didn't take any damage at all, Baiao couldn't help exclaiming, "Oh! This magic resistance is a bit high." The blazing fire just now is his enhanced version, but it didn't even break the troll's skin. It was a bit unexpected. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Roar! Before the troll could react again, Baiao continued to attack. Pointing forward with Baiao's wand, a red magic circle lit up with a dragon's head pattern in the middle, and a golden red fire pillar was released from the magic circle and hit the troll. This time, the flame of the fire dragon slaying magic has a higher temperature than normal flames, which is a high temperature that can melt rocks into magma in an instant. And it comes with some magic penetration attributes. The flames went out again, and the troll was lying on the ground, his hands frantically scratching the wound he was hit just now, and a cry of pain came out of his throat, and the big wooden mallet in his hand had already been burned to charcoal. "Hey! Isn't it harmless?" Baiao took a closer look. Although the flame of the dragon slaying magic hit the giant monster, Baiao saw that the wound was only the superficial layer of flesh that had been scorched. It was very painful for the giant monster, but it was just a flesh injury. Then it seems that other magical creatures are also like this. They are very resistant to magic attacks. By how deduced based on the current situation of the troll. In the world of HP, magical creatures are roughly divided into several levels according to their danger, from low to high. The first level, X gentle personality, unable to cause substantial harm to wizards. Examples, Nifflers, invisible beasts, boggarts. Level 2, XX does not take the initiative to attack, but may cause serious damage to the wizard. Examples, Bowtruckles, Billywigs. Level 3, XXX they are huge in size and will actively attack and cause serious damage or even death to wizards. For example, trolls, giants, werewolves, birds and snakes, acromantulas. The fourth level, XXXX it has magical abilities and will cause fatal damage to wizards. For example, sack leopard, horned beast, winged demon, basilisk. The fifth level, XXXXX it has powerful magical abilities, which will pose a fatal threat to wizards and even cause large-scale disasters. Example, dragon, thunderbird, phoenix. As a X-level magical animal, the troll originated in Scandinavia, but after years of reproduction, its habitat is now spread all over the UK, Ireland, and Northern Europe. Its behavior is very violent, often attacking other creatures for no reason, and it likes to eat raw meat. It is never picky about its prey, and it is a member of their menu from wild animals to humans. Bai Hao's attack completely enraged the giant monster. Before it even stood up, it rushed towards Bai Hao crazily with all its hands and feet, and roared angrily. Since magic attacks are useless, then Bai Hao waved his magic wand at a nightstone pier next to him, and a giant panda similar to a troll appeared in front of him. Bai Hao pointed at the giant monster running wildly with his wand, "Go! Pippy Shrimp!" No. He suddenly realized that the name of this Pippy Shrimp was a bit too humiliating, and it was still a third-level magical creature, so he said, "Go! Pang Day!" Roar! The huge iron-eating beast leaped forward over Bai Hao's head, and the two giants collided and staged a wonderful fight. "Ah! Bastard Bai Hao! Put me down!" Bai Hao was about to enjoy the wonderful scene in front of him, when Hermione's cry for help came from above his head. Looking up, it turned out that Showdown, the Panda Knight, was actually the place where Bai Hao placed Hermione just now. Without Hermione, Showdown had no place to rely on, and ended up hanging on a stone ledge. "Ah, forgot you were on this." Bai Hao hastily used sky magic to slowly put Hermione down, and what greeted him was Hermione's hot fist. Boom! The giant monster next to him was beaten by Pang De Hao, and then slapped into the wall, causing earth and rocks to fly. But at the same time, because the giant monster itself has rough skin and thick flesh, this palm didn't have much effect. The troll shook his head and continued to pounce back. "Bai Hao, is this really all right?" Hermione swung her fist and grabbed Bai Hao's robe in horror. She looked at the mess in front of her eyes. Many exquisite stone carvings and portraits were destroyed, and there were rubble everywhere. "The professor will punish us if we continue to fight like this." "No problem, when the time comes there will be a return to the original thing." Bai Hao patted his chest, expressing that Hermione was absolutely at ease. On the other side, Harry and Ron just happened to come to the basement corridor. As soon as they turned a corner, they saw two giants fighting, and they were so frightened that they quickly hid behind a corner. "Harry! What's going on here? Why did an extra one come out?" Ron looked at Harry in horror. "We won't be able to find Hermione like this." Boom! The troll found an opportunity to punch the Iron Eater. Panda got angry, stretched out his claws to grab the giant monster's hand and bit it down. "Ah!" The troll screamed, and its hand was about to be bitten off. Hearing a few loud noises like wild beasts, the faces of Harry and Ron who were hiding were frightened. They didn't even have the courage to go out and have a look. "Ron, is there another way to get there?" Harry's face was full of anxiety. In his current view, Hermione's life and death were uncertain. Ron shook his head violently. "This is the only way I know." Boom! A fragment of a stone pillar as big as Harry flew beside them, scaring the two of them again. Their pupils constricted, and they stared blankly at each other. "We have to go back to the professor." The two ran off, which was not something they could participate in at all. Harry and Ron returned to the first floor along the same road, and saw Dumbledore leading a group of professors rushing towards them without running far. "Dang, Professor Dumbledore!" Harry was panting from running so fast. The basement, the troll in the basement fought another monster, but Hermione was still down there. When everyone heard that there was still a little wizard trapped in the basement, their faces changed instantly, and they hurriedly ran towards the basement. Boom! Roar! As soon as everyone came to the entrance of the basement, they heard a huge body sound coming from below, and they could even feel the floor under their feet shaking. Oh! Merlin bless you! What the hell is going on down here? Professor Flitwick was knocked down by the loud noise just now. Everyone hurried down the stairs and came to the corridor in the basement, but the battle was almost over. After the giant monster's arm was bitten off, it was pinned to the ground by the panda and could not move. Panda raised his orc machine gun with 2 fists and punched the giant. The giant could only passively cover his head with one hand and try not to get hurt. But in the face of crazy attacks, it didn't take long for his only hand to be broken. Then the panda fired the final orc machine gun until it smashed the troll's head off. After the victory, Panda sat on the ground, raised his head and raised his hands high, roar. Orcs will never be slaves. Seeing the end of the battle, Bai Hao jumped over layers of rubble and came to the giant monster's corpse. He wondered if there was anything valuable on the giant monster's body, but he couldn't find the giant monster after searching the downloaded things in his mind. What value can be used in the body? Oh! My God! What is this? At this moment, the professors finally rushed to the battlefield, and Professor Flitwick looked terrified. Come here quickly! Professor McGonagall looked at Bai Hao, Hermione, and Panda standing not far away with a look of horror. She thought they were in danger because she didn't know the situation. Oh! Happy Halloween! Professor McGonagall! Bai Hao greeted with a relaxed expression. The footsteps returned to the previous position, and changed back to the previous Nightstone Pier. Mr. Felkes! Miss Granger! You have to explain to me. Seeing that nothing happened, Professor McGonagall hurried forward, facing the mess in front of her. She was about to faint from anger, and tried to keep herself. Don't lose your temper in front of people. I got here just after hearing about the troll, and Hermione is here. Facing Professor McGonagall's menace, Bai Hao pointed to Hermione who was still tugging at his clothes. Miss Granger! Professor McGonagall looked at Hermione with cold eyes, but her face was full of worry and fear. If something happened to Hermione today, she, the vice principal and head of Gryffindor, would have to say goodbye. To blame. It's all my fault, Professor McGonagall. Hermione just wanted to find a reason to take the matter to herself, but Bai Hao covered her mouth. You too, do I say it or you say it yourself? Bai Hao started to stare dead fish eyes again. He looked at Harry and Ron who were hiding behind a group of professors. The two came out tremblingly, and stammered out what they had said bad things about Hermione behind their backs today. Hermione, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things. Ron sincerely apologized to Hermione, and he was also afraid for a while. If something happened to Hermione tonight, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Hermione, I'm sorry, can you forgive us? Harry followed suit. Hermione turned to look at Bai Hao, and found that he didn't express anything, so she looked at the two of them. It's okay, I forgive you. She smiled and showed 2 small rabbit teeth. He's dead. Snape, who had gone to check on the troll just now, came over suddenly. He was beaten to death. Snape looked at Bai Hao, with a mocking smile on his face. Killed a troll and destroyed the basement like this, so, how are our celebrities going to compensate for the loss of school property? Hi! Seeing Snape's expression, Bai Hao wondered why. He didn't speak, just raised his hands, and a huge white magic circle covered the entire basement. Lost magic, Arc of Time activates. I saw that the severely damaged stone pillars, statues, portraits, chandeliers, and other items gradually flowed back and began to return to their original appearance. What remained unchanged was the corpse of the troll lying on the ground, and Snape's ashen face. Bai Hao really made him sick. You 3, because of what happened today, Gryffindor will be deducted 30 points. Professor McGonagall was very distressed. I don't know when the 31 deducted will be added back, but she had no choice but to do the vice principal's duties. Mr. Felkes saved his classmate regardless of the danger, and Lewin Kilau added 30 points. Okay, everyone, we have witnessed the friendship of the 4 young wizards, and also witnessed the courage of the 2 young men to face their mistakes. Dumbledore, who had been standing silently at the side just now, spoke, and he seemed to have nothing to pursue. Meaning, now that things are over, call the students back and our dinner party should continue. Then he turned his head to Snape and said, "Severus, please deal with it, and tell Hagrid to explain it to those guys in the Forbidden Forest." Although trolls generally have low IQ, there are exceptions. Smart trolls can become patriarchs. There is a group of trolls in the Forbidden Forest. The guy who just died came from there. If you don't explain clearly, that group of brainless people will attack the school. By how, thank you today. On the way back, Hermione suddenly said thanks. If By how hadn't come to her tonight, she might have died at the hands of the troll. Hey! What a big deal! By how waved his hand, "Hermione, don't worry about anything in the future. Look at this time, I didn't even attend the Halloween dinner and hid in the bathroom to cry. There are so many delicious food you almost missed something, what a pity." Hermione didn't speak, just bounced and continued to walk forward, with a bright smile on her face. In the following period of time, the news of By how's massacre of trolls spread throughout Hogwarts. For this reason, the Daily Prophet wanted to go to the school for an interview, but was rejected by how. God knows what that beetle would write to disgust him. "By how, didn't you say you would give me a book before I learn your magic?" In the cafeteria, Hermione was having lunch with By how, and Harry and Ron were also sitting beside them. "I've prepared this a long time ago, and I haven't had a chance to give it to you." By how took out a book and handed it over. It contains all the basic knowledge of magic circles. If you want to learn his magic, you must master it well. "Hermione, do you want to learn magic from By how?" Harry heard the conversation between the two, and felt a little envious. Although he had never seen By how's magic, he must be very good at killing trolls. "If you want to learn too, you can ask Hermione to take a look." By how forked a piece of steak and threw it into his mouth with an expression of indifference. Harry and Ron looked at each other, then shook their heads. The Hogwarts homework alone is enough to give them a headache, and they don't know if they will pass the next exam, let alone learn other magic. "Excuse me, may I also learn magic from you?" Just then, a voice sounded from the side, and everyone turned their heads to look. Several people turned their heads and looked, and several students with the Hufflepuff emblem on their school uniforms appeared in front of them. Among them, a handsome boy with fair skin was particularly eye-catching, and he was the one who spoke just now. "You are?" By how frowned, he always felt as if he had seen this boy somewhere. "You're Cedric Diggory, captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team." Harry recognized Cedric first, after Gryffindor and Hufflepuff played several Quidditch games before. During scrims, he was impressed with the Hufflepuff seeker. "Oh, so he is Cedric." By how remembered who the boy in front of him was, and he still had a little impression of Cedric. After all, he is a rare unlucky ghost in the 7 parts of the HP world. "Hello, my name is Cedric Diggory, a third-year student at Hufflepuff College." Cedric smiled shyly, and he also felt that he was a bit awkward just now. "You said just now that you want to learn magic from me." By how raised his eyebrows. It's not that he doesn't want to teach it, but that his magic can't be taught to everyone. Judging from the original book, Cedric, as a Hufflepuff, is an upright, kind, brave, and excellent young wizard. But for By how, his knowledge of Cedric is limited to the blurred movie clips in his memory. If Cedric learns the magic circle and goes out to misbehave, then By how will have to wipe his own ass. "Yes, it may be presumptuous, but I really want to learn magic with you." Cedric nodded seriously. Cedric had heard of By how's reputation since the beginning of school, and thought it was an excellent freshman who had mastered the magic of flying. But after Halloween, the horror game activities designed by how and the killing of trolls caused a sensation in the school, and then he realized that this little wizard who swept the school was not simple. In fact, it was nothing, until today when he came to the cafeteria with his friends to eat as usual. He happened to pass by the 4 of By how and unconsciously heard their speech, so he suddenly had the idea of learning magic from By how. "Then why do you want to learn magic with me? You know I'm only a first-year student." By how asked tentatively. Cedric smiled wryly. "My friends and I have participated in the game you designed on Halloween. It is very powerful magic. If the first-year students at Hogwarts are like you, I am afraid we will have to go home to drink milk." Gone. Thinking of his experience in the game that day, he shivered all over. In the past few days, when he fell asleep, he could dream of several people with knives chasing him. "Well, how about it, I can teach you magic, but you need to go through my experiments first." By how thought for a while, and planned to conduct some simple experiments on Cedric. "Of course, I Before Cedric could finish speaking, Bai Hao drew out his wand and tapped it on his forehead, illusion magic skyscraper activated. Then Cedric just froze there, eyes closed and motionless. Hey! What did you do to him? Cedric's friend next to him said angrily when he saw Bai Hao cast magic on Cedric suddenly. Don't worry, it's the same magic as on Halloween, he will wake up in about 10 minutes. Bai Hao waved his hand. As long as Cedric passes the test of illusion, Bai Hao is willing to teach him the magic circle. In the illusion, Cedric opened his eyes and suddenly found himself lying on a small island. This island is very small, and you can walk from one end of the island to the other in a dozen steps, and there is a stranger who I don't know lying next to him. Looking around, there is a coconut tree and a box on the island, but there is nothing else. Why am I here? Was Cedric's first thought. Bai Hao temporarily sealed the memory of magic for him when he entered the illusion, so now Cedric is just an ordinary person. Cedric looked at the person lying next to him. It was a man with dark skin, sloppy clothes, long hair and beard, and black eyeshadow. Sir, wake up! Cedric pushed the man hard, but there was no movement. After pushing again a few times, the man still didn't seem to wake up at all. So Cedric searched around, picked up a coconut shell, scooped up a few shells of seawater and splashed it on the man's face, and the man slowly woke up. Hey? What's going on? Where am I? The man woke up and looked around suspiciously, and then saw Cedric. Who are you? You finally woke up, sir. Cedric smiled happily. I don't know where this is, I only know that we are trapped on this small island now. The man sat up and looked around. Oh. So it's here. Cedric's eyes widened excitedly. Do you know where this is? The man nodded. I know, this is a small sandbar on a commercial route of the Great Airway. There used to be a big island here, but for some reason, most of the land sank to the bottom of the sea. All that remains is this sandbar and a coconut tree on it. Great route? Where did it come from? Cedric didn't know why, but now he couldn't think so much. Then do you know how we can leave this island? The man sighed. There will be a fixed fleet passing by here every 10 days, but there was already a fleet yesterday, and we can only be rescued after 10 days. Cedric frowned. How did you know that a fleet passed by here yesterday? The man stood up. Because I am the captain of one of the ships in the fleet. I was fishing when I passed by here last night. I was dragged into the sea by a fish without paying attention, and then I saw you when I woke up. The man looked at Cedric with hope, and guessed what he was thinking. Boy, don't expect a ship to pass here 10 days ago. I have traveled this route for more than 10 years without exception. Cedric lowered his head in frustration. Then what should we do now? The man didn't speak. He went straight to the box that was washed ashore and opened it. There were 2 bottles of wine and some food in it, but some of them were soaked in the sea and I don't know if they could still be eaten. Jack packed up the supplies in the box. My name is Jack, and I am the captain of the Black Pearl merchant ship. I took a look just now, and the food and coconuts in it can last up to 3 days for the 2 of us. If we're lucky, a few fish should last us another 2 days. But don't worry, kid, I'll get you out. Cedric nodded. Thank you, Captain Jack. Then, Day 1, the 2 spend their days as normal. The next day, the 2 caught 2 palm-sized fish, making up for the shortage of food. Day 3, Captain Jack has a fever, probably from being dragged overboard or washed ashore, and the wound is now infected. Day 4, Captain Jack is unconscious. Cedric's best efforts have failed to make him better. Food is almost gone. Day 5, Captain Jack is still groggy, the food has been eaten, and there is still a bottle of wine and 2 coconuts left. Cedric gave Jack both coconuts, hoping that he will get better. Day 6, with no food, Captain Jack couldn't hold it anymore. He wanted to drink a few sips of wine before he died. Cedric gave him the remaining half bottle of wine. Day 7, Captain Jack died. Cedric felt extremely lonely and irritable. The intense hunger was attacking his sanity, but fortunately, it rained a little at night, which made him wake up a little bit. Day 8, Cedric couldn't hold on any longer. Now he could see things in a blur. He looked at Captain Jack's corpse. The strong sense of hunger was driving him to do something against human nature. Day 9, Cedric has not eaten for 5 days and 4 nights. After waking up in a daze, he had hallucinations and thought that Captain Jack was food, but when his lips were about to touch Captain Jack's body, he regained his senses and jumped into the sea, drinking a few mouthfuls of sea water to keep himself awake. Day 10, Cedric is saved. In the canteen, except for Bai Hao, everyone looked at Cedric nervously, fearing that something might happen to him. Finally, after waiting for more than 10 minutes, Cedric slowly woke up, and he looked around in a daze before he could get out of the illusion. The friend on the side shook him worriedly. Cedric, how are you? Are you all right? Cedric frowned and patted his forehead. What's wrong with me? I remember that I was on a small island just now and was about to die. That's just an illusion created by me, you've passed. Bai Hao looked at Cedric with a smile, with a sense of appreciation in his heart. Diggory, you are a real Hufflepuff, you're Hufflepuff, the Academy should be proud to have you. Bai Hao watched the whole process of Cedric in the illusion. This is just a very simple test of human nature. In fact, Cedric had already passed the test on the 6th day, but Bai Hao wanted to see him to what extent can it be achieved. Apart from other things, Bai Hao has seen Cedric's kindness enough, knowing that there are still a few days before he can be rescued and he is already in a state of extreme hunger and thirst, he still gives up the living supplies to a dying man. This is not something anyone can do. Hermione, give me the book. Bai Hao looked at Hermione. Hermione handed over the book she just got from Bai Hao, and it said Basic Knowledge of Magic Circle on the cover. Bai Hao tapped it with his wand. Gemino curse, an exact copy of the book was copied. Handed the book to Cedric. Come to me after learning this book. Hermione watched Cedric, who was still a little confused, leave and turned to Bai Hao, who continued to fight with the food, and asked, Bai Hao, are you going to hand the book to him like this? Are you afraid that he will leak your magic? Bai Hao was gnawing on a roasted pig's trotter. It's okay, I took a hair from him when he entered the illusion, and the book was blank for anyone but him, and he couldn't read the contents of the book. Write it elsewhere. Hermione picked up the Magic Circle Basics in her hand. What about my book? Wow! Bai Hao gnawed off a large piece of meat from the pig's trotters, looked at Harry and Ron. You two really don't want to learn. The two shook their heads. They knew their own business, so let's learn what the professors said in class first. Bai Hao shrugged. Okay, since you don't want to learn, Hermione, give me one of your hair. Hermione abruptly pulled out one of her hairs. Hey! Here you are. It hurts to look at it. Why didn't I feel that this girl was so tiger before? Bai Hao took over the hair. Rule magic law of cause and effect. Hermione's hair turned into a golden light and melted into the book, and then a golden magic circle flashed across the cover. Rule magic law of karma. Bai Hao's self-created magic is derived from contract magic. It can establish a strong causal link between two lives or objects. The two parties who have established causality can only limit each other to sense themselves, but as long as the cause is triggered, the effect will definitely occur. For example, Hermione has established causality with basic knowledge of the magic circle, and the book can only present the contents of the book when there is an induction with Hermione. If Hermione wants to copy the contents of the book to other places, it will definitely trigger the cause of cannot reveal the magic secret in the book, and then there will be the effect of Hermione forgetting the contents of the book. After explaining about learning the magic circle, Bai Hao left the cafeteria after eating and drinking. Harry looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to their side, so he said furtively to Hermione and Ron, I saw Snape was injured yesterday. Injured? What's going on? Ron was doing his homework when he looked up at Harry's words. Ron, do you remember that Snape wasn't there when we met the professors that night? I don't remember. Ron shook his head. Sometimes he couldn't even remember what he had to do for homework, let alone who he met that day. I remember that Professor Snape was the last to arrive in the basement that day, but what's the problem? Hermione also raised her head. She was just studying the book Bai Hao gave him. Knowledge is completely different. I saw Snape limping around yesterday, apparently with a broken leg, and I figured it was Halloween the other day, and Snape smuggled the troll in and whacked around, and then he managed to pass the three-headed dog, Harry said in a low voice. Hermione frowned and looked at Harry. Three-headed dog? The three of us saw that one in the corridor on the 4th floor that day. Harry nodded. Yes, didn't you say that the three-headed dog was guarding something? I guess it must be the thing that Hagrid and I went to Gringotts to retrieve. Snape wanted him. Hermione rolled her eyes, but she didn't quite believe what Harry said, thinking it was a preconception caused by his dislike of Snape. Okay, Harry, questioning the professor is not what we should do. What you should be thinking about right now how you played your first Quidditch game of the afternoon. Although she usually doesn't like Snape very much, this cold professor likes to deduct her points in class for various reasons, but I have to say that his potions class is really good, so I still respect Snape as a professor. Woo! Woo! At this moment, an owl courier flew in, glides for a certain distance and threw a long item in front of Harry. Harry was startled. What is this? He thought he hadn't bought anything recently, and he didn't think anyone would give him a gift. It looks like a broomstick. The Gryffindors who discovered the situation surrounded them curiously. Harry, take it apart. Ron said. Harry unpacked it, only to see a brand new broomstick in front of him. My God! It's the newly published Nimbus 2000. Someone discovered the words Nimbus 2000 marked on the top of the broom. Who is it? Harry looked around in surprise, and saw that the owl that had just delivered the courier stopped in front of Professor McGonagall, and she was stroking the owl while nodding to Harry with a smile. Harry was very touched. He expressed his gratitude with a bright smile. No one except Hagrid had ever given him a gift since he was a child. Should I establish a guild in school? Bai Hao, who was reading in the library, suddenly had the idea of establishing a fairy tale guild in Hogwarts. Because now at Hogwarts, 2 people have already started to learn magic circles. And as the 2 began to demonstrate the power of the magic circle to the public, it would be difficult for Bai Hao, who mastered the secrets of the magic circle, to be alone. So in order to solve unnecessary troubles, he came up with the idea of establishing a guild. In Aslanti, the Magisters Guild is simply a hiring organization, and its mode of operation is that the guild members complete the client's tasks and receive corresponding commissions. But this model doesn't work at Hogwarts. Regarding the reform of the guild model, Bai Hao has no specific ideas for the time being, and everything has to wait until the guild is actually established. Besides, this matter also needs to be discussed with the old bee. Bai Hao, don't you want to watch Quidditch? As soon as Bai Hao left the library, Caroline, the head teacher of La Wen Kilo, walked over to him. Caroline, good afternoon. Bai Hao waved. Is there a Quidditch match this afternoon? Caroline nodded. Yes, Gryffindor played against Slytherin, because Harry Potter became the youngest seeker in this century, and many people watched it. Then go and have a look. After all, I haven't even enjoyed a Quidditch game yet. Immediately, Bai Hao and Caroline went to the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts. Quidditch, a wizarding sport played on broomsticks. The game is very popular among wizards and wizards, and according to Hagrid, it is as popular as football in the Muggle world. The purpose of this sport is that the winning side needs to get more points than the opponent. During the game, each goal earned the team 10 points, while catching the snitch earned 150 points. Also, a Quidditch match can only end when the snitch is caught, or with the consent of the captains of both teams. If the snitch hadn't been caught, the game could have gone on for many days. The longest recorded Quidditch game time is said to be 3 months. Before reaching the viewing platform, Bai Hao could already hear the sound of shouts and cheers. Through a wooden door, a huge Quidditch pitch came into view. The stadium is very large, and it looks no different from an ordinary football field on the surface. It is surrounded by towering stands, and hundreds of chairs are arranged on the stands, which is convenient for the audience to watch the game clearly from a height. At each end of the court are 3 golden pillars 50 feet high with rings on top. Bai Hao and Caroline sat down at a random place. The players had already entered the field, and the commentator was Jordan from Gryffindor College. Jordan held a golden horn that resembled a microphone. Welcome to Jordan's live commentary. Today's first game is Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. The players have already entered the field. Come on, Gryffindor. Slytherin must win. In the stands, the students representing the 2 teams were waving their flags and shouting with all their strength. Among them, in the stands of Gryffindor College, Professor McGonagall was particularly excited. Jordan, the players are in place, now Mrs. Hooch is stepping onto the field, and the game is about to begin. Mrs. Hooch looked up at the players of the 2 teams. I hope that both sides can play well and play well. Then he kicked away the wooden box containing the game ball, and the bludger and the golden snitch immediately flew into the air. Mrs. Hooch picked up the quaffle, threw it up, and the game officially started. Jordan, the game started. The quaffle was first grabbed by Gryffindor. It was Angelina. It was a beautiful pass, but unfortunately it was intercepted by Slytherin. Captain Slytherin made a beautiful shot. Is it going to score? Oh, beautiful. Great save by Gryffindor keeper Captain Wood. Katie next to her got hit in the back of the head by a bludger. My God! It hurts to watch. It's Slytherin holding the ball now, oh my god. Their player got hit by the bludger. It turned out to be Weasley from Gryffindor, well done. Now Gryffindor has the ball and attacks. Angelina. Fly up, dodge a bludger. The Slytherin keeper pounces. Miss. Goal. Gryffindor take the lead. Gryffindor must win. Jordan cheered enthusiastically, and at the same time there were bursts of screams and cheers from the Gryffindor stands behind him. By-How sat in the stands, and started to stare dead fish eyes again. In his opinion, this Quidditch passion is quite passionate, but the rules are too rough and simple, making people look like they are not playing a ball game, but fighting with the ball. Jordan, now we turn to Harry Potter, as the youngest Seeker in a century, how will he perform? Wait. Is that the snitch? Harry saw the snitch. He went after it, followed by the Slytherin Seeker. Two people huddled together fighting each other. Oh, my! The Slytherin Seeker fouled, he bumped Harry, and the snitch disappeared again. Hey! There seems to be something wrong with Harry's broomstick. This is Nimbus 2000. The broom seems to be about to throw its owner to the ground. What's going on? The stage was stunned, and no one knew why Harry lost control suddenly. In the Gryffindor stands, Hermione, who was watching the game, suddenly remembered what Harry said at noon, and quickly looked at the Slytherin stands through the binoculars. I saw Snape staring straight at Harry while muttering something. Hermione put down her binoculars and said in shock, "My God! It's him!" After confirming the truth, Hermione quickly and quietly walked around under the Slytherin stands, and set Snape's robes on fire with a blazing flame. In the Slytherin stands, Snape, who was chanting counter curse and rescue Harry, felt his feet getting hotter and hotter. But he didn't have time to think about it, it was his mission to keep Harry safe from harm. Finally, under the reminder of a professor next to him, Snape realized that his clothes were on fire, and quickly stood up to extinguish the flames, correspondingly interrupting Quirrell's spell casting, and Harry returned to the arena. And all of this, By-How saw it all, he smiled slightly. Professor Snape should say that he is arrogant or trying to save face. Today's confrontation between Gryffindor and Slytherin ended with Harry taking the lead in catching the golden snitch. It's true. By-How, you have to believe me. Yesterday Snape really cursed Harry's broom on the field. The second day after the match, Hermione found By-How chasing him and telling him what happened yesterday. Matter. By-How sighed helplessly, and turned to look at Hermione. First of all, I know everything about yesterday. Secondly, don't easily question a professor just because you hate Snape, some things you think are too simple and naive. However, I actually saw it yesterday, staring at the target while chanting the spell, and Snape staring at Harry without blinking. Hermione also wanted to convince By-How to believe in herself. By-How rolled his eyes. In this case, what are you going to do? Hermione's face was impassioned. We should stop Snape. By-How looked at Hermione speechlessly. It seems that the Sorting Hat was right when it assigned you to Gryffindor. Hermione blushed when she heard By-How's words. Although she was very angry, she couldn't think of any reason to refute. By-How put away his expression, became a little serious, and stretched out his hand to pinch Hermione's little face. What? Look at you, you want to be a hero? But do you know what it cost Harry to be a hero last time? Not long after he was born, the bodies of his parents lay beside him. It's not easy to be a hero. You have to bleed and die. Your abilities haven't reached that level yet. Let's learn the book I gave you first. By-How pushed Hermione's forward and left, leaving Hermione standing there blushing. She didn't catch up either, she knew that By-How would not help her in this matter. And at this moment, Harry suddenly ran over from a distance with Ron. Hermione, I see. I know. Nicole Flamel. I just found out from Hagrid that the thing guarded by the three-headed dog is related to Nicole Flamel. Nicole Flamel. As soon as Hermione heard the clue, she immediately forgot what By-How said just now. Harry nodded. Yes, Nicole Flamel. Just now, Ron and I went to Hagrid to tell Hagrid about what happened yesterday. He said that the three-headed dog was called Lua, and it was borrowed by Professor Dumbledore to protect him. Flamel-related stuff. Nicole Flamel. Nicole Flamel. I vaguely seem to have seen this name somewhere, but I just can't remember it. Hermione was scratching her head and stamping her feet, thinking that she could quickly recall information related to this name. How about it, Hermione, let's all look for clues about Nicholas May separately, and notify everyone as soon as we find it." Seeing Hermione like this, Harry also knew that she couldn't remember it for a while, so he simply acted separately. "It is good." In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, there were 2 or 3 young wizards who did not come home. The school specially prepared a sumptuous dinner for these students. "Fina, please." By-How stroked Fina's snow-white feathers. Today was Christmas Eve, and he prepared a large snack pack and several sets of magic robes as Christmas presents and sent them home. "By-How, aren't you going home this Christmas?" Harry was doing homework next to him. Of course it was impossible for Harry to go home. The Hogwarts dormitory was much more comfortable than he was in the little stairwell in Privet Drive, so he didn't want to go back. "Forget it, I went home a few days ago, and it was very troublesome to go back and forth. It's nothing to spend Christmas at school, and there are 20 days of holidays, so I don't care about this moment." By-How waved his hand, and he arranged a set-at-home teleportation magic circle. "If you want to go back, you can go back anytime." Ron didn't go home either, but he failed the transfiguration exam, and his mother agreed to Professor McGonagall's suggestion to keep him in school to make up the exam. Harry sighed in Ron's place. "What about you, Caroline? Why don't you go home?" By-How looked at Caroline, who was reading a book. "I need to prepare for the O.W.L exam." "Well, a concise answer. O.W.L exam, also known as the Ordinary Wizarding Level exam, Ordinary Wizarding Level, is a sub-examination that students in the 5th grade of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry need to take, and is administered by the Wizarding Examinations Authority. The score a student earns on a given OWL exam subject will determine his or her ability to continue studying that course in the following year. And in addition to referring to the exams that 5th graders take, OWL sometimes refers to the difficulty of a student's course of study, the OWL level. After By-How finished his Christmas Eve dinner, he planned to go to the room of requirement. The perception magic had been completed, and now he was going to get back the crown of Ravenclaw. "I need to go to the place where the crown of Ravenclaw is hidden." By-How pushed open the door, and the familiar mountain of debris came into view. By-How looked around and made sure that there were no special people here, so he clapped his hands together. Perception magic, Holy Lake ripples activated. Ripples in the Holy Lake, By-How's self-created perception magic. A Holy Lake domain is formed centered on the caster, and a circle of magic power ripples are formed. As long as the ripples touch an abnormal source of magic power, their information will be fed back to the caster. A silver magic circle appeared at By-How's feet, and as a circle of ripples spread out in the void, By-How sensed an abnormally decaying source of magic power. "Found it!" By-How hurriedly ran towards the target. Ravenclaw's diadem lay in an oak jewelry box beneath a battered mirror. Open the jewelry box, and a luxurious crown is placed in it dignifiedly. This is a crown set with blue gemstones, sparkling. On the bottom edge of the crown is engraved Ravenclaw's famous maxim, "Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth of mankind." By-How picked up the crown, and felt a hidden spiritual force permeating his brain. This kind of power is nothing to By-How, but for the students who are still studying at Hogwarts, this thing may make them unknowingly become a new generation of Death Eaters. By-How is not in a hurry to dispose of this crown. World Tree needs seeds and materials to create soul magic, and Voldemort's Horcrux just happened to be used as a waste. "I'm done, what should I do next?" After recovering Ravenclaw's crown, By-How thought that he had finished reading the books in Ravenclaw's lounge. On this special day of Christmas Eve, he decided to find something special to be thankful for. "Then let's go to the Forbidden Forest to play, and see if we can meet Voldemort's Noseless One by the way." By-How smashed his fist into the palm of his hand, so he decided to go to the Forbidden Forest. But before going there, he had to prepare some things. After all, no matter how much he went out on an adventure, he couldn't make a trip in vain, right? The Forbidden Forest, also commonly known as the Dark Forest, is located on the edge of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry grounds. As its name suggests, Hogwarts students are generally not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest, but in special circumstances such as confinement or protection of magical animals, students can enter the Forbidden Forest, but only on the periphery. For hundreds of years, because there are many dangerous magical animals and potion materials in the Forbidden Forest, many students wanted to go in and find out, but most of the students who trespassed into the depths of the Forbidden Forest were killed, and some even found their bodies. Less than. By-How was flying over the Forbidden Forest. He seemed to have heard from Caroline that last year's defense against the dark arts professor disappeared in the Forbidden Forest. For this reason, Dumbledore also mobilized the entire school's professors to enter the Forbidden Forest. I went to look for traces of this professor, but I couldn't find it in the end. The Forbidden Forest is huge, but it landed after flying at by-house speed for a few minutes. The surroundings were pitch black and nothing could be seen. By-how drew out his wand and pointed it at the night sky. Fluorescence flashes. A huge light bulb slowly lifted into the sky, illuminating a radius of dozens of meters. Didn't it mean that there are many magical animals in the Forbidden Forest? Why can't I see anything? By-how looked around with his hips akimbo, but he didn't find anything special except huge trees and unknown plants. Could it be frightened away by my light? Magical creatures can't be so timid. By-how took back the fluorescent flickering light bulb, and instead used his magic wand as a strong flashlight to explore the depths of the Forbidden Forest. After walking like this for about 10 minutes, the torch in By-how's hand suddenly caught a pair of eyes reflecting light, and he took a closer look. Ha! It turned out to be a wicked bird. On the branch, I saw a bird with a big head and thin feet, with pink feathers, staring straight at By-how. Which bird? A bird native to Africa with unusually showy plumage that may be orange, pink, lime green, or yellow. Its high-pitched, chirping call is so insane that every wretch requires a silence spell to sell. Which bird feathers can be used to make quills, and their eggs are also brightly patterned. Just now I was thinking about what Christmas gift to give to Hermione, and you delivered it to my door. By-how looked at the wicked bird with a smile, and the quill was just right as a gift for Hermione. In order to prevent the wretch bird from escaping, By-how quickly cast a silent spell and a holding spell, and then he was ready to go and collect his spoils. Picking up the stiffened witchbird that had fallen to the ground, By-how stroked its smooth feathers. I have to say that it is really beautiful, no wonder so many people like to use its feathers to make quills. Don't worry, little guy, I don't want to eat you, I only want a few feathers from you. Seeing the humanized frightened eyes of the wretch bird, By-how smiled and stretched out his evil fingers. Unlocking the spell, By-how walked away, leaving behind only a bald bird with circled eyes. Explore the Forbidden Forest to unlock the magical creature Wicked Bird and get a reward. 89 beautiful pink feathers, can be used to make exquisite quills. In the dark Forbidden Forest, the starry sky on Christmas Eve is really bright. After walking through the thin snow, all kinds of magical animals attracted by the light in By-how's hands are rustling in the dense grass. Everything seems so mysterious and unknown. By-how walked slowly among them, not paying any attention to the hidden dangers around, until... Hey! What's that? By-how suddenly saw a faint blue fluorescent light floating up and down in the midair in the distance, just like the legendary will-o'-the-wisp. What is the magical animal that emits a faint blue light? By-how couldn't find any relevant information in his mind, so he decided to go in and see if it was an unknown or extinct magical creature. Afraid of disturbing this strange wildfire, By-how extinguished the light in his hand and groped forward quietly, afraid of making a certain sound. By-how's eyes have been staring at the blue fluorescent light not far away. Just when he was about to unravel the true face of the will-o'-the-wisp, he accidentally stepped on a dry and cracked branch. Crack! This sudden accident made By-how's heart tense. The sound of branches breaking was very abrupt in the dark Forbidden Forest. In the blink of an eye, the blue magical animal disappeared, and immediately after that, the alarm bell in By-how's heart rang crazily. Relying on years of fighting instinct, By-how fell backwards. A black figure with a wingspan of at least 4 meters flew past his nose, and By-how could even smell a fishy smell from it. By-how stood up quickly and looked around vigilantly. What's that? He was sure that the attack just now came from that mysterious blue fluorescent creature. But now the surroundings are dead and dark, and there is no special light. Call out! Here we go again! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and By-how instinctively dodged to the side quickly. But he felt that he was already injured, and the guy seemed to be attacking faster than the speed of sound. Wiping the blood off his face, By-how squinted his eyes without paying attention to the pain on his face. He is now quickly analyzing the characteristics of this magical animal in his mind based on the 2 attacks just now. First, this magical animal is most likely a nocturnal animal. The blue dim light I saw at the beginning was probably the means of this magical creature to lure food. Second, the fishy smell he smelled when attacking him for the first time was the smell of brains. He used to fight with monsters and smashed their heads. He was familiar with this smell. Third, combined with the fact that the target of the 2 attacks is his own head, it can be deduced that this magical creature is probably the winged demon that feeds on human brains. Fourth, if it is determined that it is a winged demon, but it can emit blue fluorescence autonomously, with a wingspan of nearly 4 meters, and attack beyond the speed of sound. This does not conform to the previous description of the winged demon, but if this is a mutation, the winged demon, it all makes sense. Bai Hao licked his dry lips. I'm on fire. Today he had to catch this mutated winged demon. He had been thinking about a handsome and strong contract monster for a long time. But excitement is nothing but excitement, but the vigilance in Bai Hao's heart did not relax for a moment. Bai Hao understood that the mutated winged demon in front of him was difficult to deal with, its attack was silent and its movement speed was extremely fast. And the reason why I can continue to stand here is because my fighting instinct has saved him for many years. I am afraid that my mind is empty now if I want someone else to attack just now. Flashing fluorescent lights. Bai Hao pointed his magic wand towards the sky, and a huge sun rose up, illuminating a radius of hundreds of meters like daylight in an instant. He had to make the battlefield bright enough first, so that the mutated winged demon would lose its protective color of night. Call out! The sound of breaking through the air sounded again. Iron armor protection. The attack of the mutated winged demon hit a magic shield. Bai Hao stared at the creature in front of him with strong light. I found you. I saw a magical creature with blue-green wings more than 4 meters long, resembling a bat, colorful, and covered in thorns, gliding in the tall woods. It seems that your speed is only used when attacking. Bai Hao looked excitedly at the mutated winged demon in mid-air, so it would be much easier to clean up. Just now he thought that this guy's regular speed could exceed the speed of sound. But now it seems that it was due to the excellent hiding ability of the mutated winged demon and its instantaneous super high explosive power, which made me mistakenly think that this winged demon has a flying speed exceeding the speed of sound. Crazy growth! A green magic circle appeared under the winged demon's body, and hundreds of green vines shot up into the sky to form a cage that blocked all the roads in the air. The winged demon, who didn't have time to break out and escape, flew around the cage a few times before flapping its wings and hovering in mid-air. Hey! Did you catch it? Bai Hao raised his eyebrows, as if it came too easily. Sure enough, just when Bai Hao thought he had successfully caught the mutated winged demon, there was a piercing sound from the cage, which made Bai Hao's head buzz. Fuck! How much has this guy mutated? Bai Hao squatted on the ground covering his ears in pain, and hurriedly cast a silent spell to block out the dangerous cry. The shrill cry of the winged demon spread far away, scaring all the ordinary and magical creatures in the forbidden forest to flee, and their survival instinct told them to run as fast as possible. The chirping sound lasted for about 10 seconds. Bai Hao looked up and saw that the mutated winged demon in the cage had completely changed and became extremely terrifying. The spine-covered tail hung down to the ground, and the sickle blade on the tip of the tail was constantly scraping the fallen leaves under the snow and making rustling sounds. The 2 wings that have been stretched to a length of 10 meters are emitting a faint blue light, and at the same time through the fangs of the mouth, one can faintly see the same blue light emitting from the inside as the wings. Supported by the night sky and the sun, it is like a dark angel who has fallen into the world, a perfect combination of darkness and beauty. But Bai Hao didn't have time to appreciate the scenery in front of him. He looked at the winged demon in the cage in shock, wondering how it was born. What the hell is this? Isn't changing body size the ability of birds and snakes? But before Bai Hao could react from the shock, the mutated winged demon uttered a cry, and flicked the sickle blade of its tail, smoothly cutting open the vines that trapped him. Then it quickly flew up into the sky, and exhaled a faint blue breath in Bai Hao's direction. Bai Hao quickly jumped away, then looked down. Fuck! This TNND is extremely poisonous. I saw that the place where I was standing just now had been corroded with a pit, and there was still a lot of green smoke floating above it. Call out! The sound of piercing the air came again, and the tail blade of the mutated winged demon swung at Bai Hao again. Iron armor protection. The magic shield blocked the attack, but was immediately corroded by the following venom breath. Crazy growth. This time it was a cage made of thick wood. Boom. It seems that after this guy becomes this form, he can't explode at his previous speed. Seeing that the mutated winged demon broke free from the cage he made again, Bai Hao has deduced that although the mutant winged demon's strength will be greatly increased and it can use powerful breath, its attack speed will be severely reduced. I'd like to see how long you can last in this form. Bai Hao squinted his eyes, put away his wand and clapped his hands. Ode to life, birth of the tree realm. A huge green magic circle lit up at Bai Hao's feet, and a sea of trees composed of countless extremely thick logs rushed towards the mutant curled winged demon from all around without any dead ends. Because the movement speed of this form has dropped sharply, the mutated winged demon constantly exhaled poisonous breath to prevent the approach of the sea of trees, but how could a mere magical creature resist the power of nature? Finally, the mutated winged demon uttered its final cry, and was completely confined in the sea of trees. Phew, it's finally over. Bai Hao happily put his hips on his hips, looked at the sea of trees seal in front of him and smiled. In the battle just now, because he was afraid that he would accidentally kill this precious mutated crooked winged demon, all the spells cast by Bai Hao were mainly for defense and capture, so he made the battle a bit passive. According to the previous life and death battle, this mutated winged demon might not survive 3 minutes. This guy's transformation time is uncertain, just waiting here is not an option, go to other places first and then come back. Bai Hao placed a space mark here, as long as it does not exceed the range of space magic, absolute domain, he can come back at any time. By the way, the range of Bai Hao's space capability is 10 kilometers. Putting the mutated winged demon aside temporarily, Bai Hao continued to explore the depths of the Forbidden Forest. It may be that the momentum of the battle just now scared away the surrounding magical animals, so Bai Hao walked for a long time and did not see any new magical animals appearing until Bai Hao heard some strange sounds. Hey! Bai Hao took the magic wand bright flashlight and shone in one direction. There were bursts of screeching sounds, indicating that a group of reptiles were constantly approaching him from this direction. Because it sounded like a lot, Bai Hao flew into the air just in case, until a few minutes later he saw a large group of large and small black figures constantly crawling on the ground. Aha! It's a Acromantula. Bai Hao was happy now. Before leaving, he found 3 standard 225-liter oak barrels from the House of Requirement. If this trip to the Forbidden Forest didn't yield anything, he'd go to the Acromantula to borrow some venom, which sold for 100 galleons per pint, and there was no market for it. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Longian Chibi. A golden red wall of fire surrounded all the giant 8-eyed spiders, and it was time to hunt. Looking at the golden gallons walking on the ground, Bai Hao took advantage of the air to select hundreds of Acromantulas that were at least the size of an adult. Venom. At the same time, adhering to the concept of sustainable development, these captured Acromantulas were released directly after draining the venom. In the end, Bai Hao harvested about 192 pints of venom from this group of Acromantulas, in exchange for 19,200 galleons. To be honest, this is really easy money. Bai Hao looked at a half-oak barrel that was still empty, waved his hand and intentionally released an Acromantula out of the fire wall, and followed it to the outside of a cave. Is it Hagrid? The Acromantula master named Aragog smelled the scent of humans. I'm not Hagrid, I'm just here to borrow something. Bai Hao walked into the cave and looked up at the Acromantula that was about the size of a bus in front of him. It was lying on a boulder, the hair all over its body was already grey, and its eyes were also pale because of blindness. Human, you shouldn't come here. Although I promised Hagrid not to eat humans, my child doesn't have such good endurance. Aragog moved the giant spider legs to draw white marks on the rock. I can give you 10 seconds to escape. After 10 seconds, my children will take you as prey. If you escape from the Forbidden Forest, you will be able to live. Bai Hao stared at the dead fish and looked at Aragog in front of him. I will just quietly watch you pretend and never interrupt you. Off track. Bai Hao shook his head, threw the magical lyrics out of his head, took out an empty 1.5 oak barrels, and waved the Tongtian blaze. His eyes glowed red. Will you do it yourself or will I help you? After a while, Bai Hao returned to the place where the mutated winged demon was sealed with 3 full oak barrels. Hearing that there was no movement in the sea of trees, the curled winged demon must have stopped. Sure enough, after opening the seal of the sea of trees, a ball covered with spikes fell to the ground, which was the state of the winged demon when it was not flying. Bai Hao didn't talk nonsense, picked up his wand and pointed at the curled winged demon who had shrunk into a ball. Contract magic life contract. A golden magic circle lit up, and the body of the winged demon began to emit golden light. After a while, the light disappeared, and the contract was formally completed. From now on, the mutant winged demon must obey Bai Hao's orders, unless Bai Hao died. Look at the blue color all over your body, I will call you Yu Ye from now on. Seeing Yu Ye who was constantly flapping his wings, Bai Hao smiled knowingly. It is said that the food of the winged demon is human brains, so what should I feed it? Bai Hao suddenly thought of a difficult thing. He couldn't really kill people for the sake of Yu Ye, he is not a zombie. Then at this moment, Yu Ye uttered a nice cry, Master, can I eat your brain? Bai Hao's head is full of black lines. I am solving your food problem, and you want to eat your master's brain. Count the ball. Go back and ask the house elf to bring back some animal brains and feed them. Bai Hao took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, but he could go shopping for a while. In the next hour, Bai Hao unlocked the Moon Crazy Beast again in a cave, and obtained 10 kilograms of Moon Crazy Beast's excrement before sunrise, which can make magic plants grow fast and strong. He thought about giving the shit to Professor Sprout, she'd love it. Bai Hao also saw a litter of velvet, 16 in total. It's just that he couldn't understand why these little guys appeared in the depths of the Forbidden Forest and still lived well. Level 1, X, Mystical Creatures Puff Light. It is a ball-shaped pet covered with creamy yellow soft fur and very popular with little wizards. It's not aggressive and doesn't hate being cuddled or thrown around. The puffy is a scavenger, eating everything from spiders to leftovers, but its favorite thing is to use its long tongue to eat the dried boogers of wizards while they sleep. Puddings are easy to care for and will buzz when they're content. Its hair has magical properties and can be used as a raw material for potions. So to sum up, if the cattail velvet is put in the Forbidden Forest, it will be treated as food. But Bai Hao still put away the puffs, and taking them back to school for the little wizards to adopt would be a good home for them. Finally, Bai Hao counted the harvest of this Forbidden Forest expedition. 1. Obtain 89 pink feathers of the beautiful witch bird, can be used to make exquisite quills. 2. Obtain a powerful mutated winged demon. 3. Obtain 3 oak barrels of acromander venom, in exchange for about 38,400 galleons. 4. Obtain 10 kilograms of feces from the Moon Crazy Beast before sunrise. 5. Obtain 16 cattails. 6. Obtain a number of herbal materials that can be used to make potions. Tonight, the harvest is full. After counting the trophies for tonight in the dormitory with wild laughter, Bai Hao fell asleep peacefully. He thought he would have a good dream tonight. Aha! On Christmas, Bai Hao got up very early in the morning uncharacteristically. He sat up slowly, stretched himself, and waved out the window, Fina. A snowy owl flew to Bai Hao from the window. It returned from delivering presents at Felix's house in the middle of last night. Bai Hao touched Fina's snow-white feathers, took out a few small dried fish from the special food bag and fed it to it, and at the same time took out a packaged gift box. Fina, please send this to him in there. Inside is the quill pen that Bai Hao made before going to bed last night. The pink color is sprinkled with gold, which is full of girlishness. Goo! Goo! Fina happily ate the dried fish, and flew away with the gift in her mouth. Today is Christmas. The reason why Bai Hao got up so early is because he has to prepare Christmas presents for many people today. First of all, he prepared a gift pack of snacks from Honeyduke's candy store wrapped in wool socks for Dumbledore. After all, he also got a lot of snacks from him, and he would feel bad if he didn't make up for it. Then, a copy of 1877 Quidditch World Cup decryption was prepared for Professor McGonagall. Hailed as an event no one remembers, the match was one of the most controversial in the history of the Quidditch World Cup. Because at the time of this game, the venue had been selected, the tickets had been sold, and the merchandise had been produced, but neither the players nor the fans could remember that they had ever participated in or watched any game. Prepared 10 kilograms of Moon Crazy Beast's golden gram for Professor Sprout, which will be of great help to her herb garden. Prepare self-contracting shoes for Professor Flitwick, so that he does not often have to climb up to the podium with books to teach. Prepared a set of 5 3 questions for the O.W.L exam that I personally customized for Caroline. She is preparing for the exam and it is suitable. Prepared a set of Quidditch armor for Harry, in case he accidentally fell off the broom and died next time. Prepared a set of wizard robes for Ron. Bai Hao was really pitiful to see him still wearing Big Brother's old clothes. After wrapping up all the presents and going to the kitchen to ask a house elf to deliver most of the presents, Bai Hao was thinking about what to give Snape. Finally, after thinking about it, he took 1.5 pints of venom from Yu Ye and put it in a beautiful glass bottle, and then took 1 oak barrel of Acromantis venom and walked to the basement. He planned to give this gift himself. Yu Ye is a winged demon with a very high degree of mutation. He wanted to ask Snape to help him study the effect of Yu Ye's venom. The venom of the Acantara is a thank you. Snape's office was next door to the potions classroom in the basement. Boom! 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 Professor Snape, are you there? Bai Hao knocked on the door, but no one responded, but the door was shaking slightly because of the knock just now. Bai Hao saw that the door of the office was not locked, so he opened the door and walked in. The walls of the room were dark and very damp, and along the walls were racks of large glass jars in which all sorts of disgusting things were floating. In addition, there is a fireplace, which is very clean, without any ash. It should have not been used for a long time. There is also an old fur table in the innermost place, with several crucibles placed on it, and the potions full of strange colors are exuding a charming aroma under the urging of the flame. Seeing that Snape was not in the office, Byhow swaggered around in front of the shelves full of large glass jars. He was very interested in the various animal organs soaked in them. Byhow looked at a jar, and there was something like a goat's horn floating inside. Is this the horn of a long-horned water snake? I remember that this thing can be used to make magic wands, but it doesn't say that it can be used as a potion material. Hey! Loba worms! Aren't there a lot of these black lakes? Why are they kept here? There are many small black worms in a glass jar, and they are constantly crawling inside. The venom of the loba worm can be used as a raw material for making potions, but because of its extremely high side effects and strict restrictions, many potion makers usually don't prepare this thing. Fuck! There's also a specimen of the golden snidget. He heard that the species was almost extinct due to overhunting. Byhow was full of curiosity, jumping up and down in front of the shelf, constantly carefully observing the contents in the glass jar, guessing what kind of magical creature they came from. Hey! So big! Byhow suddenly glanced at a corner behind the shelf, where there was a huge glass jar, bigger than he had seen before. He walked forward and looked inside with a fluorescent flickering light, and saw a huge scarlet tail soaking in a glass jar half the size of a troll. What is this? Byhow carefully looked through the magical creatures folder in his mind, but found no relevant information. It doesn't mean it's a fire dragon's tail. Byhow frowned and looked at the smooth cuticle of the tail. There are no scales on it. This is the tail of the Chimera, a bloodthirsty and violent magical creature native to Greece. A gloomy voice sounded from behind Byhow. Byhow turned around and smiled. Good morning, Professor Snape. He'd been aware of Snape's arrival, even if there was no sound when he opened the door. Filks broke into the professor's office without permission. Snape looked at Byhow with cold eyes. How many points do you want to deduct for Law Wenquilo College? Or, you can also choose to try my new potion, which will make your troll brain, which can't even recognize the tail of a chimera, become a little smarter. Hey! That's too much. Many people don't recognize the chimera's tail, okay? The corners of Byhow's eyes twitched, and he didn't pay much attention to Snape's poisonous tongue, because this is his man suppose, if you get angry, you lose. Byhow took out the glass bottle containing Yu Yi's venom. The venom inside was emitting a faint blue light. Coupled with the dots of white stars on the glass bottle, it seemed that there was a starry sky inside. Merry Christmas! Professor Snape! Byhow handed over the venom bottle. This is my Christmas present for you. Snape didn't speak, his eyes were fixed on Byhow, and he grabbed the bottle as if snatching. With a flick of his thumb, the cork flew off, and he sniffed the bottle between his nose. The venom of the winged demon. But it seems to be a bit different. With years of experience in pharmaceuticals, Snape immediately smelled that the bottle of liquid came from the winged demon. The venom of the winged demon is very rare, even on the black market, it is difficult to find, and although the ordinary winged demon's venom also emits light, it is silvery white, unlike the dark blue bottle in front of me. Felix, where did you get this bottle of stuff? Snape stared at Byhow. For him, this might be a new ingredient of potion. Medicine may become a reality because of this venom. You yet. A black shadow suddenly flew out from Byhow's chest, and Yu Ye flapped his wings and flew out, circled around the office a few times, and stopped beside Byhow. Yu Ye has the ability to change size at will, so Byhow turned it into a small ball and hung it around his neck. But Snape suddenly saw a winged demon running out, and out of instinct, he quickly backed away, and pointed his wand at Yu Ye vigilantly. Professor Snape, you don't have to be so nervous. Byhow touched Yu Ye's wings with a cold feeling. It's my pet Yu Ye, and the venom in your hand came from it. Extracted. Snape still didn't put down his wand. Felix, raising dangerous magical creatures in school, I don't think you need to think about deducting points, but when to pack up and go home. Byhow looked at Snape helplessly, took Yu Ye back and hung it around his neck again. Professor, I know. The venom of the winged demon can remove bad memories after dilution, but it is ordinary winged demon's venom. Yu Ye is a mutated winged demon, so I would like to ask the professor to help you research whether the venom on it is different from before. Snape put away his wand, with no expression on his face, but looked at Baiao with a playful look in his eyes. Then, Filks, why should I help you? Just wait for your words. Baiao laughed secretly in his heart. Whether you want to help me or not, this bottle of venom is just my Christmas present to you. But if you like, the venom of these acromants is my reward. Baiao took out the oak barrel containing the venom of acromants, opened the lid, and it was full of fresh venom. Snape looked at the bucket of transparent liquid. He knew that Baiao wasn't fooling himself. His sense of smell told him that the big bucket was full of acromantula venom, and it was just extracted. To be honest, since he became a potion maker, he may not have seen as much acromantoid venom as the oak barrel in front of him. After thinking for a moment, Snape turned and walked into the office without saying a word. He came to a cabinet, took his wand and said some spells to the cabinet, and then took out a bottle of silver potion from inside. Snape turned back and threw the silver potion to Baiao. I will truthfully report to Dumbledore about the winged demon. Now, get out. Baiao looked at the silver potion in his hand, and bowed excitedly. Thank you, Professor Snape. Then he ran away quickly. Haha. Get a bottle of Felicity elixir. Baiao walked happily in the corridor. He didn't expect that there would be unexpected gains from this gift. The value of this bottle of Felicia was far greater than that barrel of acromantula venom. For him, this was a no-cost business. He had as many giant spiders as he wanted in the Forbidden Forest, and if he didn't have enough venom, he could just borrow some. But Snape is such an arrogant guy. Baiao said with a smile, recalling Snape's expression just now. Then Baiao came to Hagrid's hut by the Forbidden Forest. He also prepared a Christmas present for Hagrid, because there are very few research materials on the winged demon in the wizarding world, so this time he mainly wanted to ask about you yet. Boom. 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 Excuse me, is Mr. Hagrid in? Baiao knocked on the wooden door of Hagrid's cabin. Who is it? Is it Harry? There were footsteps in the room, the door was opened, and Hagrid poked his head out from inside. Hey? May I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Hagrid, I'm Baiao Felkas, a first-year student at Ravenclaw College. Baiao greeted Hagrid with a smile. Oh. So you are Baiao. Harry often talks about you. Hagrid smiled happily. He had heard Baiao's name for a long time, but today was the first time he saw a real person. Hagrid waved into the room. Come in. Just call me Hagrid. Baiao walked in. Although the room was a bit messy, there was no peculiar smell. This is not easy for Hagrid, who has been in contact with various magical creatures and lives next to the Forbidden Forest for a long time. Find a seat and sit casually. Hagrid poured a cup of hot water for Baiao, and then fiddled with the charcoal fire in the wall. Baiao, are you here to see me? Baiao drank his saliva and didn't rush to talk about you yet, but took out a brand new wool coat. Merry Christmas. Hagrid. Oh, oh. My God. Hagrid was very pleasantly surprised, and even a little overwhelmed. He felt that it was a bit bad to accept gifts from others when they met for the first time. Seeing Hagrid's embarrassed look, Baiao smiled and stuffed the woolen coat into his hands. Try to see if it fits. Wow. Good. Hagrid was so touched, he hurriedly put on his new clothes, and looked at the only mirror in the room. Very good, very suitable. Because Baiao had asked a house elf to sneak into the hut at night to help Hagrid take measurements early on, this coat was custom-made. Thank you. Baiao. Hagrid wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. It had been a long time since anyone had given him new clothes. Baiao smiled. You're welcome. Actually, Hagrid, I have something else to ask you this time. Baiao drank his saliva and began to express his real intention of coming. Of course you can. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Hagrid happily touched the brand new wool coat on his body, and he couldn't put it down because of its soft and smooth feel. Come out. Yuya changed form and flew out, flying a few laps just like in Snape's office, and then stopped beside Baiao. Oh. My God! It's the winged demon. Hagrid quickly picked up an iron pot from the side and put it on his head. Don't be too nervous, Hagrid. Baiao smiled, stretched out his hand and slid the back of your hand over Yuyi's wings. Yuya is my pet, and it won't hurt anyone without my orders. Hagrid observed for a while, seeing that there really seemed to be no danger, so he walked over slowly. He leaned in front of Yuya and looked carefully. his eyes gradually became blurred. It's so beautiful. Hey! Bai Hao suddenly sensed something was wrong, turned his head to look at Yu Ye, and saw that its two wings were emitting blue light regularly. I'm going. You still have the ability to psychedelic people. Bai Hao could see that the frequency of the blue light on Yu Ye's wings, if someone stared at it for a long time, they would be hypnotized. But right now, he can't take care of that. He grabbed one of Hagrid's arms and shook it vigorously. Hagrid! Hagrid! Wake up! Oh! Hey! What's wrong with me? Hagrid woke up instantly, and looked around suspiciously. Sorry, Hagrid. Bai Hao showed an embarrassed expression, because I just got Yu Ye, and I don't know its abilities yet. Yu Ye, take it back quickly. Bai Hao ordered Yu Ye to retract the light of the wings, but the feedback message was, it can't be done. Haha. Don't force this little guy, the light on its wings cannot be taken back during the day. Hagrid was looking at Yu Ye with admiring eyes. Very excited. The blue light just now is just a means of trapping its prey. Hagrid, isn't Yu Ye a mutated winged demon? Bai Hao looked at Hagrid's appearance, and it seemed that this was not the first time a winged demon like Yu Ye had appeared. Mutated magical creatures are usually unique. Of course not. Hagrid touched Yu Ye's icy wings with rough fingers. It's not that easy for magical creatures to mutate. Even if two different magical creatures combine, the probability of successful mutation is infinitely close. At 0. What is that dark night? Hagrid withdrew his hand, stood up straight and lifted his pants. Actually, your dark night is a very rare phenomenon of blood lease back. Rent back. Bai Hao didn't know, so he had never heard of such knowledge. Hagrid nodded excitedly, yes, rent back. Mystical creatures have existed in this world for a much longer time than us humans, and many of them have changed or lost themselves due to various factors over the long years. The phenomenon of bloodline rent back is that magical creatures may have awakened bloodlines due to some coincidences, allowing their original abilities that have disappeared in history to reappear on them. But I don't know why, the more powerful the magical creature is, the easier it is for this phenomenon to occur. So magical creatures that return to their ancestors are usually very dangerous. There was a rent-back event of a poisoned leopard a long time ago, and a lot of people died at that time. And now the ability displayed by your pet is almost exactly the same as the ancient curled winged demon recorded in some surviving materials. Change size at will, extremely fast speed, dark blue body, long tail bone blade. Seeing that Hagrid seemed to be getting more and more excited as he talked, Bai Hao didn't interrupt him. What he was talking about now couldn't be learned in textbooks. After more than 10 minutes like this, Hagrid finally finished speaking. He turned to look at Bai Hao. Oh. Sorry. I get fascinated when I talk about magical creatures. Bai Hao smiled and put his fingers down from his temples. It's okay, I also benefited a lot. Hagrid's wonderful lecture just now has been downloaded into his brain with memory magic, and these things can be studied slowly. Having got what he wanted, Bai Hao walked out of Hagrid's hut. He had just learned from Hagrid that ordinary sheep's brains or cow's brains would do the trick for night's food, and that human brains were the most delicious food for a crooked devil. Hagrid also confessed that sometimes he could properly feed the blood of some other magical creatures tonight. Because Yu Ye's ability may still have great potential, and there are too few existing records of the ancient winged demon. The blood or brains that feed magical creatures may further stimulate Yu Ye's potential blood power. So, for a long time afterwards, the Acromantula in the Forbidden Forest suffered a complete disaster. At the same time, Bai Hao also thought about whether to trigger the plot in advance and dig out the basilisk's brain for Yu Ye to try. Bai Hao still compromised under the superimposed letters from Mary Aunt, and returned home on Christmas night, and the family happily had a Christmas dinner. Because of the 20-day vacation, Bai Hao thought that going back to school would have nothing to do except reading books and practicing magic, so he became a salted fish at home. A weekend of vacation. After eating and drinking, Bai Hao lay on the bed and took a nap. During this period of time, he lived a holiday life like a pig. He ate and slept every day, and he was not serious at all. This afternoon, at the Felix's house, when Bai Hao was sleeping soundly in the room, a knock on the door woke him up. Bai Hao! Wake up! Your classmate is looking for you. Mr. Boris slammed on the door of Bai Hao's room and shouted. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, Brat, you actually let your classmates hang out and sleep in the room by yourself. Today is Saturday. At noon, Boris went back to the police station to deal with some matters. As soon as he got home, he saw a cute little girl sitting in front of his house. He curiously went over to ask, and found that it was his youngest son's classmate at Hogwarts. She said that she had arrived here half an hour ago and had been knocking on the door but no one responded, so she just sat here and waited. Bolus patted his head. He just remembered that today his wife, eldest son, and eldest daughter all went out on their own business, and Baihao would definitely sleep in there at this time, and he would fall into a deep sleep as soon as he lay on the bed and closed his eyes, so there was no knock on the door outside. Hey! Classmates! Baihao got up unsteadily. Could it be George and the others? After all, apart from the professors at the school, only the Weasleys knew where they were. Baihao walked down the stairs sleepily, and then heard an angry voice. Baihao! Hermione! Why are you here? Baihao looked at Hermione who was sitting on the sofa in surprise. He didn't remember telling Hermione his home address. You have the nerve to say it. Hermione stood up aggressively, ran to Baihao and grabbed his collar. Didn't I tell you before that I would invite you to my house during the Christmas holiday? I wrote I have sent you several letters, but no reply to any of them. I didn't know you were home until I ran into Harry and Ron in Diagon Alley yesterday. Didn't you say you weren't going home for Christmas? All my letters were sent to school. Baihao scratched his head in embarrassment. Is there such a thing? To be honest, he really doesn't remember much. In many cases, cooking is the most important job. Bolus next to him rolled his eyes resentfully. Can this brat talk? Didn't you see the girl was angry? Hermione was even angrier. What did you say? She couldn't believe her ears. She had told Baihao more than once about eating during the Christmas holiday, and now he told herself that he didn't know. Baihao looked at Hermione's tightly clenched fist, and immediately realized that he had said something wrong, and quickly waved his hand. No. No. I originally planned to contact you today. I believe you ghost. Hermione folded her arms and looked at Baihao in disbelief, who was still sleeping in the room just now. Haha. Baihao smiled awkwardly, then rushed to the refrigerator and took out the chocolate cake he bought yesterday. Come on, Hermione, don't be angry. Eat the cake. He heard from the waiter in that store that the cake was made by a Michelin 3-star chef, and he didn't know if it was bragging, but it was quite expensive anyway. Finally, under Baihao's cake offensive, Hermione gradually calmed down. Hermione, how did you find my house? Baihao made a cup of milk tea and put it in front of Hermione. When I met Ron, Mrs. Weasley was by my side, she told me. Hermione took a sip of the milk tea. It was so sweet. So, when are you going to agree to my invitation to come to my house? I promise now, anytime. Baihao smiled, but you don't go home tonight, you call your parents later and tell your parents to stay with me for dinner. Tonight I will personally let's cook. Is the food you cook edible? Hermione expressed doubts, seeing Baihao at school usually only knows to eat. Who do you look down on? I am the number one in the family when it comes to cooking. Baihao patted his chest confidently. He didn't lie. How could he not be able to cook with the gene of a flower planter? It's just that he is too lazy to do it. After changing his clothes, Baihao was ready to go out with Hermione. Bolus uncle, Hermione and I went out to buy some groceries. Boris looked at the newspaper and raised his teacup to show that he understood. In the evening, the rest of the family returned home one after another. Shidia was very happy when she saw Hermione, and the two chatted non-stop during dinner, and at the end she said to Hermione, you might as well spend the night at my house tonight, and sleep with me. It's just that this matter was finally dropped under Baihao's strong opposition. What a joke, if it were you, it would be understandable for my daughter to stay at dinner at a male classmate's house for the first time. But being left home overnight? If it were me, Mr. Granger drove over immediately. Of course, this was also a small episode during the holiday. Baihao finally came to visit Hermione as promised, and was warmly welcomed by Mr. and Mrs. Granger. The Grangers must have heard from Hermione that Baihao's magic is very powerful, so they asked Baihao to take good care of their daughter at school, saying that although her daughter is good at studying, she is actually a bitch. The two enthusiastically poured out Hermione's dark history of more than 10 years to Baihao, so that Hermione wanted to say forget everything to her parents beside her. The holiday passed quickly, and the little wizards of Hogwarts returned to the campus one after another to start a new semester of study. Good morning, Baihao. Harry sat behind Baihao who was having breakfast, with a strange expression on his face. Good morning, Harry. Baihao turned his head to greet him, and continued cooking without further words. Harry took a sandwich, flipped it carelessly with a fork, licked his lips from time to time, and turned his head to take a peek at Bai Hao when he was done, with a look of hesitation. After a while, Bai Hao couldn't take it anymore. "What are you doing sneaking around?" Putting down the breakfast in his hand, he rolled his eyes and turned to Harry and said, "Just tell me if you have anything to say." Harry hesitated for a moment, took the morning and sat next to Bai Hao. "Bai Hao, do you know Nicole Flamel?" He thought it was a big deal. "You haven't given up yet?" Bai Hao sighed helplessly. He thought that after more than 2 months, this little lion had forgotten about it. Now it seems that even if the old bee didn't get in the way, Harry it will also be assigned to Gryffindor. Harry said that it was impossible for him to forget this incident, and that Snape tried to kill him at the Quidditch match was still vivid in his mind. In addition, Snape dangled in front of him all day long, and often deducted his points for various reasons, so no matter what, he would remember to expose the glorious mission of Snape's conspiracy. The reason why he came to look for Bai Hao early this morning was actually because he accidentally ran into Snape threatening the weak Professor Quirrell during the Christmas night outing. He felt from the conversation between the two that Snape was anxious to obtain what Lua was guarding. But half a month into the new semester, he didn't find any clues, so he found Bai Hao here in a hurry. I have to say that automatic brain supplementation is the most deadly. Hearing Harry recount all his Christmas experiences, Bai Hao didn't want to hide it anymore. The little lion couldn't be stopped at all, he could do whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't let them die then. The Philosopher's Stone. Bai Hao propped his cheek with one hand, and started to stare with dead fish eyes again. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry's eyes widened, as if he saw hope. Nicole Flamel, a famous alchemist, is the only master alchemist in the world who can make the Philosopher's Stone. He used the magical power of the Philosopher's Stone to make the elixir of life, extending the life of himself and his wife Perinal for more than 6 years. Century. Bai Hao flew away immediately after saying this. He was afraid that Harry would pester him to ask this and that. The Philosopher's Stone. Nicole Flamel. Ever since Harry inquired about effective information at Bai Hao, he had been chanting these two names like crazy for a day, and not long after dinner at night, he dragged Ron and Hermione to Hagrid's cabin. Boom! 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 Hagrid opened the door. "Good evening, Hagrid." Harry greeted anxiously, while the other two looked back to see if anyone had noticed them running out. "Wow! Hello, but I'm sorry, don't blame me for being rude, I don't have time to play with you today." After saying that, Hagrid was about to close the door. "We know about the Philosopher's Stone," Harry yelled, with a hint of pride in his tone. Hagrid opened the door again, looking at the three with a little surprise on his face. "Oh." Then he opened the entrance and let the three of them enter the house. "We think Snape is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone," Harry said firmly, without the slightest doubt in his judgment. "Oh! My God! You're still doubting him?" Hagrid fiddled with the copper pot in the fireplace. "Listen, you guys, Snape is one of the professors who protect the Philosopher's Stone, and your suspicions are groundless." "What?" The three of Harry looked at each other in blank dismay. They never imagined that the thief in their hearts was one of the protectors of the Philosopher's Stone. "Okay, you guys go away, I have something to do today." Hagrid impatiently started to rush people away. "Wait. 1. Hermione grasped the point of Hagrid's words. "That means more than the three-headed dog is protecting the Sorcerer's Stone." "Of course, if you want me to say it's superfluous, no one can pass Lua's level." Hagrid patted his chest proudly. "No one knows how to use it except me and Dumbledore. How to deal with Lua?" Clang! 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 At this moment, the copper pot hanging in the fireplace heard the sound of metal clashing. Hagrid quickly put on heat-insulating gloves and took out a round thing inside and put it on the table. "This is a dragon egg." Ron recognized the hot ball in front of him at a glance. One of his big brothers, Charlie Weasley, was studying dragons in Romania, and he was more familiar with this stuff than many people. "Dragon eggs?" Hermione looked at Hagrid in shock. "It's against the law to keep dragons privately." "Hagrid!" The dragon egg kept shaking, and within 10 seconds the egg exploded, revealing the Norwegian Ridgeback still wrapped in egg liquid. The little Norwegian Ridgeback crawled limply across the table, whining like a crow. Although it was just born, its sharp claws can leave obvious scratches on the table. "Oh! It's so beautiful!" Hagrid excitedly teased Charmander's chin with his hand. look at the little one taking me for a mother. He's always wanted a dragon as a pet, and now he finally got his wish. Hi, Norbert. Norbert. Harry looked at Hagrid suspiciously. It has to have a name, doesn't it? Hagrid continued to tease Norbert, with a strange tisk-tisk sound in his mouth. Gradually, Norbert might have been annoyed, and when he threw his neck back, he spewed out a dragon's breath, which ignited Hagrid's thick beard, and immediately the room smelled of burnt protein. Hagrid quickly extinguished the flames on his beard with his gloves, and looked at the three of them in embarrassment. Of course, it still needs some training. But at this moment, Hagrid suddenly saw a figure outside the window amid embarrassment and excitement. Who's there? Harry turned his head and recognized Draco Malfoy immediately. Oops! The three frantically ran out of Hagrid's hut, thinking of running back to the dormitory before Malfoy could tell the truth. Hagrid was sitting in the room, looking at the door that was still shaking, with a look of it's over. In the end, the three of them were still caught by Professor McGonagall, and they were deducted 50 points each, and they had to be confined. But to their comfort, Malfoy had to go with them to accept the punishment. So, you three idiots chose to go to Hagrid's place at night. You didn't know if you were followed by someone, and you didn't know if you were stared out of the window for a long time. In the end, you didn't ask anything, and you were deducted 150 points. Go to the Forbidden Forest for confinement. Ha 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 ha. The next day, a bright laugh resounded throughout the cafeteria, and Bai-Hao laughed until his stomach ached. The three little lions didn't go early or late, but they chose to go out at night. They didn't do anything when they arrived at Hagrid's place, and when they came back foolishly, they had to be stared at by their classmates. Also, what do you think you can ask from Hagrid? He doesn't know as much as I do. Bai-Hao took a bite of the apple. Pfft! Ha 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 ha! He couldn't help laughing out loud again. Hermione blushed with anger. She wanted to find a reason to refute Bai-Hao, but she had nothing to say. After all, the three of them did something really stupid this time. Smile, smile. Why are you laughing? If you are willing to tell us about the Sorcerer's Stone, do we still need to go to Hagrid? Hermione began to make trouble out of no reason. Oh! Blame me! Bai-Hao spread his hands. His current expression made Hermione want to beat him up. Okay, sooner or later you will know about the Philosopher's Stone, but you should think about how to spend tonight in the Forbidden Forest. Maybe you will meet some cute little ones inside. Bai-Hao smiled sinisterly. He said, the cutie he was talking about wasn't the velvet, but the baby acromantula whose legs were covered with spiky hairs. Having said that, the litter of cattails that Bai-Hao brought back from the Forbidden Forest were all adopted as soon as they were released, and Hermione was one of them. No girl could resist the cuteness of this creature. Humph! Hermione packed up her things and walked away. She didn't want to talk to Bai-Hao now. Watching Hermione going away, Bai-Hao's eyes gradually began to emit a dangerous cold light. You were not there when I went to the Forbidden Forest last time, this time I will see where you are going. At night, under the leadership of Filch, 3 lion cubs and a little snake are heading for Hagrid's cabin. Holding the kerosene lamp, Filch smiled, showing his ugly, crooked black teeth. Unfortunately, the old-fashioned punishment method can no longer be used against you. When I was locked up in the past, I had to hang my thumbs in the basement. The screams are really nostalgic. Just these 2 sentences frightened the 4 of them for a moment. Filch brought them to Hagrid's cabin, where a huge figure was already waiting. You have to stay with Hagrid in detention tonight. He has a little business to do. You have to go to the Forbidden Forest with him. Here comes the troublemaker, Hagrid. Hagrid didn't speak, just packed the necessities before entering the Forbidden Forest with a lonely expression. Filch rolled his eyes when he saw that. Oh! My God! You're still grieving over that dragon, aren't you? Because of Della's informant, Noble was forced to be sent to Romania by Dumbledore today. For this reason, Hagrid has always been worried. He said he was afraid that Norbert would not live well there, and he said he was afraid that he would be bullied. Seeing Hagrid muttering sadly, Ron comforted him. Okay, Hagrid, I wrote to my big brother, and Norbert will be taken care of. Charlie also promised me that he will invite our family to Romania during the holidays, and you can go together if you want. Thank you, Ron. Hagrid wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and calmed himself down. Okay, little ones, it's time for us to go. But Delacoe on the side started to panic, looking at Filch and Hagrid in horror. Are we really going to the Forbidden Forest? I thought it was just a joke, we can't go there. Students are forbidden to go there, and there are werewolves in it. Hearing Delacoe's words, Filch turned his head slowly, and smiled gloatingly with vicious and sinister eyes. Oh, lad, there are more than just werewolves in there, there's no doubt about it. Have a nice evening. Good night, troublemakers. Watching Filch leave, Hagrid strung his crossbow with a serious expression on his face. Let's go. Hermione swallowed, suppressing the fear in her heart, holding something on her chest with her right hand. By-How gave this to her at dinner today, saying that it would save her life when she was in danger. With the faint light of kerosene lamps, everyone walked in the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest tonight seemed unusually quiet for some reason. Hagrid was vigilantly patrolling with a bow and crossbow, and from time to time he would shine a kerosene lamp on the ground, as if he was looking for something. Hagrid, are we looking for something? The clever Hermione asked first. You will know later. Hagrid didn't explain much, and continued to lead the crowd into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. It wasn't until the kerosene lamp illuminated a puddle of weird liquid that everyone stopped. Hagrid knelt down and rubbed some liquid with his fingers, then stood up and faced Harry and the others. See, that's what we're here for. Unicorn blood, I found one dead a few weeks ago, and now it looks like another one has been injured, and it's not serious. Our mission is to find this poor unicorn. Ron and Hermione are with me now, and Harry and Della are with me, and we'll split up to find them. Ron showed a timid expression, but he didn't dare to refuse. Okay. Although Delacoe was also very scared, he still looked arrogantly at the dog Hagrid was leading. I'm fine, but I want to bring my teeth. Hagrid looked indifferent. Okay, but let me remind you, it's a coward. When he said this, let alone Della, even Harry next to him changed his face. They also counted on a dog as big as Yaya to protect them at a critical moment. Hagrid, how about this? I'll be with Harry, and Malfoy will follow you. At this moment, Hermione suddenly made a strange request. Hagrid, how about this? I'll be with Harry, and Malfoy will follow you. At this moment, Hermione suddenly made a strange request. I agree. Della Coco agreed right away, and it was better to be with the big Hagrid than with the horrible Potter anyway. But Hagrid didn't agree right away. He looked at Hermione strangely. Why? It's better to know that two boys are in a group. By-How gave me this thing, he said it can protect me at critical moments. Hermione opened the hand that had been on her chest just now, revealing a small ball. Hagrid took a closer look with the kerosene lamp, and he recognized the thing. Okay, I agree, you and Harry are in a group, and Malfoy will follow me. Nice. Della raised her arms and cheered in a low voice when she heard Hagrid's words. She felt much safer with Hagrid. After regrouping, the two teams searched in different directions. The surroundings are so quiet that you can hear the sound of leaves falling to the ground, which is densely covered with ferns and ferns. The dark Forbidden Forest is filled with erratic mist, the trees are faint, and from time to time, a few howls of wolves can be heard from very far away, making the whole forest even more eerie. Harry walked ahead with Fang Fang, and the magic flashlight in his hand was the only thing that gave him a sense of security. Hermione, what did By-How give you? Because the surroundings were too quiet, Harry needed to talk to someone to ease the fear and tension in his heart. Hermione staggered behind, looked at the ball-like necklace hanging on her chest, and shook her head. I don't know, By-How only told me to wear it when I came to the Forbidden Forest tonight, said that this thing can protect me, and said nothing else. Oh, that's right. Harry fell into silence for a while. Why do you think unicorns get hurt? I don't know either. I read in books before that unicorns are extremely noble and pure. Other magical creatures will not take the initiative to attack unicorns. Hermione had a bad feeling in her heart. As unicorns are magical creatures rated as 4X by the Ministry of Magic, it is difficult for even Aurors to take advantage of them. Their horns can easily pierce any wizard's body, and their hair can make them immune to most spells. And anything that could kill a unicorn, no matter if it was a human or some other monster, it was beyond what she and Harry, two young wizards, could handle. Harry and Hermione kept walking, and just after stepping over a thick old tree root protruding from the ground and descending a slope, they saw that Fang did not go any further, but stopped in a clearing and stared ahead. The two followed Yaya's line of sight, and saw a strange figure lying on the corpse of a unicorn doing indescribable things. Hearing movement around, the strange figure raised his head and gritted his teeth and let out a shrill hiss. Hiss. Sound, with silver liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth, there was no doubt that this monster was sucking the blood of the unicorn just now. Both Harry and Hermione stared wide-eyed in horror, and they froze in place for a moment when faced with the sudden and terrifying scene. At the same time, Harry felt the dull pain of the lightning scar on his forehead, but the fear in his heart prevented him from having time to think about it. The strange figure stood up slowly. It seemed to have no feet. It was wrapped in a hellish black cloak and rolled around without wind. The cold aura emanating from it made it look more like the legendary god of death. Seeing that the situation was not good, Yaya ran away immediately. Ah! 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 And Harry and Hermione finally came to their senses, turned around and ran away, and at the same time let out a terrible cry. The sound was so loud that the three Hagrid who were still patrolling in the distance could hear it. The vegetation in the Forbidden Forest was overgrown with overgrown tree roots, and the two of them couldn't run fast even with all their strength. So run and run. What? Of course Hermione tripped over a tree root while running away. Hermione! Harry heard the voice behind him, stopped quickly and looked behind anxiously. After being tripped, Hermione hurriedly wanted to stand up and continue to run away, but the more anxious she was at this time, the more she couldn't stand up. Feeling the ever-approaching cold air behind her, Hermione trembled all over and turned around to look directly at the ghostly shadow that looked like a god of death. She frantically kicked her legs and wanted to back away, but her hands and feet were weak from the great fear. Phantom raised his hand, a skinny hand stretched out from the rolled black robe, the magic wand in his hand glowed green. Seeing that Hermione was in danger, Harry quickly picked up the stone under his feet and threw it at Phantom, but the stone passed through Phantom's body and fell to the ground as if hitting the air. The moment Hermione saw the green light, she felt the breath of death, and the fear in her heart was magnified to the extreme. She closed her eyes and held tightly the little ball Baihao gave her on her chest, hoping that the little ball could save her as Baihao said. Seeing that the green magic beam was about to hit her, Hermione felt a huge impact and bounced her palm away. She opened her eyes, only to see a bat-like ghostly creature blocking the magic that was fatal to her just now. Yuya flapped her blue fluorescent wings and flew in midair, her huge body protecting Hermione behind her. Seeing Yuya, Phantom instinctively took a few steps back, and it recognized Yuya as a crooked winged demon that ate human brains. Seeing the sudden appearance of the magical creature, the strange figure paused for a moment, and then flew into the depths of the darkness. He was planning to run away now, and the curled winged demon in front of him must have an owner. But before he flew far, and within sight of Harry and the two of them, the accident happened as planned. Solar flare. A huge beam of light descended from the sky and rushed towards the shadow. Phantom quickly dodged, only to see a scorched black pit where he was floating, and the soil inside had vitrified due to the high temperature. Sunflower, Baihao created a powerful magic with reference to the R skill of the first LOL Sun Goddess Leona. Form a beam of light that is close to the surface temperature of the sun and descend from the sky to destroy the enemy. Baihao came out from the shadows, with the cold light in his eyes, a wicked smile on his face, and a milky white poplar wood wand in his hand, pointing at the ghostly shadow floating in the air. Where do you want to go? Voldemort. Baihao. Voldemort. The two reacted differently when they saw Baihao. Hermione was pleasantly surprised to be born again, while Harry was surprised and somewhat puzzled. You two, stay away, the night will protect you. Baihao pointed behind him, the two of them would only get in the way here. Avada ate a big melon. Voldemort raised his hand and cast a killing curse. Avada ate a big melon. Voldemort raised his hand and cast a killing curse. Killing curse, one of the three unforgivable curses, the caster needs powerful mana as the basis for casting the spell. After the spell is successfully cast, the wand will emit a dazzling green light, and at the same time, the wand will shake violently when firing, accompanied by a chaotic sound, as if the invisible god of death is flying through the air. The cursed person dies without leaving any scars. There are usually two ways to deal with the killing curse. The first is direct dodge, which is also the simplest and most commonly used countermeasure. The second type of physical defense. The killing curse can be stopped by solid obstacles like walls, shields, etc., but the killing curse can wreak havoc on such objects. So if an obstacle is summoned or transformed with a transfiguration spell, it may be possible to block the killing spell, depending on how strong it is. Just when the green light of the killing curse was on, Baihao also started to cast the counter magic at the same time. Mirror mirror magic reflection dot. A white magic circle lit up, and a mirror suddenly appeared in the void, reflecting Voldemort's entire figure into it. The green lights of the two killing curse were emitted at the same time, one was absorbed by the mirror, and the other rushed towards Voldemort. Voldemort hurriedly dodged, and the mirror image killing curse hit a big tree behind him, directly smashing the trunk of the whole tree. But Baihao's attack did not stop. Before Voldemort could react, he raised his hand to form 8 sunflower magic circles, and the beams of light falling from the sky blocked all the ways Voldemort could retreat. Unless Voldemort can burrow, Baihao's attack is guaranteed to hit. But Voldemort is worthy of being the Dark Lord of a generation. Even if he is in a dying state, he will not be wiped out so easily. Voldemort quickly swung his wand a few times in front of him, and several magical shields made of iron armor completely protected Voldemort. The first sunflower beam directly broke 2 layers of shields, the second pierced through 3, the fourth, the fifth. In this way, Voldemort put more than 30 iron armor to block all the magic released by Baihao. But when the light faded, Voldemort looked around angrily, surrounded by a golden cage. There are 10 golden magic circles rotating slowly above the cage. Celestial magic wands and starlight prison, as its name suggests, uses the power of starlight to form a solid magic cage. Hiss! Ha! Voldemort let out an angry snake cry from his throat. Even when he was hunted down by Dumbledore, he was never in such a mess. Tenfold sun flare, let me see how you pick it up. Baihao waved his wand from top to bottom, and the tenfold magic circle was activated, which was 100 times more powerful than a single sun flare. Boom! The huge explosion resounded throughout the Forbidden Forest, and its huge echo was heard by people as far away as Hogwarts Castle. Students and professors who were still asleep got up and looked around, trying to figure out what happened. Dumbledore also got up from the bed in his pajamas, looking in the direction of the Forbidden Forest with sharp eyes. The 3 Hagrids not far away were also shaken by the sudden explosion. Della and Ron were both scared to the ground. Just now they heard Harry's screams and hurried over, but before they found anyone, they saw a light in a place in the distance, and then there was a huge explosion not long after. As for Harry and Hermione, who were the closest to the battlefield, they were covering their ears and hiding behind a huge fir tree. The strong winds caused by the explosion swept all kinds of tree stumps and debris and flew past them. This situation lasted for about 10 seconds, until they felt that there was no movement next to them. The 2 people poked their heads out from behind the tree with pale faces and trembling, their foreheads were covered with cold sweat. Now for Harry and Hermione, Baihao is more of a scourge than Voldemort. Baihao waved his hand and used sky magic to disperse the smoke, revealing the tragic scene afterward. The tenfold sunflower blasted out a huge pothole with a diameter of tens of meters. The violent high temperature melted the mud and rocks, and a shallow layer of magma bubbled hotly in the pit. The air is filled with a strong smell of burnt trees. But Baihao's eyes gradually became serious. He didn't expect Voldemort to survive being hit head-on by such a powerful magic. I saw a dark red fireball floating above the magma, which was absorbing the surrounding matter and expanding continuously. Fiend Fire Curse. The inventor is unknown, and the specific spell is unknown. It is currently recorded in the book that using this magic can summon more and more powerful magic fires. These flames can mimic the form of some monsters, regardless of whether they are enemies or friends, and constantly chase and kill all flammable objects, and they are cursed. Powerful, one of the few magics that can destroy a Horcrux. Its only cure is, all curses are ending finite incantatem. Baihao recognized this dark red flame, but in fact, Fiend Fire was far more than what was recorded in the book. Voldemort's Fiend Fire has just offset part of the power of Sunflower, which means that Fiend Fire can not only burn matter, but also burn magic. This is the magic fire from hell. Baihao looked at the magma pool under Voldemort's feet, and he guessed that most of the magma that should have filled the entire pit should have been absorbed by Fiend Fire. In just a few seconds, the dark red fireball instantly swelled up and turned into a huge fire snake, rushing towards Baihao. Baihao didn't hide when he saw this, and pointed his wand forward, the sevenfold ring of blazing Skyro Aias. A red 7-layer magic shield blocked Baihao and collided with the fire snake. Bang! The first magic shield shattered, and the fire snake became bigger and bigger by devouring other substances in the Forbidden Forest. Baihao narrowed his eyes. He doesn't know how to finite incantatem, but if this continues, the entire Forbidden Forest will be brought to hell by Fiend Fire. So Baihao put away his wand and clapped his hands. A huge golden magic circle rose into the sky. Fairy Ball. Launch. The dazzling golden light lit up, and when the Forbidden Forest returned to darkness again, Fiend Fire had been completely sealed. Bai-Hao held the goblin ball that sealed fierce fire in his hand, and looked at the mess around him. Voldemort had already disappeared by running around just now, but he must have been seriously injured when he forcibly received his 10th level of magic. Bai-Hao planned to greet him with fiend fire next time he met him again. It seems that our little wizard has just experienced a fierce battle. Bai-Hao turned his head. Professor Dumbledore, you can come a little later. As an old man, I need enough sleep, and I need to change clothes when I go out. Dumbledore walked towards the edge of the pit. How is he? Seriously injured. I ran away in the chaos. Bai-Hao rolled his eyes. He was still a little upset when Voldemort ran away. Dumbledore nodded. As I said, he is difficult. The only thing left is trouble. Bai-Hao yawned. Then Professor Dumbledore, since you're here, I don't care about the rest. Aftermath work or something, it's too troublesome. Regardless of whether Dumbledore agreed or not, Bai-Hao flew away with the wind, and he wanted to go back to sleep, leaving behind Hagrid and the confinement 4 who were still not far away. Oh. Correct. There was also the timid Fanja, who was whining in Hagrid's arms, his voice full of grievances. Professor Dumbledore. Harry and Hermione approached cautiously from a distance and asked tentatively. Dumbledore turned around, showing his stern face through the remaining firelight around him. Good evening, Harry. It's really you, Professor Dumbledore. After confirming that it was Dumbledore himself, Harry and Hermione ran over quickly. I'm really sorry that I put you in danger. Dumbledore really didn't expect Harry to be in danger in the Forbidden Forest tonight, which was his negligence. Don't worry, Professor. We didn't. Harry wanted to say that he was fine, but the hot breath under his feet caught his attention. Harry looked down, stunned by the sight in front of him, which was beyond his knowledge of magic. Oh my god! Did Bai-Hao do this? Hermione also stared dumbfounded at the big crater under her feet. She knew that Bai-Hao was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be a humanoid self-propelled nuclear bomb. Hey! Where's Bai-Hao? Hermione looked around but didn't see Bai-Hao. Oh, he has gone back first. Dumbledore looked in the direction of Hogwarts. It's really troublesome. I think many students will doze off tomorrow. Wong! 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 At this moment, Fang came running from a distance, followed by Hagrid and the three. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Oh. My god! What the hell happened? Hagrid was also stunned by the horror in front of him, followed by Della and Ron. With demented expressions, none of the three could imagine what happened to the explosion just now. Good evening, Hagrid. Dumbledore looked at Hagrid with deep eyes. Something happened. Tonight's confinement has been cancelled. Send the children back first. Hagrid, who was staring at the huge crater, suddenly froze for a moment. Aren't you going to tell me what happened? Then he turned his gaze to Dumbledore. Just one look at him and he knew. Don't ask too much. Oh, yes. Okay. Professor, I'll take them back right away. Hagrid waved to the confinement 4. Come with me, we're going back. Harry and Hermione followed, but Ron and Delacoe stood still stunned by the shock of the giant pit. Ron, let's go. Harry patted Ron's shoulder several times vigorously, but Ron was unmoved. So Harry began to pull Ron away forcefully, and in the process, he could still see him looking back every 3 steps with a look of reluctance. And Della next to him is exactly the same as Ron, except that he was dragged away by Hagrid. Watching everyone in Hagrid gradually disappear from sight, Dumbledore waved the Elder Wand. It's back to normal. I saw the surrounding wreckage began to shake, large and small grass and debris and gravel slowly lifted into the air, and gradually filled up the huge crater created by Bai-Hao. For a few minutes, nothing seemed to happen. The grass on the ground is still the elegant grass, and the tree is still the tree that has been soaked by the years. Dumbledore looked at the Forbidden Forest, which had been restored to its original appearance, with mixed feelings in his heart. Bai-Hao's combat power has far exceeded his imagination. Although he can do it himself in terms of destructive power, but at such a young age, he suddenly meets such a person who is completely beyond his understanding, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Albus, something seems to have happened in the Forbidden Forest. Just as Dumbledore returned to his office from the Forbidden Forest, Professor McGonagall rushed in anxiously. Oh! I think you already know. She looked at Dumbledore's clothes, obviously just came back from the outside. Good evening, Minerva. Dumbledore remained calm as always. How are the students? It's nothing, just a little scared by the explosion just now. Professor McGonagall looked worried. How are Harry and the others? She knew that 4 little wizards were locked up in the Forbidden Forest tonight. They're all right, I asked Hagrid to take them home. That's good. Professor McGonagall patted her heart. She was worried all the way from the dormitory to the principal's office, for fear that her punishment would cause accidents to the students. Albus, what happened? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. Tom has appeared in the Forbidden Forest. On the other side. Hagrid, I'm sure I heard correctly, by how did say that that person is Volume. On the way Hagrid sent the 4 of them back to the castle. Harry couldn't wait to tell what happened to him just now. Hermione heard it too. Hermione nodded. Yes, I heard that too. We found him sucking the blood of unicorns when we met him. Hagrid looked at the 2 little wizards in front of him with complicated eyes, and he knew they were not lying. But according to what they said just now, by how Felkas, a little wizard in the 1st grade, actually repelled Voldemort forcefully, and at the same time blasted the Forbidden Forest out of a huge pit with lava? To be honest, Hagrid had reservations about that. It's not that he doesn't want to believe it, even if you call all wizards from all over the world, you won't believe this Arabian Nights story. But then again, what did Hermione say that Voldemort was doing? Hagrid fiddled with the crossbow in his hand, and he chose to believe what Harry said for the time being. Hermione, you said just now that he was drinking the blood of unicorns. Hermione nodded, yes. That horrifying picture has been lingering in her mind. Hagrid, do you know why he did that? Harry asked. Hagrid sighed a little sadly. Unicorns are extremely pure and noble magical creatures. Drinking their blood can delay the life of dying people. Harry's eyes lit up, and his tone was a little excited. So, Volt, he's dying. Not sure, but the situation is definitely not much better. Hagrid shook his head. Harry, you know, it is a very serious crime to slaughter such a noble creature as a unicorn, and when his lips are stained with unicorn blood from that moment on, he will be cursed forever. So, Tom is really still alive, but he can only sustain life with unicorn blood. Professor McGonagall just heard Dumbledore tell some things that happened in the Forbidden Forest tonight, and his heart trembled with fear. Although she had heard Dumbledore say that Voldemort was still alive, she had always been skeptical. Because she doesn't quite believe that anyone can survive the death curse. The whole world only knew that Harry Potter was a hero, the only one who survived the killing curse. But what people don't know is that Harry's mother, Lily Potter, earned the title of hero desperately. In 1980, at the height of Voldemort's power, Sybil Trelawney, descendant of the famous seer, prophesied that a man born into a family that had thrice defied the Dark Lord would be born at the end of the 7th month. The boy with powers unknown to the Dark Lord will appear and defeat Voldemort. Not long after, Voldemort heard about the prophecy from Snape and began plotting the murder. Only 2 newborn boys met the prophecy, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. At that time, Dumbledore believed that Harry's mixed blood background made Voldemort see his past self, so Voldemort chose Harry as the prophesied old enemy and began to hunt down the Potter family. On October 31, 1981, on the eve of Halloween, Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow where the Potter family was hiding, first killed James Potter, and then attempted to kill Harry, who was only 15 months old, because Voldemort had previously promised Snap Pu spared Lily's life, so he asked Lily to leave. But in order to protect her young child, Lily's strong maternal love realized the ultimate protection curse. The Avada Kedavra curse released by Voldemort was rebounded when it hit Harry, which eventually led to Voldemort's form of destroying the gods. Minerva, as I told you, he's still alive, but he's too weak to make trouble. Dumbledore stared at the bright fire in the fireplace with deep eyes, wondering what he was thinking. Then where is Tom now? Professor McGonagall worried that Voldemort would harm the students in the castle. I'm not sure, by how severely injured him, he released fiend fire and ran away in the chaos. Dumbledore shook his head, but you don't have to worry, he was already dying. Now that he is seriously injured, he should no longer be able to carry out his plot. The Philosopher's Stone. I'll take care of this. On the other side, the 3 little Gryffindors had already returned to the lounge, and they were discussing what happened tonight by the fire. You said the Dark Lord is in the Forbidden Forest. Ron looked terrified, he had just recovered from Harry's story of what happened tonight. Harry paced back and forth in front of the fireplace. Yes, but he's weak and can only live on the blood of unicorns. We were all wrong before. Snape stole the Philosopher's Stone not for himself, but for the Dark Lord. The Sorcerer's Stone can create an elixir of life, which Snape can use to restore his strength so that he can come back. Harry slammed his butt on the sofa, looking worried. Ron pursed his lips, and looked at his friend in front of him worriedly. If he really comes back, do you think he will come to kill you? Harry kept rubbing his fingers to hide his uneasiness. He turned to look at Ron. Bai-Hao once told me that as long as he didn't completely die, I would always be in danger. If Bai-Hao hadn't beaten him away today, he would have come to kill me tonight. Ron swallowed after hearing this. I'm still worried about the final exam of potions class. Wait, have you guys forgotten something? Hermione, who had been sitting next to her, began to speak. Who is the wizard the Dark Lord fears the most? Harry and Ron looked at each other and shook their heads. Hermione looked angry. It's Dumbledore. Harry, as long as Dumbledore is here, you will be safe and no one will be able to hurt you. Also, Bai-Hao. It's past midnight now at the Ravenclaw student dormitory. Bai-Hao was lying on the bed, staring intently at the goblin ball that sealed fiend fire in front of him. More than an hour ago, he tried to use the world tree to deconstruct the fiend fire inside, but there was no response, which meant that the fiend fire curse was not magic. What is it? Bai-Hao lay on the bed thinking for a long time. He speculated, fiend flame itself may have always existed in a certain mysterious place. The wizard only needs to use magic to open a passage leading to this place, release fiend flame through this passage, and control it with powerful magic power. Known fierce fire curse. Why do you say that? First, the inventor of the fierce fire curse is unknown, the specific spell is unknown, and even the time when it first appeared is unknown, so where did it come from? In the world of HP, except for the lost spells, the invention of all new spells will have a record of the corresponding research and development process. This is because the invention of spells will definitely have a process of trial and error, and the experience of failure and success in these processes will be recorded. It is an indispensable link in the final formation of a new spell. This is especially true for powerful spells like Fierce Fire. But there was nothing for the Fiend Fire Curse. Bai-Hao searched all the information recorded in his mind, but found no clues about the source of the Fierce Fire Curse. So he boldly speculated that Fiend Fire might have been summoned by a certain spell master in history by mistake. When Fiend Fire first appeared in the world, its powerful destructive power caused all the surrounding matter and life, including the master of spells, to disappear into nothingness. The most likely time of that disaster was the Great Fire of London in 1666. According to historical records, the fire lasted for 4 days. 87 churches, 44 companies, and more than 13,000 private houses in London were burned down, and nearly 1/6 of the urban area was burned down, causing heavy losses. And it may be at that time that the wizard who rushed over noticed the source of fierce fire while putting out the fire, and then got the current Fiend Fire curse by mistake. Later, it may be because Fiend Fire is too powerful and only stays in word of mouth, or there may be other reasons, so now there is no record of the Fiend Fire curse's historical origin. The second reason is that Fiend Fire will keep chasing and killing all flammable objects regardless of enemy or friend, and has the characteristic of curse. But judging from today's battle, Fiend Fire can not only burn objects. The Fiend in Fiend Fire refers to the devil of hell, of the devil, which is combined with the word fire for flame, which means the flame from the devil of hell. According to limited records, this name first appeared in the 18th century. The original words are, "They sold themselves to the devil. When we are about to win, the flame Fiend Fire from hell will expel us." This passage comes from a very ordinary manuscript. This book is very ordinary. When Bai-Hao reached out to find this book in the restricted area, he saw a few black stains on the old black book cover. When he opened it, there were all the words of the fairy family, and many words were blurred. It's not clear, the things recorded are fragmentary, but the author's name is clearly visible on the last page of the book, Ziyul Kyo. According to the time and content described in the book, Bai-Hao deduced that this handwritten book was probably written by a goblin named Ziyul Kyo after the last goblin rebellion. It took the fierce fire curse to suppress the goblins' rebellion. It is impossible for ordinary flames to cause harm to goblins. Combined with the religious background at that time and the history and magical power of goblins that are unique to human wizards, the surviving goblins may have sensed the particularity of Fiend Fire, so they defeated their flames, the flame called Hell Fiend Fire. Based on the above, Bai-Hao came to a conclusion: there may be an unknown space in the HP world, and Fiend Fire came from there. Although these are all his own temporary conjectures, Bai-Hao still thought, find a chance to experiment in the future, sleep. Good morning, Professor Dumbledore. The next day, because there was no class in the morning, Bai Hao teleported to the principal's office after breakfast. He asked Dumbledore to learn the fierce fire curse. "Oh, good morning, Bai Hao, would you like some cherry pie?" Dumbledore was eating breakfast when Bai Hao's sudden appearance startled him suddenly. "Thank you, Professor, no need." Bai Hao shook his head. "I'm sorry to disturb you so early, but I actually want to learn the Devil Fire Curse from you." Dumbledore stopped chewing suddenly when he heard Bai Hao's words, and he put down the knife and fork in his hand. "I have to say, it was unexpected, but it was also expected." "Did you discover anything from the battle last night?" Bai Hao nodded. "That's right." He told Dumbledore about his analysis of fiend fire before going to bed last night. Dumbledore patiently listened to Bai Hao's words, with a look of reminiscence on his face. "Genius idea, Bai Hao, you are the second wizard who can notice the difference between fiend fire." Bai Hao raised his eyebrows. "The second one?" He was curious about who the first one was. Dumbledore picked up the knife and fork again and slowly cut the cherry pie on the plate. "Yes, the second one, an old friend of mine. How should I put it, he may be the most powerful fiend fire user ever, even I can't compare to him. He could even destroy a large city with fiend fire in a matter of minutes if he wanted to." When Bai Hao heard this, a name flashed in his mind, Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore took a bite of the cherry pie and said vaguely, "Yes, he once told me something about fierce fire, and his guess is almost exactly the same as what you just said, but he didn't go like you tracing the origin of fiend fire." "Then did he say anything else about fiend fire's secret?" Dumbledore pondered for a while, then shook his head. "I don't think so, but both you and him are right, fierce fire itself is not magic, but a summoning object. The fiend fire curse is not difficult to learn, the hard part is how to control the fiend fire that is released. Its destructive power is too powerful. The only key that can close the passage of fiend fire is finite incantatem, so you must be careful when learning this spell." Dumbledore waved one hand, and two pieces of parchment suddenly appeared and slowly floated in front of Bai Hao. Bai Hao took it over and looked at it, which recorded the learning method of fiend fire curse finite incantatem. Bai Hao looked up at Dumbledore suspiciously. "Professor, to be honest, I'm very surprised. I thought it would take a lot of effort to get fiend fire's cultivation method from you." Dumbledore smiled. "Thank you for your straightforwardness, Bai Hao. Now I am not as suspicious as you imagined. Compared with the one sitting in the Ministry of Magic, I think you make me more trustworthy. At least, everyone can confess to Xiang Cheng." Bai Hao smiled. He understood what Dumbledore meant. The current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, has been stumbling Dumbledore since he took office last year, for fear that the White Lord in front of him would take away his power in the name of destroying Voldemort. A politician of his own. Therefore, for Dumbledore, Bai Hao's generous character is more worthy of his trust than Cornelius Foggy, who talks about people and talks nonsense. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Bai Hao left only one sentence, and then disappeared into the principal's office. It turned out that there was a brand new book lying on the place where he was standing. Dumbledore bent down and picked up the book, only to see basic knowledge of the magic circle written on the cover of the book. "Oh, it seems that Nick's hair should not fall out." Since the first meeting and conversation with Bai Hao last time, he and Nick Flamel were so worried that their hair almost fell out in order to study the magic circle in the past few months. Especially Nick, as a master of alchemy, he is extremely obsessed with the power of the magic circle. Because of his decaying body, Nick didn't have much hair at first, but in order to study the magic circle, he even drank a few more bottles of elixir, and now there are only a few wisps of white hair like withered grass hanging tenaciously on the head, to preserve the last dignity. "I need a place to practice the spell." After Bai Hao got the practice method of the fiend fire curse, he came to the room of requirement non-stop, where he wanted to start practicing fiend fire. But before that, he had to learn finite incantatem, otherwise, once fiend fire got out of control, he couldn't effectively stop it. And fairy ball can seal fierce fire, but this magic involves time, consumes mana and also consumes mental power. No matter how powerful his mana is, he can't use it all the time. What the room of requirement provided this time is a large stone brick room, which contains nothing but a few adult-sized puppets. There are more than a dozen large braziers hanging on the walls on both sides to illuminate the whole room. Bai Hao looked at the cultivation methods recorded on the paper. From the basic theoretical knowledge of the two spells to the extended application of the follow-up spells, the entire page was densely covered. Putting the training manual only a few centimeters away from his eyes, Bai Hao squinted his eyes, like an old man wearing reading glasses, trying to see clearly the ant-sized text on it. But, damn! This old bee is playing me. I can't see clearly at all. Bai Hao appeared on his head, so he turned it into a magnifying glass with ice modeling magic, which was much better. It took more than 10 minutes for Bai Hao to understand that the 10,000 curses are actually more difficult to learn than the fierce fire curse. The principle of the end of all curses is actually to release a special magic flame. Any magic that comes into contact with this flame will be decomposed into original magic power and dissipated in the air. The amount and conversion speed of the magic power that can be transformed depends on the caster. The level of attainment of this spell is different. According to Dumbledore's experience of learning this spell when he was young, he must abandon distracting thoughts when casting all spells, and at the same time, he must have the extremely contradictory thought of magic does not exist in this world, which is extremely contradictory for wizards. Only in this way, only wizards can exert the power of ending all curses. To be honest, Bai Hao thinks this statement is a bit nonsense, but it came from the hands of the White Demon King, so Bai Hao can't comment on it. Transform quickly. Bai Hao turned one of the puppets in the room into stone. All curses end. The magic wand in his hand just flashed a blue light, but the stone puppet did not respond. Of course, he didn't expect to succeed in one go. Get rid of distracting thoughts, there is no magic in this world. All curses end. 10,000 curses. Bai Hao tried 100 more times, but all failed. The only time the magic effect came out was turning the puppet into slag. Ah! I have to use World Tree in the end. Bai Hao sighed. He didn't plan to use it at first, thinking that he could study hard on his own. But a scumbag is a scumbag, just accept your fate obediently, and just seriously cheat. Bai Hao closed his eyes, and a huge colorful magic circle lit up behind him. Above it was a towering bright green tree with brown roots deeply rooted above the Black Sea. Each leaf held a different color of sparkle. Stars? There are many patterns around the World Tree, including ordinary flying fish and beasts, humans, dwarves, elves and other human races, magical creatures such as griffins and Pegasus, and legendary mythological creatures such as dragons and Hormungandr. They surround and support the World Tree from low to high in turn, forming a picture of the rebirth of all things together. Bai Hao slowly raised his right hand, and a melodious voice sounded, all curses will end finite incantatum. When the spell fell, the colorful magic circle began to emit soft light, and the magic power in Bai Hao's body began to be infused into the magic wand in a special form, and several faint golden flames shrouded the stone puppet. The petrification began to be lifted, and the effect of the end of all curses began to appear. This is the first step of World Tree deconstructing magic, the final result. It can directly deconstruct the spell that has been fixed on the material, or directly manifest the ideal magic in the mind of the caster. The premise is that the caster must have enough knowledge of the magic, otherwise the manifested magic is just an empty shell. As the golden flame became brighter, the stone puppet that had been petrified gradually revealed the color of the original wood, and then the transformation spell began to dissipate, and the golden flame turned into colored magic particles suspended in the air and flew towards Bai Hao's wand cohesion. This is the second step of World Tree's deconstruction magic, reversing the flow. The embodied magic can be decomposed, and the magic power can be reversed and flowed back to the caster through a reasonable path like going back in time, so that the caster can personally understand how the deconstructed spell is formed. But this reasonable path is usually not a magically correct flow of mana. Because the magic manifested by World Tree is the realization of the will of the caster in reality, this usually causes a certain deviation between the manifested magic and the magic of the caster's actual will, so the reasonable path is only the realization of magic. The magic flows, not the actual will of the magic. After feeling that there was no more magic power to feed back, Bai Hao began to modify the magic power path that had just been reversed from the manifested magic. This is the final step of World Tree deconstructing the spell, reconstruction. It allows the caster to freely build magic pathways to form new magic, or reconstruct and modify the magic pathway of an existing magic to achieve an alternative effect of the magic. Example, water spray magic can be changed to steam spray. The magic that manifested just now is not the real. All curses are ending finite incantatum. Although the effect of dissolving the magic spell is already there, he can feel that this disintegration is very rough. It's as if you want to unlock a big lock. The 10,000 curses that manifested just now are like a hammer. Slow. What Bai Hao needs is a key. The magic pathways that lead to the end of all curses are very complicated, with thousands of them. Every modification will affect the whole body. Bai Hao can only use his previous experience in reconstructing magic to try and make mistakes one by one. While Bai Hao was wasting his brain cells in the room of requirement, it was lunchtime. Hey, do you know? I just heard from the Hufflepuffs that Professor Dumbledore taught their defense against the dark arts class today. Seamus, who was chewing a piece of steak, said. Really? Ron raised his head in surprise, and said under his own voice, that's really good. I can't stand the garlic smell on Professor Quirrell for a long time. I heard that Professor Quirrell seems to be afraid of vampires, so he sprayed garlic essence all over his body. Neville spoke beside him. Harry looked at Seamus, then do you know why? Professor Dumbledore's substitute class. Seamus shook his head, I don't know too well, I just heard that Professor Dumbledore said before the class that, due to some special reasons, Professor Quirrell has no way to continue his defense against the dark arts class this semester. Classes are replaced by him or something. But I guess it must have something to do with the explosion last night. You may not know, because I slept by the window, and after the explosion woke me up, I saw golden and red lights in the Forbidden Forest from afar. My God, that's spectacular. Seamus became inexplicably a little excited, and his eyes began to glow. Neville nodded, I saw it too. There were loud noises coming from behind one after another, but not as loud as the first explosion. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, affirming that it was the sound of Bai Hao fighting Voldemort. Alas! Harry, that wouldn't be Bai Hao with. Shut up! Harry and Hermione interrupted Ron all of a sudden, how could such a thing be said casually, it would easily drag others into danger, not to mention that there were all lion cubs around. Ron was stunned by the sudden scolding, and stared at his two friends with rounded eyes, with a look of why. But only two pairs of blank eyes responded to him. On request inside the house. Immersed in the magical reconstruction for an unknown period of time, Bai Hao finally couldn't bear it and stopped. The reconstruction and modification of this kind of magic pathway is very exhausting. If he didn't use the memory magic like a computer, he might have changed himself in a daze. Pressing his temples, rubbing his sore eyes, Bai Hao took out the mechanical pocket watch in his pocket and looked at it. Good guy, it's already past 1 noon, and I've already missed lunch. So Bai Hao teleported to the big kitchen, asked the house elves for some food, and made a few cups of walnut milk to nourish their brains, and then went back to the dormitory to sleep. You said you still have class in the afternoon? Professor Binns will be fine if he skips a class, and he is a ghost and can't call names, so Bai Hao didn't send Ceci to substitute for the class. They are all sleeping. If there are beds in the dormitory, of course they sleep in the dormitory. Bai Hao. Bai Hao. I don't know how long he slept. Bai Hao heard someone calling himself in his sleep. He opened his eyes dizzily, and saw a black boy standing beside his bed. Bai Hao. Good morning, Terry. Bai Hao sat up on the bed and stretched himself, and he had to say that he slept very comfortably. Terry Boot pointed to the window not far away angrily, it's night now. Bai Hao looked at the window, the sky was completely dark, he didn't expect to sleep until it was dark. Oh. Good evening, Terry. Terry was silent, but he hesitated to speak. Bai Hao looked at Terry strangely, you don't look well, what happened? Yes, I'm not good at all, and the whole La Wen Kilo is not good. Terry's tone was full of resentment. Hey? What's the matter? Bai Hao lowered his head while dressing, while raising his head in doubt. You didn't go to class this afternoon, and Professor McGonagall found out, and our college was deducted 30 points. Terry pointed in the direction of the door, many people are squatting at you in the lounge now. Hey! Bai Hao was speechless. Roll call as soon as class is absent. What the hell? It also happened to be the first time he didn't send Ceci to substitute for him. But that's not right either. In the past, no matter how many points were deducted, the Kitty Eagles would not react too much. Compared to the Academy Cup, they prefer to study, why should they squat me in the lounge? So Bai Hao looked in the direction of the common room with eagle eye. Damn! He blurted out. I saw more than a dozen big and small hawks ambushing in various hidden corners in the lounge, with red lights in their eyes, black resentment exuding from their bodies, and magic wands in their hands, ready to strike at any time. Eagle eye, the magic developed by Bai Hao to detect intelligence, can give the eyes the ability of farsightedness and clairvoyance. Back then, because of this magic, Bai Hao was hunted down by the female magisters of the Fairy Tale Guild. Bai Hao's Adam's apple twitched, and he looked at Terry and asked cautiously, "What happened?" Terry sighed, scratched his head, and looked up at the ceiling. "I don't know why, Professor McGonagall suddenly patrolled the classroom in the afternoon today. I heard that there was no such thing before. When she visited our classroom, she suddenly picked up the roster and started to roll the roll, and then found out about your absence, and deducted 30 points from our college on the spot. You don't even know how strange the situation was. Turn the clock back 4 hours. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, Bai-Hao was sound asleep in the dormitory. At the same time, the first grader Kitty Hawk and Little Badger were also fighting with Professor Bin's hypnotic magic in the History of Magic classroom, falling asleep. When they finally made it to the end of Get Out of Class when the bell rang, Professor McGonagall suddenly opened the door and walked in. "Excuse me, classmates, excuse me." Professor Binns drifted away slowly, and Professor McGonagall walked to the podium and scanned the students solemnly. "We will call the roll today." "Wait." Bai-Hao interrupted Terry. "Professor McGonagall just came in to roll the roll and didn't say anything else. There is a reason for this inexplicable." "Yes, she was like this. Without saying any reason, she just came in and opened the roll call on the table." Terry stood up straight, put his hands in a gesture of supporting the book, and then put on a serious face. In the classroom, the little eagle and the little badger looked at each other with doubts on their faces. Because in the past, Professor McGonagall rarely appeared in places other than the Transfiguration classroom and the Gryffindor Dean's office except during mealtimes. But now there is a sudden roll call, and no one knows why, and it feels very strange. Terry put down his hand. "Actually, we didn't think too much about it at the time. We just rolled the rolls. We can go to the library when we're done, but we didn't expect." "Bai-Hao Ferex." Professor McGonagall quickly called out Bai-Hao's name. The classroom was silent, no response was heard, and the little eagles and little badgers all looked around gossipingly. Professor McGonagall frowned, and did not find Bai-Hao after observing, "Student of La Wen Kilo, who knows where Mr. Felix has gone?" The eaglets looked at each other and shook their heads to express their ignorance. Professor McGonagall closed the roster. "Okay then, because of Mr. Felka's absenteeism, La Wen Kilo deducted 30 points. Also, all La Wen Kilo students will be punished for copying the school rules once. Remember, it's all." "That's it." Professor McGonagall left without calling anyone else's name. Terry spread his hands, and he still looks confused until now. "Hey!" Bai-Hao finally understood why so many eaglets wanted to squat in the grass. There are as many as 6,177 school regulations in Naloashiza Hogwarts. Since the establishment of the school, no deletions have been made, only various strange school regulations have been added. Why do I feel that Professor McGonagall is coming after me? Bai-Hao stared at Terry with a dumbfounded look. The incident sounded too targeted. "That's why I feel weird." Terry looked around, made sure there was no one around, and asked in a low voice, "I said, did you do something to offend Professor McGonagall?" Bai-Hao waved his hand. "How is that possible? Why should I offend her so much? Then tell me why Professor McGonagall is targeting you so much today." "Hiss." Bai-Hao frowned and thought for 3 seconds, then shrugged. "I don't know." Terry rolled his eyes. "Then what's the matter now? There are many students out there who want to talk to you." "Cold salad." Bai-Hao put on his clothes and stood up. "Please tell the students for me, I will help them with the school regulations." After finishing speaking, he disappeared with a whoosh, leaving only a helpless Terry in the dormitory thinking about how to explain to the people in the lounge. You must know that his mission is actually to lure Bai-Hao to the lounge. Terry sighed. "Let's be honest. Since the last Snakehawk battle, all the big and small eagles in the college understood that even if all of them moved together, they couldn't beat Bai-Hao, and ambushing him was just to vent their anger. At this time, Bai-Hao, who had already teleported to the big kitchen, was chewing on the sausage, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt wrong. Professor McGonagall is a very strict and fair man. As the vice principal of Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor, even though she disliked Snape's style, she never made things difficult for the Slytherin students. Fundo students are also treated equally. Why is she targeting me uncharacteristically today? One person was absent from class, and the penalty of sitting down was nothing more than to isolate me in the college. No matter how you think about it, it doesn't look like her style. Could it be Voldemort? But he had already seriously injured me last night, so he dared to come to school to do such innocuous things in less than a day? No, there seems to be another possibility. Bai Hao quickly settled the dinner in front of him, and then launched the teleportation again. As soon as he came to the principal's office, Bai Hao saw that Dumbledore was using cockroaches to tease birds, just like the old man in slippers in the First World Park. "Good evening, Professor Dumbledore." "Oh. My God." Dumbledore was terrified by Bai Hao's greeting, and no one thought that there would be another person in the room suddenly. "Oh, good evening, Bai Hao." Dumbledore turned around and saw that it was a student who liked to grab his own snacks. "Next time, please go to the front door, please." He wiped the sugar stains on his hands with a handkerchief. "Come here at this time, do you have anything to do?" "Professor Dumbledore, may I ask if Professor McGonagall is at school this afternoon?" "Hey. Today Minerva was invited to be interviewed by Transfiguration today, and it lasted all day." Dumbledore put away his naughty attitude, and it seemed that something happened. "That's right." Bai Hao nodded. "Professor, I suspect that someone has fallen under the Imperious Curse." Then he gave a brief account of what happened in History of Magic class this afternoon. He was seriously injured and didn't have the strength to do such a thing himself, so he can only find someone to cast the Imperious Curse, and then drink the compound potion. "It's just that I don't understand why he would do this. And it's kind of..." Dumbledore paced back and forth and thought for a while. "No. Tom didn't do this." Bai Hao raised his eyebrows. "Why?" He didn't understand why Dumbledore was so sure. Dumbledore turned and walked to his desk, and took out a diary from the drawer, which was the one that Bai Hao had forged before. He put the diary on the table. "I understand what you mean. As long as it is operated properly, this diary will have a great influence. But, before you gave me this diary, someone came to see me. Brothers, sisters, and friends. After more than half a month, this book is almost ready to go on the shelves. To be honest, because this is my first time writing a book, I don't know how well I write. I searched the internet for the data of books written by other fellow authors. Compared with my book, I can only say that it is very shabby, appalling. But I don't want to give up. This is the only time I grew up with enough patience to complete such a thing. I can say that I am doing my best to write this book well. I actually wrote this book secretly without telling my family members, because my family members are actually very traditional. They think that the most stable thing for me, an ordinary undergraduate graduate, is to take the public examination, which is actually true. 2 years ago, when I just graduated from university, I went to a big city to make a living. As a result, I was abused to the point where I went back to my hometown in despair and got a job that was just enough to support me. I also watched the girl I liked for a long time. Married. Bloody life. The reason why I want to write a book is because I want to try, because my writing level is not bad since I was a child, so I really want to try if I can eat this food. I'm not a full-time writer now, and I don't have much time to code a day, so I can't update tens of thousands of words a day like other authors on the platform, but I can guarantee that I will continue to update without force majeure. Whether I can change my job to a professional writer and code at home with peace of mind depends on the results of this book 3 months after it is released. The way of a professional writer. So, if you can, please support us a lot. If you have any questions or suggestions about this book, you are welcome to put them in the comment area, and I will correct them one by one. Here again, I implore everyone to support us a lot. Thank you. You are welcome, Lucius. You are here. Is there something on the school board? In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore put a cup of black tea on the table expressionlessly. To be honest, he didn't welcome the blonde man in front of him very much. Lucius Malfoy, pale blonde hair, cold grey-blue eyes, pale pointed face. He is arrogant, scheming, and good at dominating everything, and this personality may come from family inheritance, because his son Draco Malfoy is exactly like him. He comes from the Malfoy family, one of the Holy 28 clans, an ancient, wealthy and influential family of pure-blood wizards. He joined the ranks of the Death Eaters after graduating in 1972. In a sense, Lucius, as the head of the Malfoy family, played an important role in expanding Voldemort's power in the late 1970s and early 1980s. Although he escaped the liquidation after Voldemort's death at the expense of a lot of wealth and the reason of the Imperious Curse, Dumbledore knew very well that this kind of rhetoric was very false. I only came here for one purpose, to get that student to hand over the diary. Lucius looked arrogant, and there was a bit of doubt in his tone. Diary? What diary? Dumbledore pretended not to know. You know what I'm talking about. Lucius slammed the snake staff on the ground, that student named Furcus, the diary in his hand. Dumbledore took a cockroach pile and put it in his mouth. Oh. So it's him. But Lucius, that was just a joke. You know, students from Muggle families don't know much about us. They don't have any fear of the Dark Lord. Lucius smiled contemptuously. Albus Dumbledore, you don't have to pretend to be ignorant here. That kid is well known in school, and it's not hard to find out about him. A man who could keep a dozen senior Slytherins in the infirmary for over a week. I don't believe what he said was groundless. Dumbledore looked at him indifferently. Sure enough, you ordered those students. I don't do such boring things, but some people, not necessarily. Lucius lowered his head, and gently slid his staff across the ground. As long as that child handed over the diary, I can guarantee those people don't go to him. But unfortunately, you came late. Dumbledore pretended to be sorry. After that day, I asked the child. To avoid trouble, his diary has been destroyed. Lucius raised his head with an angry look on his face. I don't believe this kind of talk. Dumbledore responded calmly, if you don't believe me, you can go to him yourself. But I'll give you a word of advice. He's a very dangerous man, in a sense. Lucius finally got nothing and left Hogwarts angrily. It's just that he had a question in his mind, why Dumbledore didn't stop him from going to trouble with that student named Furcus. It's not normal. Okay, I figured it out. By Howe sighed helplessly, is it the power of the old feudal aristocracy? No matter which world it is in, it is an inevitable role in the development of history. It seems that what happened today may be that a student from a pure-blood family took advantage of the fact that the real Professor McGonagall was not at school, drank compound soup and pretended to be a fake Professor McGonagall to attack By Howe. He said why the methods are so childish, it doesn't look like Voldemort's style, it's a student who dared to do it. I don't know which family's elders made a plan behind the scenes. They should want to isolate By Howe from the students of La Wen-Ki-Luo, so that their own children will not hinder him when they attack him at Hogwarts. After all, if it wasn't for Wen-Ki-Luo's students who stepped in last time, the people in their family at the school were enough to teach By Howe a lesson. Dumbledore leaned on a chair with his left hand, his eyes staring at the roaring fire in the fireplace, lost in memory. The Holy 28 clan, their bloodlines spread all over the world, they are all powerful and wealthy pure-blood families, used to be. They are always against the power of time. Over the long years, many pure-blood families have fallen, such as the Lestrange family and the Rozier family. Some are even extinct, such as the Foley family and the Shafik family. But no matter what, their heritage is still there, and pure-blood glory is the only thing that can maintain their status or power. This is why most of them were willing to follow Tom. I say this, you should understand, right? By Howe. By Howe nodded, I understand what you mean, Professor Dumbledore. What Dumbledore meant was that the most powerful force he faced was not Voldemort, but the pure-blood family that controlled most of the magic world. Back then, Voldemort's rise could not have been possible without the help of the pure-blood families. Many of them wanted to obtain the wealth and rights that their ancestors once had. Voldemort's appearance was just an opportunity. But it is a pity that Voldemort's power and madness have completely exceeded the expectations of these families in the later stage, and the final result is that these families have been controlled in turn. But no matter how you say it, Voldemort is always the most representative and influential figure in pure-blood glory. Once the forged diary is released, the pure-blood family in the British wizarding world will bear the brunt. He will have violent conflicts with these families, but that may only be the beginning. There is a high probability that the conflict will develop into a war, and because the ethnicity of the pure-blood family is scattered all over the world, this war is very likely to develop into the Second World Wizarding War, and its scale may affect the 3 continents of Europe, America, and Africa. Thinking of this, By Howe's eyes gradually began to light up, and the red gene in his body began to agitate. Do you know why florists' rabbits are born revolutionaries? The sentence princes and generals have a kindness can explain it. Then do you want to continue doing that? Dumbledore asked seriously. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. By Howe smiled confidently, Professor, you underestimate me. Those old-fashioned nobles can't do anything to me. But I really need your help with something here. By Howe walked out of the principal's office and looked at the permission in his hand. Dumbledore had already agreed to the establishment of the guild in the school. However, because there was no formal student organization in the school in the past, it can only exist in the name of a traditional club for the time being. Death Eaters and Dumbledore's army were formed in secret, not officially. By-How didn't care about this, it's just that the name is different. Of course the president of the guild is himself, and the current members are tentatively Cedric Diggory and Hermione Granger. As for the recruitment of members in the future, he will wait until the guild is formally established before proceeding slowly. By-How flashed back to the dormitory, and first explained to Terry, asking him to tell the other students not to copy the school rules. Then he went to the Forbidden Forest again, got some food for you yet, and went to the room of requirement for magic deconstruction until midnight. The next day, at the end of the last potions get out of class in the morning, Snape suddenly stopped By-How. "Filks, come to my office." By-How, who was about to find Professor McGonagall, was at a loss. "Hey! Why did Snape suddenly ask me?" He followed Snape straight to his office, which was as dank and gloomy as ever. "Professor Snape, may I ask why you came to me?" Snape didn't speak, and took out a bottle of dark blue potion from the drawer. "This is a potion made from the venom of your pet, it can keep the brain absolutely awake, even the Imperious Curse won't work." By-How's eyes widened, a little surprised. "The Imperious Curse is useless. It's so powerful." "Professor, how long does it take for the medicine to work?" "I don't know." Snape had a teasing smile on his face, "but my toad has been very energetic these days." "Hey? Are you in a bad mood?" By-How didn't quite understand what Snape meant. Snape produced an empty bottle of about 2 pints. "Give me another venom." "Oh." By-How didn't care about Snape's tone of order, and he needed to find the right way to communicate with this kind of person and calm down. Ye flew out and vomited a large lump of venom into the empty bottle. A few drops spilled onto the table though, corroding the old fur table with holes. The corners of Snape's eyes twitched. "Now take your pet and leave my office immediately." Standing at the door of Snape's office, By-How looked at the potion in his hand and took a sip without thinking. Standing at the door of Snape's office, By-How looked at the potion in his hand, and took a sip without thinking. He was not worried about the quality of the potion produced by Snape, nor was he afraid that Snape would poison him to death. "Ouch!" By-How retched. "The taste of this potion is very disgusting, like the sour and rotten taste of fermented starch." "Hiss! This head is indeed sober." By-How felt it. Although the taste of this potion is very unacceptable, after drinking it, people are indeed much more energetic. Looking at things with glasses is like watching Blu-ray high definition. The exhaustion caused by deconstruction magic in the past 2 days has been swept away, and some vague memories have gradually become clear. "This thing is good. Let me call you the brain cleanser." By-How fiddled with the medicine bottle in his hand, and the blue medicine was shaking inside. Just let him take a sip and there is still 4/5 left, which means that a bottle of brain cleanser can be drunk 5 times. "By the way, how long will the effect of this medicine last?" Snape's expression seemed a little weird just now. But By-How didn't think too much about it. As long as the thing is good, it doesn't hurt to have some side effects. Putting away the medicine bottle, By-How walked to the Dean's office of Gryffindor according to the original plan. 980. Boom. 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 "Come in." Professor McGonagall's voice came from inside. By-How opened the door and walked in, only to see Professor McGonagall correcting homework with a quill. "Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall looked up. "Oh. I was looking for you, Mr. Felkas. Professor Dumbledore told me everything about yesterday. I'm sorry to trouble you, we are looking for that student now." Bai Jing waved her hand. "You don't need to apologize for them, Professor. I didn't care, and I didn't feel very surprised that they did this, but the method was indeed too childish." He handed a piece of paper to Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, there is something that needs to be reported to you, and Professor Dumbledore has approved it." Professor McGonagall took the parchment, adjusted his glasses, carefully looked at the content on it, and frowned. "Since Professor Dumbledore agreed, I have no objections, but why is it called fairy tale? We all know that the goblin race is very annoying." "This goblin is not that goblin, Professor." By-How smiled, took out his wand and used light and shadow magic to draw many images of goblins in his mind in the air. They come in a variety of forms, most of which are human-like and have wings resembling butterflies or dragonflies. Their size is generally small enough to fit in the palm of a human being, and no matter how big they are at most about the size of a human child under 10 years old. Professor McGonagall, this is what fairies look like in my mind. They are beautiful, kind, and beautiful. Even though they've never been there, who can be 100% sure they exist after all? Since it is not known whether the goblin exists or not, it is even more impossible to know whether the goblin has a tail. Therefore, it is an eternal mystery and an eternal adventure. This is the origin of fairy tale, which symbolizes eternal adventure. It is also the eternal pursuit of the unknown. Professor McGonagall nodded appreciatively. She did not expect the little wizard in front of her to say this. Then let me ask out of curiosity, why did you build this fairy tale? Hearing this question, Bai Hao put away his smiling face, and after a moment of silence, his expression became a little serious. With a wave of his wand, the light and shadow dissipated and reassembled into 4 different animals, a lion, a snake, an eagle, and a badger. Professor, no matter how powerful one person is, a happy life always needs many people to create together. Although Gryffindor is stubborn, they have courage beyond ordinary people. Slytherins are ambitious, but they are unusually united. La Wen Qilao is alone, but they are always persistent in their pursuit of supreme wisdom. Hufflepuffs are ordinary, but they are kind, loyal, tenacious, and eclectic. Bai Hao waved his wand again, and the lights and shadows of the 4 animals merged into the appearance of Hogwarts Castle, but there were 4 villains walking in different directions under the castle, and then stopped and pointed at each other with their wands. Hogwarts was supposed to be a wonderful place. Although it is impossible to naively ask all students to get along with each other, it is definitely not like the current situation where there is a confrontation between colleges, and between students and students. Gryffindors like to call people cowards, Slytherins like to call people low-down muggleborns, Ravenclaw likes to call people stupid, Hufflepuff likes to call people hypocritical. Why did Professor Snape target Harry Potter so much? The school should stop what his father did back then, but it didn't. Professor, do you remember? Professor Snape and Harry's mother, the 2 of them were good friends before entering Hogwarts, but why did they become enemies after graduation? Haven't you all noticed? The stubborn old-fashioned thinking of the entire wizarding world is making Hogwarts a place where hatred is cultivated. I don't know when this kind of hatred may breed a Dark Lord again. The golden light and shadow finally turned into a cloud of black mist and dissipated in the air. Professor McGonagall sat on the chair blankly, silent and shocked. The ink from the quill pen in his hand soaked the student's homework and did not notice it. Although she didn't know how the boy in front of her knew what happened before, but after hearing what he said, her experience of teaching at Hogwarts over the past few decades kept flashing through her mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that what Bai Hao said was right. Could it be that the school she was proud of and devoted herself to was really a petri dish for the Dark Lord? In fact, ever since the idea of establishing a guild was born, Bai Hao has been thinking about why he should establish a guild. The reason for simply teaching the magic circle cannot convince himself, so he has been thinking, what is the significance of fairy tale's existence in Hogwarts? No matter in Aslanti or in Ai Delis, fairy tale is a big family, and strong bonds can even make guild members live and die together. But at Hogwarts, the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs are better off. Slytherin is recognized as the place with the most dark wizards. The arrogance of the pure blood makes them look down on the students of all other colleges, and the insulting words like peace in the mud can be easily blurted out, which is purely creating hatred. Although Ravenclaw is better than Slytherin, their greed for knowledge has led to their selfishness and arrogance, and their ignorance of the so-called stupid people also makes many students very dissatisfied with Ravenclaw happiness. In fact, many people don't know that Slytherin is indeed the place with the most dark wizards, but in Azkaban, the one with the most squatting inside is actually Ravenclaw. The school usually combines Gryffindor and Slytherin into one class, and Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff into one class. The original intention was to eliminate the gap between colleges, but the existence of the College Cup not only failed to eliminate the gap, but intensified the conflict between students. It has to be said that Snape is the most representative character among them. The reassuring poisonous attack and serious partiality made the conflict between Slytherin and other colleges deeper and deeper. Thinking of the fun and slapstick in the guild before, and seeing the undercurrents in Hogwarts, Bai Hao gradually figured it out. He is the wizard of fairy tale. Although he has a casual personality, he pursues beauty. The fairy tale wizard will never create disasters outside, even if he wants to go back to Aslan in the future, but since he has come to this world and lived here for so many years, he wants to leave something in this world. These things are not as simple as the power of the magic circle. So he thought, let's treat it as going out to do a century-old mission, and leave something bright to this world. Fairy tale is a bridge in Hogwarts, a bridge for the 4 colleges to learn from each other, communicate with each other, and understand each other. There is no grand and complicated slogan. Bai Hao will formulate the guild rules at that time. Under the guidance of the rules, he believes that fairy tale will become a turning point for Hogwarts and even the entire British wizarding world. Mr. Felkes, you. Professor McGonagall felt that he had a lot to say, but he didn't know what to say. I have to say, I really need to get to know you again in 4.2, Bai Hao. Fuck. Bai Hao was taken aback by the sudden voice, Professor Dumbledore, please don't appear behind others at will, it's scary. It turned out that Dumbledore suddenly appeared behind Bai Hao. Just now when Dumbledore was in the office, a portrait suddenly came to him and told him that Bai Hao and Minerva were discussing the establishment of a guild. Out of curiosity, he used the privilege of the headmaster to eavesdrop. Unexpectedly, he heard Bai Hao's order a shocking speech. For so many years, he has been reflecting on why Tom Riddle, such an excellent student, would embark on the road of becoming the Dark Lord. During the 7 years at Hogwarts, he had enough time to guide an 11-year-old wizard to the right path. Now that he heard Bai Hao's words, Dumbledore came to his senses. He always believed that it was his wrong method that led his students to the abyss. But now it seems that the whole of Hogwarts is wrong. It has been nearly 1,000 years, the castle seems to have changed, and it seems that nothing has changed. Thank you, Bai Hao. Dumbledore's usually calm face showed a slight fluctuation, you solved my confusion for many years. Hey? Thank you? What do you mean? Bai Hao tilted his head. Then he suddenly realized that he seemed to have said something very extraordinary just now without knowing it. Bai Hao was a little shocked by his own understanding, and he didn't realize that he was so talented in this area. He originally wanted to explain a few sentences, but he didn't realize that the more he talked, the more excited he became. Critical speech. Could it be that the genes of the florists are at fault? Dumbledore ignored the silly smile on Bai Hao's face, raised his right hand slightly, 10 red crystals suddenly appeared and gradually floated in front of Bai's nose. Bai Wu was immersed in his own imagination, when he suddenly felt a huge source of magic power appearing in the room. He instinctively stretched out his hand and grasped the source of magic power in his hand. He opened his palm and looked at Dumbledore in surprise. This is the Sorcerer's Stone. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, this is my thank you. Hey! For me. Bai Hao's eyes widened. This was a windfall. The Sorcerer's Stone has the ability to turn mercury into gold. With it, he doesn't have to worry about the guild's daily expenses. This, why? Bai Hao24 asked while putting the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket. Dumbledore smiled when he saw this. There is no reason, just treat it as a return gift for the Christmas gift you gave me before. Oh. That's fine. Bai Hao didn't press further, meaningless, then since I've reported the establishment of the guild to Professor McGonagall, I'll leave first if there's nothing else to do. Without waiting for an answer, he activated the space magic and teleported away with a swish. He was afraid of waiting for the old bee to regret it. Dumbledore looked serious and looked at the place where Bai Hao was standing just now with a little thought. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Albus, why did you give him the Sorcerer's Stone? If Tom finds out, Felkes will be in danger. Professor McGonagall took off his eyes and walked to Dumbledore. Don't worry, Minerva. Dumbledore resumed his calm look again, he should avoid our magical little wizard now. But... don't worry, I have my own plan. What did you think of what Fix said just now? Maybe, we should make some changes. Bai Hao teleported to the dining hall, he hasn't had lunch yet. He originally wanted to report the guild's affairs, but was stopped by Snape at the beginning, which delayed a little cooking time. Bai Hao, you finally appeared. Bai Wuogong sat down before his butt warmed up, and before the knife and fork in his hand touched the food, he was interrupted by a voice. Hermione ran over with her 2 useless men. Since they came back from the Forbidden Forest, they have been guarding Bai Hao in the cafeteria for the past 2 days. But Bai Hao spends most of the 2 days in the room of response, and some courses are taught by missing, and even breakfast, lunch and lunch are settled in the big kitchen, so the 3 little ones can't find him for granted. Bai Hao, listen to me, we finally figured it out. Harry spoke first, and Hermione sandwiched Bai Hao from left to right, and Ron was behind Harry. Bai Hao rolled his eyes. I said, what are you guys thinking about? Harry, Hagrid's dragon. Yes, Hagrid wants a dragon. Hermione, turned to run into a stranger carrying a dragon's egg instead. Harry, come to think of it, who would walk around with a dragon egg in broad daylight? There's something obviously wrong with that. Hermione, and today Hagrid said that when he was talking to the dragon egg dealer, he leaked to him how to deal with Lua, that is, the three-headed dog. Harry, as long as you listen to music, Fluffy will sleep, and Snape can easily pass through the trapdoor it guards. Hermione, do you understand what we're saying? By-How was chewing on a muffin, and the dead fish squinted at the two people beside him. So, what do you want to do? The three of them looked at each other, and Harry said in a low voice, we want to take out the Philosopher's Stone ahead of time, and then Snape will miss out if he goes to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I want you to help us, as long as... Wait a minute. By-How interrupted Harry's speech, then activated Hawkeye and looked up towards the end of the corridor on the 4th floor. Lua was still sleeping in the narrow room, and the devil's net was still hanging under it, and there were hundreds of keys with wings flying around in an attic farther away. The old bee hasn't quit this childish level-breaking game yet. By-How, what are you doing? Hermione asked curiously when she saw By-How's pupils suddenly turned into vertical pupils, still glowing slightly white. It's nothing, I just want to watch something. By-How withdrew his eagle eye, cut a piece of muffin and put it in his mouth. You guys do whatever you like, I won't participate. On the surface, By-How rejected the request of the three little ones. Although he didn't know what the old bee wanted to do, it didn't prevent him from doing things. He had just listened to the two people's words, and suddenly he felt evil, thinking about whether he should play Voldemort after they successfully passed the level to scare the three little lions who don't know the heights of the sky and the earth, and let them know what society is dangerous. Hermione wanted to say something, but By-Wu disappeared with her lunch in an instant, causing her to shake her fist angrily. I told you, he won't say yes. Ron looked like he already knew. Then we'll be on our own, and we'll go tomorrow night. Harry showed firm eyes, not at all noticing that there was an ant-sized magic circle where By-How disappeared. By-How already knew that the three of them were going to pass the checkpoint tomorrow night. By-How teleported to the large kitchen, finished his lunch, and came to the room of requirement again. The reconstruction of finite incantatem is almost complete, and the afternoon class can be replaced by the missing body. He intends to completely complete the reconstruction of this spell within today. It was past 9 o'clock in the evening, in the room of response. Fiend fire. A group of violent flames raged in the large room. The fierce fire curse is easy to learn, and By-How learned it quickly without using the world tree, but he didn't expect that the fierce fire he summoned would turn blue-purple under the blessing of his magic power. Probably because of drinking the brain cleanser, the reconstruction work was 1/3 faster than expected. By-How didn't even eat dinner, and stayed in the room of requirement all the time. All curses end finite incantatem. By-How let go of Fiend Fire's control, and at the same time a bright golden 670 flame turned into a torrent under By-How's control and collided with the out-of-control Fiend Fire, forming a confrontation. But gradually, due to the lack of By-How's magic power and enough material devouring, fierce fire was gradually suppressed, and finally all turned into primitive magic power. It seems to be similar to what I thought. Fierce fire was indeed summoned from another world. Sensing the strong magic power in the room, By-How frowned and thought. By-How arranged sacred lake ripples in the room in advance. And when Fiend Fire was released, Holy Lake Ripples was triggered, and there was indeed an abnormal source of magic power in the room, which was the magic wand in his hand. This source of magic power is very small as a drop of water in a lake. If there is no perception magic, By-How is 100% sure that it will be difficult for one of the 1000,000 wizards to find the abnormality in the fierce fire curse, and its nature is completely different from normal magic. He could feel that it was full of disorder, which may be the reason why Fiend Fire could not distinguish between friend and foe when he was out of control. By-How tried to communicate with the magic source, but failed. This magic power source is too small. This kind of communication is like connecting the two ends of a bridge. One end is on By-How's side, and the other end is on the other side of the abnormal magic power source. The bridge foundation on By-How's side is very solid, but the bridge foundation on the other side is a shabby project, and the bridge collapsed as soon as it was built. There is not enough time for him to explore. But now there is another way, which is to use the world tree to reconstruct, and amplify the feature of Fiend Fire that can connect the two worlds. But By-How tried it with his hands, and was immediately confused. Fiend Fire curse. The magic path is not complicated, almost straightforward, which is why this spell is easy to learn. But what the hell are the tens of thousands of pathways that surfaced in the perception? They have almost caught up with half of the 3 forbidden curses of fairy tale. At the beginning, it took him 3 full years to pester the old man to fully master the 3 forbidden spells. According to past experience, the magic path of fiend fire needs to be modified for at least half a year, and perhaps with the blessing of the brain-cleaning agent, the time can be shortened. Thinking of this, Bai Hao shook his head and stretched himself. That's it for today, anyway, the goal of mastering 2 powerful spells has been achieved, and he hasn't eaten dinner yet, and his stomach is constantly protesting to his brain. Bai Hao teleported to the big kitchen, where the house elves were not as excited to see him as they were the first time. Ah! You are finally here. Dear Mr. Felkes. An elf jumped up excitedly when he saw the sudden appearance of Bai Hao. May I ask what you want to eat? I will make it for you right away. This house elf is called Jobby, and he is the one who cooks for Bai Wu in the kitchen. Because every time Bai Hao came to the kitchen before, the house elves here were scrambling to serve him, and sometimes even fought. Therefore, in order not to cause bloodshed, Bai Hao specially appointed a house elf to cook for him, and this elf was Jobby. Under careful guidance, Jobby is now the best cook in Hogwarts except Bai Hao. Bai Hao once told it that if possible, teach other elves to cook, so that the food at Hogwarts can be improved. But Jobby refused to beat him to death, and he said that this was taught to Jobby by Mr. Felkes, and that it is Jobby's exclusive right to cook for Mr. Barbara. It made Bai Hao very speechless, so he could only let it go. Good evening, Jobby. Bai Hao smiled. Give me some bolognese noodles and pumpkin porridge. Okay. Sir. I'll prepare it for you right away. Jobby hurriedly ran towards the stove. Wait a minute, Jobby. Bai Hao took out a black 2-meter-long arthropod leg covered with burrs and handed it to Jobby. Try using this for meat sauce. This is the leg of an acromantula. Last night when he went to the Forbidden Forest to get some food for you yet, he suddenly remembered that some people on the First World Network said that the meat of spiders is very delicious, especially in Southeast Asia. Loved by people. So out of curiosity, he lit a fire and roasted a spider leg to eat. Not to mention, it's really delicious. It's kind of like crab meat, and kind of like chicken. So Bai Hao had another reason to blame the acromantula. Yes. Mr. Jobby picked up the spider legs and ran towards the stove. His thin body was in stark contrast. Half an hour later, Jobby brought out a bowl of bolognese noodles with a craving aroma. But at this time, Jobby was very nervous, because he had never used spider meat to cook, and he was afraid that the noodles would be unpalatable and he would lose the qualification to cook for Bai Hao. Bai Wu picked up the noodles with homemade chopsticks and put them in his mouth. The taste is very special, but I don't know how to describe it. Bai Hao took out the remaining spider legs, and threw an ice magic on them. Jobby, you keep these, I will use this to make meat sauce noodles and barbecue in the future, and add more cumin and chili to the barbecue. Jobby snapped his fingers, and several long frozen acromantula legs disappeared. Follow your orders, sir. Bai Hao nodded, started teleporting back to the dormitory. After a tiring day, he wanted to have a good sleep. But, until after 2 o'clock in the morning, Yuri was still lying on the bed with big eyes. Damn old bat! So this is the side effect of the brain cleanser. It has been a few hours since it was past 10 o'clock, and every time he closes his eyes and wants to fall asleep, he can't. What is his current situation? The body tells the brain, the host is very tired now and needs to rest. Then the brain tells the body, sleep on the hammer. Wake up. Now Bai Hao feels that his body is in the Western Hemisphere, and his brain is on an alien planet. He tried to cast Foggy Naraku on himself, but it didn't work. Foggy Naraku, a super powerful sleep magic, unique to Fairy Tail S-class mage Mr. Gang. Mr. Gang will use this magic to make guild members fall asleep every time he goes to the guild to pick up tasks. Even the old man can barely resist this kind of super sleep magic. He must have used this magic a lot in the past. With resistance. In this way, Bai Hao exhausted all kinds of methods, and finally when he counted 109,123 sheep, it was dawn. Fuck. Bai Hao, what's the matter with you? Terry just woke up, and he wanted to come over and ask how Bai Hao got through yesterday's school rules. As a result, as soon as he came to Bai Hao's bedside, he saw Bai Hao's face turned blue, lying stiffly on the bed, only the whites of his pupils remained, and a transparent thing that looked like a ghost floated out of his mouth. Hello. Bai Hao, are you okay? Do I need to take you to Madame Pomfrey? Terry pushed Bai Hao lightly, and asked worriedly. Madame Pomfrey? That's right. Find Madame Pomfrey in the school infirmary. Bai Hao suddenly realized that he had forgotten that there was an infirmary in the school. He ignored Terry, but like Professor Binns, he floated out of the door as fast as a ghost. The little wizards along the way were all amazed to see a thing that looked like a human being and a ghost quickly passed through the corridors of the school. Some students ran to the professor in horror when they saw it, and said nonsense about seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Oh! My God! Madame Pomfrey was packing her things in the infirmary. When she suddenly heard the door being knocked open, she turned her head and saw a little wizard with an unhappy expression floating in. Honey, what happened? Good morning, Madame Pomfrey. Bai Hao greeted weakly. Is there any potion that can make people sleep? Yes, yes. Madame Pomfrey frowned, and pulled Bai Hao to a hospital bed. So what's wrong with you? The infirmary is always stocked with sleeping potions, mainly to prevent the Gryffindor cubs from sneaking out before their injuries are fully recovered. After all, they are frequent visitors to the infirmary. But Madame Pomfrey, who has a strong sense of responsibility, couldn't just give out the medicine in such a vague way. Oh! Actually, it's nothing wrong. The main reason is that I can't fall asleep after drinking a bottle of potion. Bai Hao wants to sleep now, but his brain is in a state of excitement, which is really tormenting. What potion? Madame Pomfrey broke the casserole and asked. Professor Snape's new potion was developed with my pet's venom, and I took a sip out of curiosity. It's Severus again. Don't you usually send enough students to the potions class? You even randomly give the newly developed potions to the students. Madame Pomfrey cursed angrily. Usually there are quite a few students injured by potions class, on average 1 or 2 will be sent every week, all of them are first graders. Ma'am, medicine. Wait a while. I'll check you first. Madame Pomfrey used magic to check Bai Hao's body, and after confirming that everything was fine, she poured a bottle of sleeping potion into Bai Hao. After drinking the potion, Bai Hao felt that he finally fell asleep, and quickly teleported back to the dormitory bed to lie down. Then, half asleep, he finally fell asleep before lunchtime, exactly 24 hours after he had taken the brain cleanser yesterday. At the same time, after Bai Hao left, Madame Pomfrey went to complain to Dumbledore, telling about Snape's crimes as usual. And Dumbledore had no choice but to promise to talk to Snape and try to reduce the frequency of students entering the infirmary. This lady is the most ruthless person in Hogwarts, but no matter who you are, as long as there is something that affects the health of the students, she will still hate you to death. Bai Hao slept through the night. Woke up and looked around, there was no one, his stomach was already growling with hunger, he didn't eat breakfast or dinner today. Looking at the mechanical pocket watch again, it was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Can't sleep within 24 hours after drinking the brain cleanser. Bai Hao rubbed Diagon's temples. Strictly speaking, this is not a side effect. As long as it is used well, it can play a big role at critical moments, and Snape also said that the brain cleanser is also effective for the Imperious Curse. By the way, haven't they started yet? Bai Hao suddenly remembered that the 3 little Gryffindors were going to play a game tonight, so don't miss the boss level he prepared for them. Hastily activated Eagle Eye to take a look, and just proceeded to the scene where Hermione took out her wand to petrify Neville. The time is just right. Bai Wu took out a few biscuits from his personal snack curry to fill his stomach, then got dressed and teleported to the corridor on the 4th floor. Because he didn't place space coordinates in the level in the basement, he can only start from here. Opening the door, Lu Wei was sleeping soundly under the influence of music. Bai Wu pinched his nose, the breath of this 3-headed dog is really bad. How long has it been since you brushed your teeth? Using magic to remove Lu Wei's feet and open the trap door, Bai Hao also started his own breakthrough. In a minute or so, he came to the Mirror of Air East. For him, the checkpoints set by the professors were like a child's play. However, Bai Hao met an unexpected person here. Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! I didn't expect you to dare to appear in school. Now should I call you Professor Quirrell, or, where is Voldemort? Looking at the man in front of him with a black hood and his back turned to him, but exuding a decadent aura all over his body, Bai Hao showed a playful smile on his face. Voldemort's appearance here was indeed a bit unexpected to Bai Hao. He always thought that after the battle in the Forbidden Forest a few days ago, Voldemort had gone to recuperate from his injuries. Regardless of how powerful this Dark Lord was, he is as good as anyone when it comes to fear of death. In terms of courage in the face of death, he might not even be able to match the little lion of Gryffindor, or else he would not be as good as anyone else. Will create 7 souls to reveal. Could it be the power of world line correction? Voldemort turned around slowly, and slowly took off his hood, revealing an extremely ugly face. It was a half-human, half-animal face, with tiny green scales growing around the black rotting blood scabs, and the scales were slightly blown apart. His eyes were yellow vertical pupils, and his body exuded a disgusting fishy smell. Hiss! Ha! By how Felkas, a little wizard with powerful mysterious power. Voldemort tore his throat and made a snake-like sound, which made people feel uncomfortable. It seems that our poor stuttering Professor Quirrell is no longer here. By how looked at the person in front of him, who was neither human nor ghostly, and he understood that Xiang Luo's place was completely occupied by Voldemort. I'm curious, since the last time we met in the Forbidden Forest. By how counted with his fingers, 4 days. How did you recover from such a serious injury in such a short time? Voldemort stretched out a hand that also had scales but did not belong to him from the robe, and looked at it coldly in front of him. It's very simple, just need some blood of magical animals, and add some special materials. These special materials are probably not the overdrawn life of Professor Quirrell. By how laughed. Voldemort dropped his hand and said in what he thought was a seductive language, "You are very clever, Felkas. Your strength far surpasses everyone, you don't have to listen to Albus Dumbledore's slander. Power, wealth, strength, he can't give you any of these. But I can even give you eternal life. How about it? Let's cooperate, we can get what you want." Pfft! Ha! 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 Hearing what Voldemort said, By how couldn't help laughing out loud, and the laughter was full of sarcasm. He touched his head, smiled and looked at Voldemort. To be honest, it's quite tempting. I know. The White Demon King. What kind of a good person can be called the Demon King? But did you get something wrong? Listen to Dumbledore's slander? I do everything with a clear conscience. To him, I just respect the old and love the young. After all, he is an old man over 100 years old. You have to respect him. As for your infinite life. By how took out the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and fiddled with it, looking at Voldemort with a smile. Are you referring to this thing in my hand, or your secret to making Horcruxes? Avada ate a big melon. By how's voice just fell when Voldemort suddenly raised his hand and cast a killing curse. Not to mention that the little wizard in front of him has the Philosopher's Stone, just because he knows, Sabite, the secret of his Horcrux, he should die. But By how had already guarded against Voldemort. A huge blue magic circle appeared in front of him, and the huge ice shield blocked the attack at the cost of exploding itself. Voldemort refused to give up. The green light came on again, and the killing curse hit By how's ice magic like lightning. The green light beams confronted the continuously generated ice shields, and the shattered ice crystals scattered on the ground and gradually piled up into a small iceberg. Voldemort saw that there was nothing he could do to By how, so while barely maintaining the killing curse, he put his left hand in the shape of a claw in front of his face, and a green ghostly fire spit out from his mouth. Voldemort summoned fierce fire, the killing curse broke, and the expanding fiend fire turned into a huge fire snake and attacked By how. By how finally drew out his magic wand at this time. He knew very well that fierce fire couldn't be stopped by ice modeling magic alone. All curses will end finite incantatem. Under By how's control, the golden flames merged into the ice modeling magic, and the ice crystals on the ground and the original ice shield transformed into a huge water dragon. A dragon chant sounded, and the green fire snake collided with the golden blue water dragon, making a huge explosion. The 3 little lions who had just passed the Devil's Gateway were frightened by the sudden dull explosion sound from the depths. The 3 looked at each other. Harry, what's going on? Ron swallowed, and looked at Harry tremblingly. I think we're late. Snape must have gone in, but he probably hasn't passed the protection set by other professors. Harry guessed. Let's go. Hermione took the lead and rushed forward. On the other side, By how's water dragon is gradually suppressing Voldemort's fiend fire, and the head of the fire snake has been swallowed. The blue veins in Voldemort's right hand popped out, his whole body was arched back, and his face was grim, barely maintaining the fire snake. He looked hard at the mirror of Erised next to him, swung his free left hand vigorously, and silently floated the heavy mirror to throw it at By how like a stone throw. When Bai Wu saw this, the green magic circle lit up, crazy growth was activated, and the slender vine man took the magic mirror down steadily. It's not a thing to smash. It's one of only 2 mirrors of Ariste left in the world, the other is at the Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, sponsored by Nick Flamel. Voldemort saw that the magic mirror was taken over by Bai Wu, and then looked at himself being gradually swallowed by fiend fire, thinking that this was not the way to go, so he became ruthless. Hiss! Ah! 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 Voldemort yelled as he tore his vocal cords, the green fierce fire erupted in an instant, and the huge explosive force pushed back Bai Hao's water dragon in an instant, and the berserk force spread across the entire basement. Constantly spread back and forth. Voldemort actually detonated fiend fire, and the disorderly fire was scurrying around the room. Ron! We have to hurry up. Harry, who was playing chess outside, heard another explosion coming from inside, so he hurriedly urged. Bai Hao's face remained unchanged, he looked up through the water barrier, and saw that Voldemort smashed the ceiling directly again, using the transfiguration and levitation spells together. Several huge flints wrapped in fiend fire fell from the sky and fell towards him. Seeing this, Bai Jing increased the output of magic power, and the water dragon instantly expanded to twice its original size and rushed towards the flint. The huge water pressure directly smashed the hard stone to pieces. With a wave of Bai Hao's magic wand, the water dragon turned into a wave and swept across the entire room, and all the flames were extinguished instantly. Voldemort was standing there drenched, panting violently. His eyes were a little terrified looking at the little wizard in front of him who didn't touch the water and had stood still since the beginning of the battle. It has to be said that he started to be timid, he never thought that he would meet such an enemy who was far beyond the norm. Bai Hao looked at Voldemort with a smile. How about it? Just use any other tricks. Voldemort didn't speak, just tightened his right hand holding the wand. With a light swipe of the white crystal magic wand, his blue-purple fiend fire enveloped the entire room. I can't let you escape this time. Since you didn't recruit, it's my turn. Voldemort's pupils contracted, and his whole body tensed up, ready to deal with the next attack at any time. Avada eats a big melon. Bai Hao pointed forward with his wand, and in the blink of an eye, the blue-purple beam hit Voldemort directly. You don't think I don't understand the dark arts, do you? I never said I was a nice guy. Quirrell's body became stiff and lay on the ground the moment he was hit by the killing curse. Voldemort's soul slowly floated out of it like black smoke, but he couldn't escape because of the fiend fire surrounding him. Bai Wu looked outside with eagle eyes. The little lion is about to win the game, and it is different from the original book. Ron is still alive on the chessboard. It's a pity that I don't have time to play with you, otherwise I missed the opportunity to play tricks on the 3 little lions behind. Bai Hao activated fierce fire, and Voldemort's soul finally disappeared amidst screams. Bai Hao looked at the mess around him, the white magic circle lit up, Arc of Time restored all the things that could be restored around him except the items swallowed by fierce flame. Okay. Next, it's time for class. Bai Hao's eyes and mouth turned into crescent moons, looking like a devil. 20 minutes later, Bai Hao saw all 3 little ones come in. Hey? Why did all 3 come in? The potion deduction rules set by Snape changed. Bai Hao asked puzzled. He remembered that the last level before entering this room was the potion reasoning set by Snape. There were 7 bottles of different shapes on each table, and the bottles contained various potions. One of the bottles leads Harry forward, while one bottle will send the others back to the original point, and the other bottles are filled with poison. This is a logical reasoning question about potions, which can be easily passed with Sister He's clever little head. I just don't know why all 3 are coming in now. It's you. No. It's impossible. It should be Snape, he is. Harry looked at Professor Quirrell standing in front of the mirror of Ariste at a loss, feeling very shocked. Bai Hao covered his mouth in the dark and secretly suppressed a smile. When the 3 of them stepped into this room, Setsuna had already fallen into the illusion magic set by Bai Hao with Skyscraper. Quirrell turned and said in a straight voice, "Yet. He does look like a bad guy, doesn't he? With him around, who would doubt poor stammering Professor Quirrell?" Hermione also looked at Quirrell in shock. "Impossible, I saw it with my own eyes that day. On the day of the Quidditch match. Snape wanted to kill Harry." Ha ha ha. Quirrell laughed out loud in a mocking tone. "Oh. My dear boy, trust me. If Snape's cloak hadn't caught fire suddenly, preventing me from keeping my eyes on Potter, he would have fallen off the broom and died. No matter how much Snape counter-curses, it won't save you. What? Snape wants to save Harry. Then why does he usually? Ron couldn't understand. Snape usually looked at Harry with the kind of annoying eyes that wanted him to die. Quirrell looked at Ron. Oh. The Weasleys. Your two big brothers did a very bad thing. He was referring to the incident where the Weasley twins threw shit at Quirrell. Avada eats a big melon. The green curse hit Ron. Ah! Hermione screamed, while Harry looked at Ron's corpse on the ground in horror, speechless. This is, the death curse. Hermione was so frightened that she sat on the ground trembling, her legs were so weak that she couldn't stand up due to the great fear, and her eyes burst into tears. Start to flow down. Ron is dead. Harry held his wand tightly and pointed at Quirrell, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Impossible. You must have just used the petrification spell, etc. Ron will come alive. Harry's eyes were red, and he was trying to hold back the tears. He didn't dare to accept the fact that his friend died. Chi Luo sneered and said, once a person is under the death curse, it is impossible to live. But he was startled again suddenly. Oh! No! Our dear Mr. Potter, the hero of the wizarding world, has survived under this spell and defeated the Dark Lord. In the dark, Bai-Hao sat leisurely on a platform, eating a snack in his mouth. This was originally the place where the brazier was placed, but it was just burnt down by the fierce fire. He watched the three little lion cubs below being abused condescendingly, and thought to himself, let's see if you dare to pester yourself to ask this and that during mealtime in the future, and even deal with Voldemort, you won't be tortured to death. Good evening, Bai-Hao. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. Good evening, Professor. Bai-Hao didn't move, just continued to look at the three little lions standing stupidly with their eyes closed under the room. You seem to know I'm coming. Professor, don't you need to explain? Bai-Hao smiled, but there was a little danger in his eyes. He felt as if he was being used as a gun. I'm sorry, I do know that he is still in school, but I just wanted to use him to experience Harry, but I didn't expect to involve you. I can take this as an accident, Professor. But you have to promise me one thing. Bai-Hao squinted his eyes and looked at Dumbledore aside. Let's fight with me. Dumbledore's eyelids sank. He frowned and thought for a while. Why? There is no reason, I just want to see how strong the White Demon King is. Bai Wu replied truthfully with a smile. He didn't lie, he really wanted to see how strong the world's top fighters are, but he didn't mention another reason. He didn't enjoy playing just now, and his hands were itchy. Dumbledore thought for a while, then nodded helplessly, okay. Seeing that Dumbledore agreed, Bai Wu also put away his dangerous smile, and continued to look at the three little ones below with relish. And Dumbledore looked at Professor Quirrell's body floating beside Bai-Hao. He used to be a very good student. Bai Wu squinted at him. I think in your eyes, anyone who can graduate from Hogwarts is a good student. Dumbledore stroked his beard in embarrassment, and blinked. Wow! At least Tom isn't. He looked down at Harry again, and asked curiously, what is he going through? Bai-Hao smiled happily. Didn't you say before that Harry and Voldemort are fateful enemies? He is facing death and truly presenting the death in front of him. Dumbledore frowned. This is not something he can face now. He heard the meaning of Bai-Hao's words, and now he guessed that Harry's two little friends had died in front of him. Professor, have you heard a saying? Bai-Hao stood up and stretched his muscles. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Can you promise to keep an eye on him? Maybe one day he will kill himself because of his self-righteousness and recklessness, or worse, kill others. I'm just helping him out of the friendship of my classmates today, so that he can recognize himself. Since you want him to be the savior, death may become commonplace for him in the future. Professor, don't tell me you feel bad. Bai-Hao suddenly lashed out at Dumbledore. He didn't believe that Dumbledore would feel sorry for Harry. He respects Dumbledore, but that doesn't mean he likes Dumbledore's behavior. The basic knowledge of the magic circle given to him before was just an equivalent exchange. In the whole of Hogwarts, the only one who really cherishes Harry is probably Snake General. He could understand Dumbledore's desire to make up for his past mistakes by using Harry to destroy Voldemort. But I'm sorry, for him, believing in an illusory prophecy is worse than believing in his own power. Dumbledore was silent, and he was not angry because of Bai-Hao's words. He also knew that what he had done was too cruel for a young wizard. Also, Professor Dumbledore. Bai-Hao took out the Philosopher's Stone. Can you undo the alchemy on it? It's not good to give someone a gift but put something on it. When Bai Hao showed the Sorcerer's Stone in front of Voldemort just now, his magic power flowed onto the Sorcerer's Stone inadvertently, and he unexpectedly found something wrong. So he took advantage of the gap before the three little ones came in, and carefully inspected the Philosopher's Stone, and found that there was a very small alchemy restriction inside. Oh! Sorry. I forgot. Dumbledore clicked on it with the Elder Wand. This alchemy is a self-destruct prohibition, to ensure that when Tom gets the Sorcerer's Stone, I can destroy it. Bai Hao rolled his eyes, and didn't believe Dumbledore's words, who knew which of his words were true and which were false. At this time, in the illusion, Hermione was already game over lying on the ground, and the wand in Harry's hand was broken. He suppressed his fear and anger, and hid behind his back with a stone in his right hand. Seeing Quirrell approaching him constantly, Harry jumped up instantly, took a stone and threw it at the head of Quirrell, only to be sent flying by a spell. Harry lay on the ground in pain, his consciousness gradually blurred, and now he extremely regretted why he came to this place and killed his two companions. Looking at the Quirrell shoe that stepped on the floor in front of his eyes, Harry finally passed out in regret. It's over. Bai Hao and Dumbledore appeared under the room in an instant, one used space magic, and the other used apparatus. Professor, tonight's game is over, and it's time for me to go back and rest. After all, as a student, it's not good to often go out at night. After talking nonsense, Bai Hao disappeared and became the shopkeeper again. Dumbledore silently looked at the three of Harry lying on the ground. He regretted a little. In fact, regarding the test against Harry tonight, he really didn't expect to involve Bai Hao, but he did use the Philosopher's Stone to test Bai Hao. After he heard Bai Hao's speech in the Gryffindor Dean's office yesterday, he saw Gellert Grindelwald in Bai Hao. They are equally smart, confident, powerful, and extremely charismatic. Most importantly, the two of them also have huge ambitions. He can see that Bai Hao's goal has never been Voldemort, but wants to completely get rid of pure blood honor in magic thinking. Rude. This seems to be a simple sentence, but it actually involves a lot. Dumbledore, who has experienced the First Wizarding War, knows the consequences of Bai Hao's actions. Back then, his and Grindelwald's goals were to obtain the 3 Deathly Hallows, and use their power to become the Lord of Death, to overthrow the International Wizarding Secrecy Act, to establish a new order, and to make wizards the masters of the Muggle world. Monarch. He even created the phrase for the greater good to justify the use of force to achieve goals, and Grindelwald later used it as his own program of action. However, later, because of the gradual disagreement between the two, and the death of his sister Ariana caused the two to go their separate ways, Grindelwald regarded the Deathly Hallows as a tool to assemble the army, which caused a stir in the entire magic world. A huge bloodbath. He was afraid that Bai Hao would become the next Grindelwald, so he used the Sorcerer's Stone to test Bai Hao. But it's a pity that Bai Hao discovered the abnormality of the Philosopher's Stone before the plan started, which caused a rift in the trust between him and Bai Hao. In fact, judging from Bai Hao's various performances, his temptation is unnecessary, but he is still worried. Because Grindelwald was like this back then, good at disguising and changing, you can never imagine what people like them will do next. If Bai Hao knew that Dumbledore thought of him in this way, he would probably yell, "You old bee, you said you were not suspicious before? You are lying." In the Hogwarts infirmary, Harry was lying on the hospital bed. At this time, he was already aware of it, and he could feel the pain all over his body. He wanted to struggle hard, wanted to open his eyes, but found that he couldn't do it anyway, as if his body didn't belong to him. He looked around, and found that he was in an unknown place, surrounded by darkness, could not see anything, could not hear any sound. He was terrified in his heart, and kept running into the depths of the darkness, constantly thinking about what happened, why is he here? So amidst countless questions and guesses, he gradually remembered his experience in the underground secret room. Pictures kept flashing in Harry's mind. In the basement, Quirrell laughed crazily and mockingly, playing with himself recklessly. He watched the 2 green light beams take the lives of his companions in an instant, and then he just roared in pain helplessly, using his incomparably weak magic and body against Quirrell. At the last moment, I saw Quirrell step on my wand. Does July 17th mean that this is hell? Is it used to punish my crime of killing 2 companions? Thinking of this, Harry knelt with his head in his hands and knelt in the darkness, with complex emotions such as fear, anger, regret, and annoyance. He didn't know how long he had passed. Then he suddenly saw a light, and he looked up. What is this? The light gradually increased, and Harry found that he could hear some voices. "It's time, get out of here quickly, don't delay the patient's rest." It sounds like Madame Pomfrey's voice. Harry tried to open his eyes again, this time he could feel his own eyelids. Gradually, the darkness disappeared completely, and Harry slowly opened his eyes, and through his blurred vision, he saw that there seemed to be a person standing next to him. Harry felt his aching body, and he struggled to sit up. Madame Pomfrey, who was next to her, heard movement on the bed, and quickly looked over, only to find that her patient had already woken up. She quickly took out a bottle of potion and poured it into Harry's mouth. Harry felt his teeth click against something hard and crisp, and a stream of cool liquid flowed down his throat, and his tongue felt a bit bitter, but it also warmed his body, and he could see clearly. Madame Pomfrey. His vision gradually became clear. Harry frowned in pain and looked at the person beside the bed, his head still hurt a little. "Good afternoon, dear." Madame Pomfrey straightened Harry up on the pillow. "You've been sleeping all day." Your friend woke up when he was in the middle of the cow. "Friend? What friend?" "That's right. Hermione and Ron." Harry's eyes widened, and his head suddenly became clear and understanding. He asked Madame Pomfrey anxiously, "Madame Pomfrey, how are Hermione and Ron doing?" "Oh. They're all right, they just suffered some skin trauma. They woke up at noon, and it's just in time for lunch." Madame Pomfrey was a little startled by Harry's excitement. Dumbledore didn't mean that they were just careless, just a little hurt? "Really? That's good. But the three of us are not." Harry rubbed his dry eyes. He felt his mind was in a mess now. In his impression, Hermione and Ron should have died in Quirrell Hand. "Oh. Good afternoon, Harry." Dumbledore walked in just as Harry was scratching his head, puzzled. "I heard you're awake, I'll come and have a look." Dumbledore looked at the sympathy object beside Harry's bed. "It seems that your friends are very concerned about you." "Professor Dumbledore, what the hell happened?" "I remember I was in the basement, and I met Professor Quirrell, Ron, and Hermione." Dumbledore stretched out his hand and pressed down. "Perhaps I shouldn't be the one to answer you." He straightened his magic robe and sat beside Harry's hospital bed. "Harry, after what happened last night, do you feel anything?" Harry lowered his head dejectedly, and looked at the wound on his hand that had been wrapped up guiltily. "I don't know, we were all wrong, I feel very regretful, everything we did before was wrong." Dumbledore nodded and said softly, "Yes, many things are wrong. But Harry, in a sense you're not wrong. You have protected the Philosopher's Stone from falling into the wrong hands. In that respect, you are brave. In addition, you never told other people about this matter, but silently assumed the responsibility of protecting the Philosopher's Stone, because you were afraid of bringing danger to others. In that respect, you are kind." After listening to Dumbledore's words, Harry slowly raised his head, looking into Dumbledore's kind eyes. He could feel the encouragement and approval. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." On the other side, outside Hogwarts Castle, on the shore of the Black Lake, Hermione pulled by How, who was having afternoon tea here. "Oh. Hermione, why did you bring me here?" By How said resentfully. He was eating a sweet pumpkin cake, and Hermione dragged him to this place before he finished half of it. Hermione turned her back to By How. "Why?" "Hey? What why?" By How was stopped by Hermione's sudden question. He didn't quite understand what Hermione meant. "Don't try to lie to me." Hermione clenched her fists, turned around suddenly and looked at By How with red eyes. "You were in the basement last night, right? You are responsible for everything. I distinctly remember Ron and I both getting the killing curse. No one can survive the unforgivable curse, but we're all fine now. Only you." Hermione rushed up and grabbed By How's collar. "You are the only one in Hogwarts. Only you can cast illusion magic. No one else can do it except you. So why on earth are you doing this?" The more Hermione talked, the more hysterical she became, and in the end she just yelled. By How looked at the girl in front of him blankly, holding back tears in fear. In a sense, she had already died once last night. "Why?" By How sneered. "Hermione, did I tell you that these things are not something you should care about? Your ability is far from being able to handle these things. If you want to be a hero, you have to consider the consequences of being a hero beforehand. What if it was Voldemort you met last night? What do you want to do? Should you use your childish schoolboy spells, or pick up tiny stones on the ground and throw them at the enemy? Last night I was merciful. If it was really Voldemort, what do you think he would do? Would he let you die so easily? Asked Neville, what are the consequences of being tortured by the curse? You think you're smart, don't you? In fact, your self-righteousness made you meet death once. Bai Wu said these words in a cold and calm tone. He wanted the little witch in front of him to understand that facing Voldemort is not just a game. After listening to Bai Hao's words, Hermione tightened her hands on the collar and then slowly loosened it. She sobbed, but, I'm really scared. Hermione burst into tears suddenly, her hands kept digging her eyes. Since she woke up at noon today, the green beam of death has been lingering in her mind. The feeling of being infinitely close to death and feeling cold and lonely all over her body made her very scared. Her hands and feet were cold all afternoon, and the whole people feel weak, palpitations, and cold sweats from time to time. Bai Hao sighed helplessly, took out a 4.1 medicine bottle containing pink medicine, and stuffed it into Hermione's mouth. This was the euphoria potion. He had anticipated this situation, and asked Madame Pomfrey to get some this morning. After drinking the potion, Hermione gradually calmed down. She looked up at the boy who was a head taller than her, eyes full of complex emotions. Wiping away the remaining tears on her face, Hermione jumped forward and plunged into Bai Hao's arms and hugged his waist. She needed comfort now. Hey? What is this for? Bai Hao was confused by Hermione's sudden action. He looked around helplessly, no one. With a low emotional intelligence, he didn't know how to deal with the situation in front of him, so he could only pat Hermione on the back stiffly to express comfort. In this way, under the reflection of the sunset glow, the lake water sparkled with the wind. On the shore of the Black Lake, two little wizards, a man and a woman, are embracing each other, presenting a beautiful picture. On the other side, there is our poor Ron, who is also being enlightened by Professor McGonagall in the Dean's office of Gryffindor. After an afternoon of soothing, coupled with Madame Pomfrey's potion, Ron, who had almost calmed down, finally walked out of the office. But not long after leaving the house, the Weasley twins started their cheating behavior. Although they don't know exactly what they did to Ron, someone saw Ron enter Professor McGonagall's office again in fear, and continued to accept headaches of psychotherapy. The Weasley twins were also punished for copying the school rules once, in a letter from Professor McGonagall's home visit. I said, Hermione, how long are you going to hug me? Bai Hao looked helplessly at the western sky. The sky was full of red clouds, and the sun had already completely set behind the mountain. Hold it any longer and you'll miss dinner time. At this time Hermione had completely calmed down, and she gradually left Bai Hao's arms. Bai Hao watched her lower her head, her bangs covered her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Hermione. Bai Hao tilted his head. Hermione didn't speak, she just stretched out her hand and pushed Bai Hao hard, then turned her head and ran towards the castle. Bai Hao scratched his head. Hey? What do you mean? Girls' minds are really hard to understand. Another week passed like this, and it seemed that Hermione had told Harry and Ron the truth about the basement, and the three of them were now terrified of Bai Wu, turning away wherever they met. Bai Hao also shrugged his shoulders, saying that he doesn't care. The school year at Hogwarts is coming to an end, and during this time, what the three of Harry did in the basement spread like wildfire in the school. But different from the original work, there seems to be more versions circulating this time, and it seems that Dumbledore did it on purpose. At this time, Bai Hao was training Yu Ye at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. After nearly 5 months of careful training, Yu Ye's appearance has changed slightly. The originally huge patagium becomes more and more transparent, and it can even give people the illusion of only bones when there is no dim light at night. Although the black bony spurs in front of the wings shortened a bit, they became sharper, faintly emitting a cold light similar to metal. Yu Ye. Under Bai Hao's command, Yu Ye released the thorn ball and flew into the air with a swish, gliding among the trees. Bai Hao took out his wand, waved it from bottom to top, the blue magic circle lit up, and the tornado caused by the sky magic rolled up a lot of dead branches, fallen leaves and gravel around him, and then gradually combined into a dragon about the size of 2 buses. The giant dragon flapped its wings and set off several hurricanes, soaring into the sky. The sound of the dragon's roar echoed continuously in the quiet forbidden forest, scaring away all the creatures not far away. Yu Ye took the lead in attacking. It uttered a pleasant cry, flapped its wings a few times and disappeared in midair in an instant, and then the dragon's wings were cut off by Qi Zhen, followed by a late sound of breaking through the air. The wingless dragon staggered and landed on the ground, raised its head and let out an angry roar. The dragon's belly swelled, and a huge tornado spit out from its mouth, carrying all kinds of dead branches and rubble, and began to attack all around indiscriminately. And Yu Ye flapped its wings vigorously to avoid it, but in the face of such a large-scale attack, it also fell to the ground because it couldn't dodge enough to be hit by a flying stone. Seeing this, the giant dragon rushed over quickly, and its huge dragon claws stepped on the ground with huge palm prints, making a dull sound. The surrounding dead branches and fallen leaves were being attracted by the force of the wind, and they were constantly repairing the severed wings of the giant dragon. Facing the giant dragon that was rushing towards him, Yu Ye let out a shrill cry from his throat. His body instantly swelled several times its original size, emitting a huge blue light all over his body, and with a wave of wings more than 10 meters long, he rose again to the top of the mountain. High in the sky, the dark angel who had fought Bai Hao in the Forbidden Forest came down again. The giant dragon flew into the air, braked its legs and turned its head to look at the sky, stirring its repaired wings to rise gradually, raised its head and sprayed a tornado towards Yu Ye. The condescending Yu Ye was not to be outdone, and sprayed out a blue venom breath to fight back, and the two breaths collided together to form a spectacular confrontation. Bai Hao is watching with relish from a distance at this time, even if it is training, but every time he sees this scene is very enjoyable. This is his training for Yu Ye, with an average of about 6 to 8 times a month, to stimulate the power of the winged demon's bloodline in constant battles. When you just subdued Yu Ye, the cooling time after Yu Ye broke out at the speed of sound was about 10 seconds, but now after several months of training, this time has been reduced to 7 seconds. Moreover, through careful study of Yu Ye's body structure, Bai Hao discovered that the tail is the most powerful part of Yu Ye's body. Therefore, in terms of its characteristics, Bai Hao also specially formulated some powerful moves unique to Yu Ye, but these moves are a bit destructive and not suitable for display and use in training. There is also Yu Ye's second form. In theory, Yu Ye can grow infinitely larger, but the bigger the body, the more physical energy it will consume. Bai Hao has done a test, and if Yu Ye's current physical strength becomes the size of an adult dragon, it can only last for about 5 minutes, and once the 5 minutes pass, a mouse can kill Yu Ye. So generally speaking, Bai Hao only makes Yu Ye into a form with a wingspan of about 10 meters in front of him. This form can last for about 30 minutes, which is just right for fighting. Boom! The two monsters collided violently again, and the dragon was swept to the ground by Yu Ye's tail. Bai Hao! Suddenly a voice came from behind. Good afternoon, Hagrid. Bai Hao turned his head and smiled. Hagrid walked over with a large bucket of sheep brains, which Bai Wu asked Hagrid to help prepare, and Yu needed to replenish his strength after training. Oh! My god! You used a dragon this time. Hagrid looked at the roaring dragon in the distance in surprise, with a little excitement on his face. Bai Hao nodded, yes, although the size is half of the real dragon, the effect is still good. According to the step-by-step training plan, in the previous training, Bai Wu successively simulated relatively large magical creatures such as werewolves, giant monsters, and acromantulas as Yu Ye's opponents. Last time Yu Ye's training object was a chimera, and Yu Ye was already able to handle it easily, so he began to increase magical creatures with special abilities as Yu Ye's targets. I said Bai Hao, can you keep them away? If the school finds out that I let you into the Forbidden Forest, Principal Dumbledore will be angry. Hagrid looked at the loud noise made by the two monsters in the distance in the past. The training was not so intense. The reason why Hagrid agreed to Bai Hao to keep the secret of training Yu Ye in the Forbidden Forest is because he really likes Yu Ye. After all, magical creatures with blood returning to their ancestors are too rare. Appeared on Bai Hao. The second reason is that Bai Hao gave him a very comfortable woolen coat at Christmas, which he has always recorded in CE. Bai Hao waved his right hand and said indifferently, hey! Don't worry, I have already cast a spell to block out the sound. Considering that today's training object is a giant dragon, the momentum may be bigger, so Bai Hao set up a barrier of silent spells around them in advance. No matter how fierce they fight, there is no need to worry about the sound being transmitted to the castle. And, do you really think that Professor 083 Dumbledore doesn't know about this? He just turned a blind eye. Boom! After a period of fighting, Yu Ye finally exhausted and returned to its original form, and fell to the ground powerlessly. Bai Hao waved his hand to dispel the magic power of the transformation curse, and the dragon turned back into a pile of gravel and rotten leaves, forming a hill in the middle of the Forbidden Forest, which often became the habitat of some small animals in the Forbidden Forest. Yu Ye is flying. Bai Hao cast the flying curse with one hand, and the limp Yu Ye returned to his hand with a whistling sound. He put Yu Ye into a bucket full of sheep's brains, and Yu-Ya ate happily while making a tut-tisk sound. "Thank you, Hagrid." Bai-Hao flicked his thumb and gave Hagrid a golden galleon. Hagrid naturally caught galleon and put it in his pocket. Regarding this matter, Hagrid had repeatedly rejected Bai-Hao, because these animal brains were worthless at all, but Bai-Hao insisted on giving it every time, saying that if he didn't accept it, he would not be allowed to play with Yu-Ya, which made him I could only reluctantly accept this. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Bai-Hao returned to the dormitory to pack his luggage with Yu-Ya, who was full. Today is the last day of this semester. After a while, everyone will go home to prepare for the new school year in more than 2 months. Tonight, Hogwarts will hold a dinner and announce the winners of this year's Student House Cup. Judging from the current scores, the first is Slytherin with 472 points, the second is Ravenclaw with 426 points, the third is Hufflepuff with 352 points, and the bottom one is Gryffindor with 312 points. If nothing else, Slytherin will continue to defend the Academy Cup. But an accident is an accident, and it will always happen when you think there will be no accidents. Ding! Ding! A crisp sound sounded, and the originally noisy Hogwarts Great Hall suddenly fell silent. Today's dinner was coming to an end. Professor McGonagall tapped a tall glass with a copper spoon, and the awarding ceremony of the Academy Cup officially began. Bai-Hao picked up a piece of steak and put it in his mouth, adjusted his posture, ready to start admiring Hogwarts, the biggest shady scene in history, bar none. Dumbledore stood up from his seat with a serious but slightly smiling expression. Another year has passed. Now it's time to hand out the Academy Cup. Now the scores of each college are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, with a total score of 312 points. The little lions of Gryffindor lowered their heads and sighed. Too many points were deducted this school year, and the culprit was the trio of Harry and Weasley. Gemini didn't deduct as many points as the three of them. The 3rd place, Hufflepuff, with a total score of 352. The little badgers shrugged, saying that they didn't care, and continued to watch the show while cooking. The 2nd place is Ravenclaw, and their score is 426 points. There was a patter of applause in the auditorium, and the kittens were expressionless, and they never cared about this. The top place is Slytherin College with a total score of 472. There were enthusiastic cheers from the long table of Slytherin. I am afraid that they are the ones who care about this trophy most in the whole school. Neep was expressionless, but clapped vigorously. Dumbledore looked at the position of the Slytherin house and nodded slightly. Very good. Good job. Slytherin. Good job. Slytherin. But at this time, he changed the subject. However, what happened recently must also be taken into consideration. Snape's expression changed. Oh hoo! Here we come. Bai-Hao sat up straight, ready to enjoy the big shady scene with a smile on his face. Dumbledore looked at the long table of Gryffindor. I still have some final points to reward. Hermione Granger, when others were in danger, she calmly used her wisdom, and Gryffindor rewarded her with 50 points. There was a round of applause from Gryffindor, and Hermione smiled happily, but the Slytherin side was starting to change color. Followed by Mr. Ron Weasley, he demonstrated his superb chess skills, which was the most exciting game of chess at Hogwarts in many years, and awarded 50 points. Gryffindor clapped his hands again, this time even more enthusiastically. Next, Mr. Harry Potter, in recognition of his courage and his extraordinary courage, I award Gryffindor 60 points. Wow! The whole school exclaimed this time. Gryffindor had already tied with Slytherin. Also, it takes courage to stand up against the enemy. But it takes more courage to stand firm in front of friends. I award 10 cents to Neville Longbottom. Neville sat stunned on the chair, and Gryffindor burst into the warmest applause and cheers. Their points surpassed Slytherin. They can win this year's House Cup. The little snakes of Slytherin looked at the little lion of Gryffindor and Dumbledore on the stage with resentment. They were very unwilling and unconvinced. Why did they work so hard to get the highest score in the past year? It's not fair to be overturned at the last moment. And Bai-Hao looked at the table of Gryffindor and Slytherin suspiciously. I have to say, this old bee is black enough. Didn't you see that Snape's face was blue? Dumbledore stretched out his hands and pressed them down, signaling the students to be quiet, and the applause and cheers went out again. Finally there is. And also. Everyone was discussing in low voices. They all thought that Gryffindor had already won the House Cup. And the moods of the little lions also took a turn for the worse, and their excited hearts suddenly lifted again. Hey? So there is more. Bai Hao looked at Dumbledore strangely, he thought it was over. What the hell was this old bee trying to do? Dumbledore looked at Ravenclaw's long table, and actually looked at Bai Hao. With your extraordinary power, you repelled the darkness and shattered the schemes of the conspirators. You taught your friends to recognize themselves and stop being arrogant. As a good Ravenclaw, you are a Hogwarts hero. Bai Hao Felkas, in order to commend your wisdom and courage, I decided to reward Ravenclaw with 80 points. What? There was a dead silence in the auditorium, and the whole school stared in shock at the man sitting in Ravenclaw's chair. To everyone's surprise, it turns out that the real hero is Bai Hao Felkas from Ravenclaw. At this time, Bai Hao also stared dumbfounded at Dumbledore smiling and raising his wine glass to his side. He also didn't expect that the shady scene of the TV University would eventually fall into his own hands. Crack! 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 Caroline was the first to react. She waved her arms vigorously, and loud applause sounded in the silent auditorium. Many people also began to react, and applauded accordingly. The warm applause became louder and louder, and finally resounded throughout the auditorium. Gryffindor said that although they lost the Academy Cup, this time they are finally not the bottom one, and there are 4 other scorers in the Academy. Slytherin expressed that the applause was because the Academy Cup was not owned by the annoying Gryffindors, and the loss to Ravenclaw was at least a little bit unconvinced. Hufflepuff said that this is still none of our business, just follow the trend, and continue cooking after clapping. Not to mention Ravenclaw, a few eaglets frantically grabbed Bai Hao's clothes and arms and shook them excitedly. Although they never cared about the Academy Cup, who would dislike having an extra honor? Dumbledore announced loudly and solemnly, if my calculations are correct, I think the decoration here needs to be changed. This year's House Cup winner is Ravenclaw House. Then, as soon as he raised his hand, the entire auditorium raised the blue raven flag, and the long table belonging to Ravenclaw boiled again. Professor Flitwick's palms were red, and tears of joy flowed from the corners of his eyes. Our Ravenclaw is finally not the second child in the millennium. An olive branch to express peace. Bai Hao echoed while guessing, maybe this is a way for Dumbledore to express his willingness to live in peace. The applause and cheers in the auditorium gradually weakened. Seeing that Dumbledore was still standing, the students knew that the principal still had something to say. Students, the Academy Cup has been awarded, and now I need to announce another important thing. After in-depth discussions with professors and staff, the school has decided to suspend the scoring competition for the Academy Cup from the next semester. The news of Dumbledore has caused 1,000 waves with one stone, and the students are a little at a loss. Why should the Academy Cup be suspended? Especially the little snakes in Slytherin, they are the most excited. It is fine to cancel the Academy Cup, but the last Academy Cup will definitely belong to Slytherin. Ding! 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 Quiet! Professor McGonagall knocked on the glass again, and the coercion of the vice principal once again suppressed the chaotic discussions of the students. Dumbledore nodded to Professor McGonagall, and then scanned the 4 colleges with a serious look. I know this news comes as a surprise to many people. Over the years, the Academy Cup has gradually caused many ineffective and bad competitions in the school. This is the reason why the school suspended the Academy Cup competition. Of course, please listen clearly, this is a suspension, not a cancellation. I assure you that the House Cup will return to Hogwarts with a new look in the near future. Please wait patiently and wait, thank God, stopped the Zhao family. Dumbledore slowly sat back in his seat, which also meant that he had finished what he needed to say. The dinner party was finally over. Tonight's dinner party was full of twists and turns, and the students were chattering on the way back to the dormitory. Bai Hao returned to the common room surrounded by Ravenclaw's eaglets. Caroline pulled Bai Hao into the middle of the lounge. Everyone here is a person who is pursuing wisdom in the eternal years. After a lapse of 7 years, we have been repaid by the Academy again. Here we should all thank one person, Bai Hao Felkas still. Caroline grabbed Bai Hao's wrist. Bai Hao, although it was sudden, I still want you to tell us how you did it. Bai Hao looked around, and all the Ravenclaws were looking at him with happy smiles on their faces. He scratched his head and laughed unconsciously. This situation is really hard to evade. So he thought about it, maybe some things can start from here. Cough. Cough. Bai Hao cleared his throat. To be honest, I don't know why this so-called hero title fell on me. I just did something I wanted to do. But Caroline wants me to talk, so I will, but... It's not about the Academy Cup, I want to talk about another thing, about how to get higher wisdom. Maybe it will be a little long, please sit down. Of course, those who don't like it can also stand. Bai Hao drew out his wand and cast an infinite stretching spell on the entire common room to ensure that more than 100 Ravenclaws present could sit down, and then he waved his wand again, everyone's hands suddenly a glass of honey lemon iced tea appeared. And at this moment, Professor Flitwick just walked in, watching this scene with great interest. He also held a cup of iced black tea in his hand, and at the same time, he found that the little wizard in the first grade before him had unknowingly become the leader of the college. No matter whether it was a junior or a senior student, he was obeyed. Bai Hao sat cross-legged in the middle of the flock of eagles, looked at the curious and eager eyes of the young eaglets around him, and remembered what Caroline said when he first entered school, this is the habitat of wise people. Comrades, air. No. As soon as Bai Wuogong opened his mouth, he found that he had been unconsciously affected by the special environment around him, and the flower planter gene in his body had been activated. This name should not be called indiscriminately. Cough. Students. Before the official start, I want to ask you a few questions. First, does everyone think we're the smartest people in school? He spoke at 0:30 in a very gentle, normal voice, but just enough for everyone present to hear what he was saying. All the eaglets around nodded naturally, and it was recognized by the whole Hogwarts that Ravenclaw was the smartest. Second, do you all think that our wisdom comes from books? This question caused some Xiaoying to fall into silence and thinking, but most of them nodded naturally. Seeing this, Bai Jing smiled. The last question, do you all think that, except for our La Wen Qi, the students in the other 3 colleges are all idiots? This question caught everyone at once, so don't talk nonsense. Although they usually like to call others stupid people. But in fact, if they really say that they are completely better than students in other colleges, they really don't have the confidence. Bai Hao took a sip of iced tea. So, we don't have the confidence, so how can we say that we La Wen Qi Lao are the smartest people? Caroline, Bai Hao, what do you want to express? Bai Hao stood up, and the next words were not suitable for sitting down. Students, in a sense, we are indeed the smartest people in Hogwarts, we have naturally smarter minds than others, which is our gift. However, we are not yet wise people. Bai Wu drew out his wand and began to cast his unique light and shadow magic. A huge lion, an entrenched poisonous snake, and a tall honey badger appeared beside him. Wow! The eaglets all exclaimed, it was the first time they had seen this kind of magic. The lion is the totem of Gryffindor, representing their bravery, courage, boldness. Snakes belong to Slytherin, representing ambition, shrewdness, respect for honor, judging the situation, being wise and protecting oneself, and winning first. The honey badger best represents Hufflepuff, gentle, honest and loyal, and not afraid of hardships. That's their strength, but it's also what's missing from us. We are too constrained by the knowledge in books, but we don't know that the people around us are actually our teachers. Learning to learn from the strengths of others is also a kind of wisdom. What about Slytherin? None of them have good qualities. At this time, a second-year Kitty Hawk raised his own doubts. Bai Hao nodded, good question. But why? We take for granted that qualities like ambition are negative. Is it because there are so many dark wizards in Slytherin? Everyone seems to overlook one thing, ambitious and unscrupulous people, they are usually because of the character. Actually, many people don't know that the phrase for the greater good comes from the current headmaster of our Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore. So, we should have the spirit to fight for the glory that can be ours. Speaking of this, Kitty Hawk, who is familiar with the history of magic, changed his face, especially some students from pure-blood families, they knew what this sentence meant. Bai Hao spread his arms and exposed his chest, everyone should have guessed from my appearance, but in fact, like Zhang Qiu, my body is filled with the blood of that mysterious eastern country. There is a saying in that ancient country, with copper as a mirror, you can straighten your clothes, with history as a mirror, you can know the ups and downs, with people as a mirror, you can understand gains and losses. So, when it comes to this, I hope everyone understands. A truly wise man will never limit himself to getting wisdom from books, that would only make us nerds. Here, I sincerely hope that everyone can understand what I said and become the real La Wen Qi in this era. Seb J, the above is from my heart, thank you everyone. Bai Hao bowed slightly. There was silence in the lounge, and everyone hadn't recovered from Byhouse's speech, especially the senior students. Their three views were a bit broken. What Byhouse said was the same as what they used to say to Ravenclaw. There was a great conflict of beliefs. Byhouse raised his head and drank freely, and drank down the iced black tea in one gulp. The reason why he said so much was because he wanted to get rid of the vain arrogance hidden in the depths of Ravenclaw, because in fact they did not have enough comprehensive strength to look down on students from other colleges. Furthermore, he is going to start preparing for the recruitment of guild members for the next semester. The primary target group is Ravenclaw. He hopes to select some like-minded people through this speech. And at this moment, Bai Li suddenly felt that his hand was being held. He looked down and saw that it was Professor Flitwick. "Good evening, Professor Flitwick." Bai Wu squatted down. Professor Flitwick held Byhouse's hand tightly with both hands. "Thank you, child." "Thank you." Byhouse smiled. Although he couldn't quite understand what Professor Flitwick's gratitude contained, he knew that what he just said touched the old Ravenclaw in front of him. Crack! 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 The little eagles around finally came to their senses, and gradually gave out warm applause, which was even louder than the dinner just now. Caroline walked up to Bai Wu, and pressed her right hand on Byhouse's heart. "Thank you, Byhouse Felkas." Byhouse nodded and smiled. But Caroline did not let go, but solemnly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "I only swear in the name of Roina Ravenclaw." Byhouse's pupils contracted, and the applauding little eagles around him suddenly fell silent. They looked at the people next to each other, and they all saw a trace of determination in each other's eyes. After a while, I saw all the Ravenclaws in the lounge step forward one after another, surrounded Byhouse from inside to outside, closed their eyes, and said in unison. "We come from the peaceful lakeside, and we are Ravenclaw. We are scholars who wear black but see through the darkness, and we are ravens who soar in the sky but never forget to stare at the land. We always pursue the truth and study hard. We are full of curiosity, heart to the sea. We are loyal to ourselves, loyal to reason, loyal to wisdom." Everyone present did not realize that what they said was constantly echoing throughout Hogwarts. The professors, students, and ghosts in the school all looked at the Tower of Ravenclaw in shock, as if something unbelievable had happened. "Here, we swear only in the name of Roina Ravenclaw." At this moment, Ravenclaw's crown suddenly flew out of Byhouse's arms, emitting a soft blue light. "Byhouse Felkas, Ravenclaw is willing to crown you with the crown of wisdom. Your wisdom will become our eternal glory and faith. We will use you as our guide to become the supreme wise man in this world." At this point, the oath stands. The statue of Roina Ravenclaw in the lounge and the bronze door knocker of the raven outside also suddenly emitted light, and at the same time transmitted a force to the crown of Ravenclaw, which emitted a greater blue light. And Helena Ravenclaw, who had been staying in the tower, looked in the direction of the lounge in shock. "Mother! Albus, could this be?" At this time, Professor McGonagall was beside Dumbledore, and she looked at the Ravenclaw tower in the distance with a blue light in disbelief. Dumbledore nodded. "I think so. The ancient oath that has been handed down for thousands of years and belongs to Ravenclaw finally came today." This time he couldn't maintain his usual calm appearance either. If you enjoy the content of this channel, subscribe, like, and comment, to help this channel to grow.